on with the Nikita Hand case. And for those of you that don't know, obviously, there's been a situation where Conor McGregor is now appealing he's appealing his motion right now because he was found guilty, he had to pay, and on top of that, now he's appealing due to the fact that he is claiming there is a witness that has seen Nikita Hand assaulted by her partner, and that's very significant to the case. Now, there's a lot of things that you can look at with this case that kind of smells foul, right? Like, for example, why is it taking forward after the fact, after the case? I'm going to get to that. I'm going to let you know why, and I'm going to give you some possibilities without really trying to incriminate anyone, although I don't know how incriminating something would be if the obvious is sort of right in front of your face. And what I mean by that is, let's say if you're Conor McGregor, right? And your whole entire objective is to make this woman look completely bad. All right. That is your objective. You got to make her look bad because you lost the civil case. And the fact that you lost the civil case, well, now you have to appeal a motion that, I mean, sort of makes you look a whole lot better, sort of gives you a better standing. Because, look, after this whole entire case with Nikita Hand, right? And by the way, for the record, I'm going to say right now that I think that she is absolutely lying. I've seen these types of cases before where they're sort of having what you would call a buyer's remorse. Okay, if you know what I mean, if you understand the case and without being too verbally explicit in the particular matter at hand with this content, I think you understand what I mean, right? There's a buyer's regret situation here, right? There was a choice that was made, and due to that choice, it was regrettable. And then on top of that, it's also damaging to the reputation of such, right? To accept the fact that you went there, partied with Conor McGregor and his homeboy and all of that. And Noah Gonzalez says, for what? For what exactly do you mean? Let me know in the comments section below what you mean, because we're going to talk about Conor McGregor and his appeal that he has going on with the Irish courts in terms of his recent loss that he had in the civil case against Nikita Hand. So we're going to get to all of those things. Shout outs to Crime World in Ireland, by the way, right? Who better than the Irish to cover this particular story? Although I'm going to say, Noah Gonzalez says, I'm going to bring some people. Yeah, please do. Please do. And everybody around the world, don't forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, because we're going to get to the bottom of this case and try to understand what is what and who is who and how this is going to change the landscape of this particular case with Conor McGregor. Can you cover your ears for a Ja Morant edit? No, I'm not going to do that. Only Chubbs Prods says, shout outs to you, Only Chubbs Prods. Very interesting how you brought up Ja Morant in this, right? I don't know what for. I don't know what context you mean by that, but shout out to everybody around the world. Also, shout out to Noah Gonzalez. First time I've seen you here. Shout out to Only Chubbs. First time I've seen you here. So what I'm going to do is, please don't forget to hit the like button and the subscribe button. Let's get to this content right here.
Hey, California homeowner, did you know that if you're...
And by the way, yeah, let me know what part of the world you are from and hit the like and subscribe button if you can, please. All right, so shout out to Crime World in Ireland. They specialize in covering Irish crime and things of that nature. So I think this is very relevant to the topic matter at hand that we are going to discuss.
So we're just going to do a short piece on this for the moment, and we'll be coming back to analyze it in more detail. But there's been a very dramatic moment in the appeal Conor McGregor is taking against the civil court proceedings taken by Nikita Hand, who accused him of raping her. This has been sort of going through the appeals court on a number of arguments on his side, one of which involved this introduction of new evidence.
Yeah, I mean, it was I think it was described as bombshell new evidence at the time, and absolutely it would have been.
Now, you want to know what that bombshell evidence is? It consists of two witnesses that came forward saying that they've seen Nikita Hand's partner put hands on her after the fact, after finding out she was partying with Conor McGregor and his homie.
And there was two witnesses, neighbours of Nikita Hand, a couple, Samantha O'Reilly and her partner Stephen Cummins, who said they saw O'Reilly being assaulted by her boyfriend. So this is
sort of that night.
That night in the aftermath.
And before she had attended.
So you hear that? They said it happened at night, right after the whole entire situation went down with Conor McGregor, right? So keep that in mind. This is very important information right here.
For, to the Rape Crisis Centre and...
Yes, so it was put forward as an explanation for some of the injuries she had suffered. Now, it was bombshell new evidence, so this is, a big, huge stakes. I mean, absolutely huge stakes. And obviously an affidavit was signed by the alleged witnesses, put forward to the court, that was made part of the proceedings, and everybody heard about it. It was denounced as lies by Nikita Hand, but the McGregor team had still put it forward. But amazingly, it was dropped without ceremony
Just
this morning. I mean, really quite incredible. Now, obviously...
Now, did I hear that right? They said that it was dropped, that they dropped the appeal. And if so, I think the reason for that is, think about this. The couple claimed that they never heard of the news, which is highly unlikely. I mean, that could be likely because you got to understand, right? Other Irish people have lives outside of Conor McGregor, right? Irish people have lives outside of MMA. In fact, MMA is not even the biggest thing in Ireland. So is it plausible that this couple knew or didn't know of the case that was going on? And of course, that would be absolutely possible, but highly unlikely. Highly unlikely, but still possible. Again, you never know the truth, but in the eyes of the DA, or whatever they called the district attorney version of their Irish court systems, I think they're going to look at that with absolute suspicious eyes, right? With skepticism, with potential to create some sort of nefarious lies in order to accommodate the goals that Conor McGregor has, in order to, let's just be honest, right? Not only appeal it, but clear his name. You got to understand the type of damage that it did to Conor McGregor's brand, Nikita Hand, right? Because I'm going to say this out loud, and I'm going to be honest, okay? Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and also hit the #1 button on the comment section below, because I'm about to tell you something shocking about this particular case. I do not think that Conor McGregor violated this woman in any kind of way. And the reason why I believe that is because I think everything is consensual. Not only was it consensual, there's also an aspect of buyer's remorse, particularly on the part of Nikita Hand. And as a result of the buyer's remorse that came from that, well, she decided to try and clear her name by making accusations that have nothing to do with the reality of her consent. Okay? So, with that said, it doesn't mean that Conor McGregor has never committed such acts. The only difference is that Conor McGregor never got caught for those acts. And sometimes that is just how karma works. Sometimes it is the one that you least expect that really gets you and takes you down, especially when you know that he's innocent in this particular, case. I think so. Now, if you think different and you think otherwise, you are more than welcome on the comment section below to let me know otherwise.
The reason given was that McGregor's team told the three-court judge, because it's an appeals, and this is kind of a preliminary stage of the appeal. The actual appeal hasn't gone ahead.
Okay, so this is just a preliminary stage of the appeal. Now, let's keep that in mind, because that is very important to understand for the sake of this case, right? The appeal, the true appeal, hasn't really taken place yet. Okay, so yes, we're that's where we're at right now. So this is sort of like an arraignment, right? Kind of like what they have with the arraignment, and then there's a trial. This is not a specific trial for the appeal yet. It is just like a version of an arraignment, right? Sort of just trying to see where what is what, putting it in front of the judge, giving their case, and then having the authoritative parties decide at that point. Okay, so.
But there's discussions about what will be put forward in the appeal. And so basically it's a pre-appeal hearing, I suppose, was how you could describe it. And McGregor's team, so they reflected on the matter after receiving submissions from Ms. Hand's legal team, and they'd taken the view that they could not proceed with the grounds of appeal. And the legal team then made the argument that they had a difficulty would have arisen from a report received from former Northern Ireland state pathologist Jack Crane, which reportedly supported that account. So he said that was one of the reasons why it was being withdrawn.
Back on that, sorry. So
So basically,
reported which account?
So basically, the McGregor's legal team had spoken to the former Northern Ireland state pathologist, and we spoke about this before, but he had given a report on the basis of reading this witness statement that has now been summarily dropped. And after reading that report, he had looked at CCTV of Nikita Hand being brought to the hospital, looked at her CCTV of her.
Okay, so they're talking about a pathologist examining Nikita Hand after the fact, sort of looking for specific signs that would indicate whether there was any sort of violation or any transgressions on the part of Conor McGregor. And that is what the pathologist was brought in for. Also, the surveillance camera that showed a sense of welcoming presence towards Conor McGregor, right? Rather than something that is unwelcoming. So,
in the Beacon Hotel,
I can tell you, I can see why that doesn't look very good for Nikita Hand. But by the end of the day, it is the Irish authorities that sort of that have the final say in that. Because look, you got to remember they have a different court system than we do in the United States, so you have to keep that in mind.
And he had compiled a report basically saying some of the injuries she suffered may not have been, were not visible in some of the CCTV.
So such his evidence, the court was told, or what he had included in his report, purportedly supported Samantha O'Reilly.
Yes. So guess which dude has a better chance?
All right, let's had a little commercial there.
Certainly McGregor's legal team has said they have difficulty now linking them. But, you know, it was greeted, I suppose, with incredulity from Nikita Hand's representatives. Her counsel, John Gordon, said he was in shock at this late withdrawal of fresh evidence appeal. He said that she had been put through the ringer, Miss Hand had been put through the ringer after the allegation, which he had denounced as lies and were outlined in court and reported in all the newspapers. So obviously, there's no doubt that witness statement would have been, if it would have been really true, absolute shade on Nikita Hand's.
We're only really been told so far in the court that they're sort of withdrawing it, but none of the reasons why.
Well, they've given a reason why, that they have difficulty linking with this report. But however, Nikita Hand...
They've difficulty linking with the report, meaning that they have difficulty between the evidence that was due to be given by Samantha O'Reilly and what it says in this report, or that there has been some sort of withdrawal of...
No, I think they're saying, what they are saying clearly is that they're having difficulty linking it to the report, and therefore, after receiving submissions from Ms. Hand's legal team, they're withdrawing it. So that's...
But both the report and the evidence that was due to be given by Samantha O'Reilly came from the McGregor side.
100%.
So they're now having difficulties linking the two of them.
Exactly. However, you know, in the point, I suppose, or to paraphrase Nikita Hand's team, this stuff has already been put out there.
Yeah.
So I want to preface this a little bit, right? And give you a possibility of what happened when they brought in the witnesses. You know what? I'm actually going to wait until more people arrive in here to tell you what I think about the witnesses and how they came about to this conclusion. So I'm going to wait for a bit, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. I'm going to tell you exactly what the motivation is behind these witnesses and, well, who these witnesses have talked to in order to somehow put this narrative out there. So I'm going to wait for a few more people to come in here first, and then, yeah, we'll get right to it.
And that obviously was a huge impact. It's reported in all the newspapers. We would always do report what's in court proceedings. You know, it absolutely gave a very, very contradictory account of Nikita Hand and for as well.
Okay, so this is what I'm going to say about the Nikita Hand witnesses, right? Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. I'm going to tell you right now. Okay, I need you to hit that like button one time. I need you to hit that subscribe button one time. And I'm going to tell you about these witnesses and what is going on here. Okay? All right, so here we go. This is what I got to say about the witnesses, right? So if you're Conor McGregor's team, you're going to bring in, let's say, a group of private investigators. Okay, so you're going to take these private investigators, you're going to go to the resident of Nikita Hand, and while you're out there scoping, canvassing, you're going to look and see who the neighbors are. Okay, this is the neighbor of Nikita Hand and her partner. They live in this side. They're adjacent to their windows. Okay, they're at proximity level in proximity near, closeness to seeing their windows. We can create a story out of this. So what do? They poach the alleged witnesses. They talk to the witnesses and say to them, hey, listen, do you know about this case? This is what we're going to need you to say. And there is a possibility that they could pay him off. I mean, obviously, Conor McGregor is a very wealthy man. He can obviously pay off anybody to do anything, right? And you look at all the past transgressions that he's created and also the people that have accused him and also, let's say, have taken him to court or have told on him or snitched on him. All of a sudden, these people's cars burn down. They get attacked. There's home invasions. You name it, right? And by the way, we're going to get into the gang affiliations of Conor McGregor after this really fascinating and interesting stuff, right? So, okay, they tell him, listen, we're going to pay you money, okay, and that's a possibility, but they're probably going to pay them in cash, the couple that they need to act as witnesses. And then on top of that, they can't put it in a bank because if they do, well, then the police are going to be onto you and they're going to find out, right? So obviously that's a possible investigation, right? In terms of possibly looking at, issues of perjury, right? Committing an act of fraud in the court systems. That is a possibility. So keep that in mind, right? Keep that in mind. Private investigators poaching the alleged witnesses, giving them a story to say, and then paying them on the side, right? That is standard procedure when it comes to these things. And when you are wealthy enough, you can literally afford a private investigator to make these things happen.
Her former partner, who totally denies the allegation that he struck her. So, they're saying...
and then there you go. The partner is denying that he had struck her due to the fact that maybe perhaps he was angry at the transgressions that she's done, right? So, yeah, that's the reality of this situation right here.
This is extraordinary.
Or we don't know what the reality of the situation is because there's a lot of murky waters here, right? All of a sudden, the witnesses come out of nowhere and after the fact, and then they claim that they never knew about the case. But you also got to understand there is a possibility to where the witnesses were poached by private investigators. Hey, say this, keep this on a hush. We'll give you cash so it's not tracked by the Garda or any law enforcement that may look into it. And just say that you saw Nikita Hand get struck. So this way, we can create a narrative. Or maybe Conor McGregor never struck her at all, right? Maybe it's just the fact that, yeah, maybe he really did, hit her, and maybe he really did hit her, the partner. And as a result of that, they just decided to blame it on Conor McGregor, but Conor McGregor has no way of proving it. So he has to poach witnesses or alleged witnesses to try and make this happen.
And they make a very clear comment that this evidence, the witness evidence, should be, they believe, that it should be allowed, they should be allowed bring the matter to the attention of the DPP for potential perjury, as well as subordination of perjury by McGregor. That subordination is a legal term, but it's basically inducing a perjury. Yeah. So
okay, so now they're talking about a possible perjury here, because to the Irish authorities, they're looking at this like, wait a minute, these witnesses are coming after the fact, after the case, and then they also claim that they never heard of the case, and that could be possible too, because remember, I told you in the beginning of the stream, there are Irish people out there that have different lives that they have to lead, and as a result of that, maybe Conor McGregor's court case is not the number one prerogative in their mind.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of it's a legal term to say, basically, obviously McGregor didn't make this statement, but their claim is that the DPP should look at it for this offence.
So Nikita Hand's legal team are focusing on the evidence that was due to be given as opposed to the report.
They are focusing on the evidence. I mean, the witness statement is the basis from which the report is drawn up. That's what we were told in the previous hearing. He looked at the former state pathologist, looked at the CCTV evidence in light of receiving this new witness statement, and was asked to draw up a report in that context. So what's obviously, even in that report that's drawn up, what is key is this witness statement. Now,
Gandra was due to give evidence today.
She was due to give evidence, or certainly it would be, her account was to be challenged because it hadn't been accepted. Remember, this is a very unusual legal proceeding anyway, because as we said before, but just to go over it again, it normally appeals don't allow new evidence to be heard. What they are on is points of law. So further on, later today, we'll hear some of Conor McGregor's other points of law, not to get into them now, but they'd be basically, judges' summations. So you don't generally get to introduce new evidence. It's very rare, but it is technically allowed if it can be shown that this evidence wasn't available, and also that the other key here factor of it is that it has to be credible. So you have to.
So, okay, the appeal has a little bit of some challenges right now, okay? And the challenges sort of involve the fact that it's a little bit challenging for the part of Conor McGregor to prove this, right? Because the Irish authorities are definitely looking at this with suspicious eyes.
To prove its credibility. And obviously, at this point, it's being withdrawn. And even the judge, the presiding judge of the three-judge court, Miss Justice Isabel Kennedy, said they would allow the withdrawal of the grounds, but she said it was unsatisfactory that the application to withdraw was made so late in the day, both for the court, but also for Ms. Hand. Now, John Gordon and Nikita Hand's counsel came back again and said he was asking McGregor's side to apologise to Ms. Hand, and that didn't seem to be dismissed out of hand. It's his McGregor senior counsel said that responded that this was something we can deal with through McGregor's solicitor Michael Staines if appropriate. And he said that in the absence of Professor Crane's evidence, there was no corroboration of Miss O'Reilly's evidence. So something has happened. It's not very clear.
And it's interesting to see that neither Miss O'Reilly nor her partner, Mr. Cummins, are in court today. This is all the lawyers. Their affidavits we had previously heard inferred that Miss Hand was assaulted by her then partner Stephen Redmond, and that Mr. Cummins, who was a plumber, claims he heard screams coming from the house that particular evening. And the couple had only said they came forward after they saw television reports about the trial. They hadn't sort of put two and two together before that. And obviously, as we've mentioned, their claims were dismissed as lies by Nikita.
Yeah, I mean, if you look back on the evidence, the witness statement that was detailed in court, I mean, some of it was that they were basically neighbors. I can't remember exactly what hour the morning was, but it was, it was an early morning, and they looked out the window and they could see across the road. They were claiming they could see this altercation here. Yeah, I mean, look, you can.
Okay, so there it is, right? This is where they start claiming that there was some sort of like altercation happening.
People will understand they're looking out the window and they didn't, are you going to see what you're going to see? And also that they didn't actually see the assault even, but what they saw was something that looked like an assault. Mm-hmm. So obviously McGregor.
So there you go. They're saying that it possibly wasn't an assault that they saw. It was something that sort of looked like an assault, right? Which is interesting. Very interesting that that's how they would word it. Okay, hold on a second here. Okay, we got something for RP MMA. Okay, let's watch that after this right here. Let's try to finish this off.
Exactly. I mean, look, the basic line that McGregor's team say is that we could not find a legal gateway for admissibility in this case. So that is what they say. But obviously, it's gone now. It's something that stands up. And it's removed from the proceedings.
And her team are calling for consequences in regards to putting it forward in the first place. Okay, now thanks.
Thanks, Nicola.
All right. Well, there you go, right?
So, and you're one.
There it is. What can you really say about that case? I mean, look, there's just a lot of crazy evidence that sort of may be ignored, right? Because yeah, I don't know how they're going to believe the witnesses, but let's see what RP MMA has to say about this, because he covered this extensively right here. Shout out to RP MMA right here.
But from the very offset of the verdict coming through, we have known that Nikita Hand and her legal team have committed perjury themselves during the original court case. It was proven that she lied under oath in front of the judge. And
so there you go. The other case of this is looking at the fact that she probably committed perjury herself, and that could be a way for Conor McGregor and his team to appeal this case.
Jury, when putting forward her case about James Lawrence, and nobody spoke about perjury in that instance. Wall-to-wall coverage this week of the Conor McGregor story. He had two new witnesses that were going to testify and say that they had seen Nikita Hand being beat up by her ex-partner, who coincidentally disappeared the morning after Nikita Hand came home and said that she spent.
So apparently they are saying that he had let's hear more of this.
The last 24 hours with Conor McGregor and his buddy in a hotel room, taking some substances and doing some other stuff. You're not allowed to question that. You're not allowed to even surmise that maybe he got annoyed and left. But hey, whatever. So two new witnesses were due to appear in court and testify under oath that they had seen an argument that got extremely physical between Nikita Hand and her ex-boyfriend. The morning of the court proceedings, Conor McGregor's team withdrew their new evidence, which sparked outrage against them.
Okay, so they withdrew their evidence. Why is that, right? That is interesting to know what made them want to withdraw their evidence.
Virtue signalers and social justice warriors and the mainstream media.
Hold on a second. We're going to expand on this in a second. Hold on just a second.
Very intrigued that he needs to be locked in. And is apparently being sent to the DPP by Nikita Hand's legal team requesting the same. And when you jump onto social media, you'll see that it's perjury this, perjury that. He needs to be locked up, lying under oath, all this type of stuff. And I find it very intriguing that this week.
Now, look, can you see why a lot of people are saying that there's perjury involved, right? There are witnesses that came after the fact, and when the witnesses came after the fact, they claimed that they never saw the case online, right, or heard about it. Sort of like, I don't know, man, if you're a New Yorker, right, I don't know how difficult it would be for you to run across the P. Diddy trial, right? Let's say you're a New Yorker, you work in Wall Street, or you have an office in downtown New York, right? And you're walking around Midtown Manhattan, right? You're going to see on Times Square X, Y, and Z, P. Diddy's case, updates on this particular matter. You walk by, there's a newspaper stand, there's P. Diddy's trial, day such and such, right? It's hard to miss it. Now, if you're in Dublin and there's this case going on with Conor McGregor, I think it would be very hard to ignore it or, not know about it by the very least. Now, they said they knew about it, but they didn't really understand the extent that maybe their neighbor was involved.
After the court proceedings, Nikita Hand has found herself in some extremely hot water also. And if you didn't hate the media enough, they didn't even cover it. They didn't even talk about it. We just got plastered wall to wall. Conor McGregor is a serial assaulter and he needs to go down. And look, he's making a mockery of the court and lying.
Now, look, regardless of the fact whether he was guilty or not, I think there's an inherent bias that Irish media has towards Conor McGregor, because you got to understand the type of background that Conor McGregor comes from, right? The type of background that he comes from, obviously, is, a working class background of Dublin, which, by the way, I'm going to be honest with you, is really looked down upon with Irish elites, right? People that, let's say, if you've ever been to Boston or even in UC Davis, right, you'll see a lot of engineering students there that come from Ireland. And usually these are not the Conor McGregor type of Irish, right? I mean, they come from affluent families in Ireland, and as such, they have a little bit of an elitist mentality, and as such, also sort of lean towards the left side of things a little bit, okay? Leaning towards the liberal side of things. A great example of this is Ian Gary. Now, obviously, you look at Ian Gary, you would say that he sort of leans in a very liberal manner, right? I mean, there's no doubt about it. Now, where does that come from? Obviously, he comes from a middle-class Irish background that has a lot to do with it. These people, they look down on people like Conor McGregor. They look at them as hooligans, gangsters, thugs, and this, that, and the other, right? So that's just the overall view of how they see people like that. So, okay, moving on.
On the road. That's what we got. And in fact, the inversion is quite true when it comes to Nikita Hand as well. I want to show you a little clip from Terry Gorey. He's a solicitor and I guess like a vlogger. He's done some good work during the trial of Nikita Hand and Conor McGregor. Very biased towards Nikita Hand and obviously didn't like Conor McGregor. That's fine. It's subjective. He's trying to be objective, but it didn't work out for him. But in terms of being a legal voice and knowing what he's talking about, I think this was a very interesting clip that I saw coming out. And he was the only one, in fairness, that actually spoke in these terms after what we saw transpire during court proceedings this week.
There was bad news this week in the Court of Appeal for Conor McGregor, but I think there's actually bad news for Nikita Hand as well.
Oh, okay. Well, how about this? Remember, that video that I played for you earlier with Crime World in Ireland, that was 8 days ago. This right here by RP MMA is 3 days ago. And he's playing a video of this gentleman right here speaking about how this case is going bad for Nikita Hand in terms of the appeal. Let's find out why. And also, don't forget to like and subscribe. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We're going to get to this topic at hand, and I'm going to give you some objective truths on this particular matter.
Let me explain. Firstly, the bad news for Conor McGregor. The Court of Appeal is now asking the DPP to consider possible perjury concerning the fresh evidence. So McGregor was to introduce new fresh evidence at the Court of Appeal in which neighbours of Nikita Hand were going to testify or give evidence that they had.
Now remember, the neighbors, right? You can almost guarantee, or at least by the very bare minimum suspect, that perhaps maybe they were poached by private investigators, because remember, if you're wealthy enough, you can afford to have private investigators do your bidding for you and sort of poach them, coach them, and guide them on the process of, this is what you saw, this is what you saw happen, this is what you're going to say under oath, under court, and here's a little bit of some cash under the table. Just be on the hush about it.
Seen a row between Nikita Hand and her then partner and physical altercation, as it were, and that might explain the bruising. However, that was withdrawn. The application to introduce that evidence was withdrawn the morning of the hearing. And so that has given rise to all sorts of rumour and speculation as to how or why that would happen.
Of course, it gave rise to rumour and speculation because the media jumped all over it. And as I said, you had some like mentally ill campaigners standing up outside the courthouse. These people that are literally up on stages, hanging out with Ruth Coppinger with absolute venom in their eyes. Of course, there's going to be a barrage of people saying, "See, I told you so." There was absolutely no evidence. This is not objectivity. This is just delusion. Absolute delusion.
These people, the neighbours, had already sworn affidavits some time ago, and obviously they were going to be open then to give evidence in the trial or in the hearing. But that application, as I say, to introduce that fresh evidence was withdrawn by McGregor's side on the morning of the hearing.
So he withdrew his evidence, and we're going to find out exactly what made him withdraw his evidence, or at least what his legal team made him withdraw his evidence for.
And that has given rise to the Court of Appeal concerning or considering asking the DPP to consider whether perjury arising from this fresh evidence. So the Court of Appeal is referring to the DPP material concerning the fresh evidence filed on behalf of Conor McGregor for consideration of possible perjury. So that's the bad news for McGregor.
Oh, okay. So the bad news is for McGregor on the possible charges of perjury. Now that's insane. Okay. By the way, guys, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Let's get to it. We're going to get to the bottom of this case and find out what is what and give you an objective truth. Watch Clarence Show says, what's going on here? Well, we have some possible charges on Conor McGregor facing perjury. On top of that, new evidence that he's trying to present to the court. Maybe a possible witness tampering of some sort. Yeah, that's what's going on here. Watch Clarence Show. Shout out to you, everybody around the world. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Let's get to it right now.
However, I think for Nikita Hand as well, a lot of people are overlooking the fact that McGregor's appeal against the finding in the High Court by the jury that he sexually assaulted and essentially Nikita Hand, his appeal against that went ahead, even in the absence of the fresh evidence. He had different grounds for doing that or bringing that appeal. But it's bad news for Nikita Hand.
I think that, as he said, there is an overlooked part of this story. Even though this fresh evidence wasn't available during the appeal process initially, the appeal still went through. So someone in higher stature within the justice system of Ireland looked at that case and, taking all biases aside, obviously they looked at what transpired during this court case, and what I believe personally was absolutely ludicrous behaviour from Justice Owens, the judge who was proceeding over this. Insane behaviour, and I'm sure behind closed doors.
Now, what insane behaviour is he referring to? Look, I told you guys earlier, there is an inherent bias towards people that come from a working class background in Ireland, right? Because let's be honest, right? It's sort of like very similar to how Black people are viewed in the United States, very similar to how Italians were viewed during their prime days of the mob and things of that nature, right? It's sort of the same thing in that part of Ireland, right? People like Daniel Kinahan, who's a big-time mobster, big-time drug runner, and all types of things that he's into, right? You got to remember what kind of background did he come from. Obviously, he came from that same type of background that Conor McGregor came from, not the middle-class elite society of Ireland.
Within the judicial system of Ireland, this judge's peers are thinking, how are you doing that? Why are you doing that? This is not going to work out well. So with all that taken into account, there was an appeal granted. So after the jury found that he was liable in this civil case, remember, and with all the interference from Justice Owens, which we went through ad nauseum, continuously telling the jury to forget about certain testimonies and continuously angling.
So in other words, an inherent bias by Justice Owens, because let's face it, look, let's look up who this Justice Owens guy is, right? You sort of give you a psychological background on who he is, right? Justice Owens of Dublin. Let's take a look at who this guy is, just so we can understand if there's even a public record of him at all. Okay, so Alexander Owens. Okay, so it is Alexander Owens, an Irish judge who has served as an Irish judge since February 2019. Okay, but so yes, okay, this is the right guy, because right here it says the Conor McGregor trial. Okay, so I'm going to try to read. No, I don't want to do accents on this one. I'm just going to do my normal voice. Okay, so Alexander Owens is an Irish judge who served as a judge in the High Court since February 2019. He formerly worked as a barrister with an expertise in criminal law. Okay, so barrister, I think, has something to do with illegal proceedings or matters at hand. Owens attended Trinity College in Dublin, where he obtained a BA. He studied to become a barrister at the King's Inn. Okay, so legal career. He called to the bar in 1980, became a senior counsel in 2000. His practice focused on criminal law and the law of conveyancing, local government, and chancery law. He also appeared in cases involving company law and personal injuries. He frequently appeared on behalf of Director of Public Prosecutions. He prosecuted criminal trials of a serious nature involving sexual offenses, kidnapping, murder, waste offenses. I think that has something to do with garbage and this and that. Yeah, waste offenses, terrorism offenses. He also appeared for the Minister for Justice in action relaying the publication of Clyon report. He was appointed deputy chairman of the panel of inquiry of the University of Dublin in 2004 and was subsequently became the head chair. So, judicial career of Owens. Owens was appointed as the judge of the High Court in 2019. He presided over cases involving extradition, sexual offenses, murder, manslaughter, false imprisonment, and proceeds of crime. Now, outside of criminal law, he has heard cases involving child law, poverty, and personal injury. Now, he became a judge of a special criminal court in 2019, replacing Eileen Donnelly. Okay, he acted as a presiding judge in that court. Now, notable cases that he has proceeded over also included the trial circuit court of Judge Gerard O'Brien in December 2023, a trial of Conor McGregor in 2024. So, okay, Trinity King's College. What kind of college is that? Okay, obviously, anybody that's able to afford to go to college in Dublin obviously has some sort of, or I think they have free education there. I'm not sure, but I would think it's probably the same in, but long story short, elitist, liberal, middle class, right, has a certain vendetta against people of, Conor McGregor's background. And look, you got to understand, right? Just because that is true, it doesn't mean that none of these things are true regarding all of the transgressions that McGregor has done. So
them towards other testimonies, absolute ludicrous behavior. So maybe as a result of that, that's why the appeal went through without any fresh evidence, because whoever was above Mr. Owens was thinking, okay, this is crazy, right?
So McGregor's appeal went ahead anyway with the Court of Appeal. I think there's bad news for Nikita Hand here, because in addition to McGregor's appeal, McGregor's mate, James Lawrence, was appealing the award of Costa.
Now, keep in mind, James Lawrence is obviously the homie of Conor McGregor who went with him to this party, right? And what's interesting about that story, right? He literally picked him up at his house with no shoes on and said, hey, come on, let's get in the car and just, go on and about and just, I mean, he didn't look like he even got ready, right? He just told him, hey, get up out of the house, hop in this Bentley and let's go for a ride, right? Basically one of those types of things.
Or a failure, rather, by Mr. Justice Alexander Owens to award him these costs. The usual situation in litigation is that the loser pays the costs of the winner.
So here's the thing that you got to understand about Irish law, right? The loser pays the cost of the winner in those civil cases they have going on there. So the fact that James Lawrence was found not guilty, it is now Nikita Hand that had to pay for that, right? Which is weird because it's like, she pays what she won from Conor McGregor, so in the end, she got nothing. Let me say that again. She pays what she won from Conor McGregor to pay it back to James, so in the end, got absolutely nothing. Keep that in mind and perspective.
And in this case, remember, Nikita Hand won against Conor McGregor in relation to her claim. However, she also accused James Lawrence of sexually assaulting her, etc., etc. And that was,
which is bonkers if you think about it, because after the fact, after McGregor had left, they were both found in the same room, and yeah, so on and so forth, with everything that deals with consensual acts.
not found to be the case by the jury. Nevertheless, the judge, because he took the view, Mr. Justice Alexander Owens took the view that Conor McGregor and James Lawrence were acting in lockstep, and Mr. McGregor paid Mr. Lawrence's legal costs. The judge didn't award Mr. Lawrence his legal costs. However, that flies in the face of the usual rule, where, as I say, the usual rule is that the loser pays. And in this case, in relation to Nikita Hand versus Lawrence, she was the loser.
Another great point by Terry here, and again, the way he delivers it is kind of like he's on eggshells because he doesn't want to go all in. Because we know what he's saying is absolutely damning for the whole Nikita Hand narrative. So let's just put it into perspective. Social media has blown up. The mainstream media has blown up, talking about perjury and the DPP, and Conor McGregor must go down for lying under oath. But from the very offset of the verdict coming through that went against Conor McGregor and did find him liable in the civil case, we have known that Nikita Hand and her legal team have committed perjury themselves during the original court case. Is everybody missing that? So to be up on the stand under oath and to be lying about the James Lawrence incident and have your legal team go through the rigmarole of actually putting forward a case in front of a judge and having accusations aimed at James Lawrence, and then for all of that to fall down and for the jury and for the judge to come out with the verdict that none of that transpired, does that not constitute perjury on behalf of Nikita Hand and her legal team, as the story that her and her legal team decided to go with was deemed untrue in the court of law and by a judge and jury? Is that not perjury also? And saying it in the nicest terms, that it's just not the norm to see a judge not award compensation or the fees to the person who was accused and then deemed innocent. It's just not normal the way that's done. Of course it's not normal. I think the word you're looking for is it's not legal, is what you actually meant to say.
Yeah, that's crazy, right? What they're trying to say is normal or abnormal really is illegal or not legal in the case that they are talking about. Once again, an inherent bias that they have towards Conor McGregor. Also, you got to understand, right? A lot of the biasness that comes towards him is not necessarily something that look, he asked for it. Let's just be honest about that, right? Like, of course, if you exhibit a certain type of behavior, that's just what is going to be expected out of you in terms of accusations, in terms of possibilities from one trend to another. Right, just trying to recognize patterns in that, in how they're going about it. But it doesn't mean that it's right. It doesn't mean that it's objective, and it doesn't mean that it's the proper way to deal with the situation at hand.
But in fairness, he's doing a great job of treading water here and not absolutely slamming Justice Alexander Owens and Nikita Hand and her legal team for lying repeatedly under oath and wasting the time of the court and of the jury.
The Court of Appeal have given some indication, and this is where I think the bad news comes for Nikita Hand, because Senior Counsel John Fitzgerald for Mr. Lawrence, he argued on Wednesday that his client was entitled to his costs against Ms. Hand on grounds including the normal cost rule that they go to the winning party. So that's the normal rule, and Mr. Lawrence's Senior Counsel is absolutely correct in that. And Ray Boland, however, Senior Counsel for Ms. Hand, submitted that the trial judge had discretion to make the order he had. When counsel said an order for costs against Ms. Hand would wipe out her damages award, Ms. Justice Kennedy in the Court of Appeal said, wanting the court to take cognizance of possible consequences of its orders was, quote, a difficult argument to make.
Justice Kennedy in the Court of Appeals is saying it in the most diplomatic way possible. It's not really normal for the accused, after being found not guilty, to not receive his legal fees. It's not normal. Of course it's not normal. It's not legal.
Justice Kennedy is indicating that the argument being made on behalf of Nikita Hand, that if Lawrence was to get his costs awarded, it would wipe out her damages award. Ms. Justice Kennedy has said that that was, quote, a difficult argument to make. You can read what you like into that, but obviously that particular judge, and there's 3 judges in the Court of Appeal, but that particular judge has given a sort of an indication that the argument that any costs awarded against Miss Hand would wipe out her damages award, that's not an argument that's going to win the day, quite frankly. That's what she seems to be indicating. That's what I'm reading into it anyway. Maybe I'm completely wrong, but she's not using the word difficult in relation to that argument for nothing. In other words, she's accepting the argument, but she says it's a difficult argument to make. And therefore, I think the bad news for Nikita Hand is that it's quite likely, well, it's possible, in my view, it's likely that the Court of Appeal will actually award costs to Mr. Lawrence against Nikita Hand. And if that's the case, according to Nikita Hand's own senior counsel, it would wipe out her damages award.
Trying to make the argument.
Yeah, so exactly. It would absolutely wipe out her damage award because remember, in Ireland, when it comes to lawsuits, it is the loser who pays for the winner, right? And in this case, follow the map, okay? Conor lost, so he has to pay Nikita, but Nikita got the money, and Lawrence won, so Nikita has to pay Lawrence the money. Okay, so that right there is the confusing part about it. And then for whatever biased reason this judge has going on, in his mind, he is saying to himself, you know what, maybe we should just not give the damages towards Lawrence because then that would somehow uncompensate Nikita Hand. But the reality is, who cares, right? There is no emotions involved in law and order and what is written on your country's constitution. Right? If the winner gets the money, then the winner gets the money. If the loser has to pay, then the loser has to pay, irregardless of the fact that it could damage whatever wins that she has. That's just how the cookie crumbles by the end of the day. But for whatever reason, this judge is very much adamant in making sure that Nikita Hand gets her money in any kind of way, right? Because maybe he feels that she should be compensated in his own biased worldview.
Argument that Mr. Lawrence's legal fees were being paid by a millionaire, so we don't have to pay him costs as we do normally or legally. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy.
Okay, now think about how much of a liberal idea that is, right? Well, because you got a multi-millionaire paying for your stuff, then maybe you should just not receive anything. Hold on. All right, so here we go.
Suspect that her winnings are 280,000 or whatever it was she managed to hustle out of Conor McGregor. I suspect that there's way more money there than that. It's not coming from Conor McGregor. It's coming from a higher source, but that's just an opinion.
The comment by Miss Justice Kennedy in the Court of Appeal, that she said that the argument that was being made by Miss Hand's senior counsel was a difficult argument to make. You can judge yourself. Let's see what happens. The Court of Appeal have reserved judgment in this. And remember, there's 2 aspects to the appeal. One is Conor McGregor appealing against the finding by the High Court civil trial, civil jury that he had Nikita Hand. And the other appeal, though, is James Lawrence's appeal against the order for costs not being granted to him. In other words, no order or his costs were not awarded to him. And as I say, Mr. Justice Alexander Owens, who had discretion, absolutely took the view that because McGregor and Lawrence were actually acting in what he described as lockstep, he didn't award Lawrence his costs, even though, strictly speaking, Lawrence won vis-a-vis Miss Hand.
So James Lawrence won his case against Nikita Hand in front of the world. Not much coverage from the mainstream media. It was proven.
Yeah, that is strange that there isn't a lot of coverage on that, but you also have to understand James Lawrence is just a homie of Conor McGregor, right? He's not really anybody that's famous. He's not a fighter. He's not an actor. He's not anybody that's known in the public sphere. So as a result of that, I just don't think that it would be in the interest of news companies or content creators or people that convey news to you to sort of talk about it. I mean, other than, of course, freelance content creators and freelance journalists of that nature.
That she lied under oath in front of the judge and jury when putting forward her case about James Lawrence. And nobody spoke about perjury in that instance, but they speak about it a lot in terms of Conor McGregor's new evidence that didn't make it to the court on Wednesday. The extremely biased judge that was overseeing proceedings with the James Lawrence, Nikita Hand, and Conor McGregor case totally went against legality and didn't award cost to James Lawrence after he won because his friend was Conor McGregor. So he got punished for having a friend with a few pounds in the bank. So
yeah, that's weird, right? You getting punished because you have a friend that is, you know, a billionaire at this point, right? Paying your legal costs.
in
But yeah,
a week where we see the media completely destroy Conor McGregor and activists coming out of the woodwork and nut jobs over on social media talking about perjury and the DPP and Conor must go down this time. Wake up, have a little look around, take off the old goggles, and just listen to a legal professional like good old Terry here, and just
all right, so check this out, right? Let's go back 7 months ago, okay? I'm going to show you guys something from 7 months ago, okay? This is regarding the D. Devlin trial, okay? Oh, I'm sorry, not the D. Devlin trial. Obviously, what D. Devlin says about Nikita Hand 7 months ago. And keep in mind, this is when Conor is also in a lawsuit against Artem Lobov. Check this out. On the thumbnail mentioning that my sons are going to be born about women like you. So we're going to talk about that because there's a little bit some red pillish type of conversation. Red pillish. I don't even know if that's actual name or an actual word, but the red pill idea is a concept that a lot of young men out there are sort of taking into consideration. And one forefront of that particular idea is obviously none other than Andrew Tate. There's obviously Byron Gaines from Fresh and Fit, Justin Whaler. I believe he's also a homeboy of Andrew Tate. But yeah, there's a little bit some reality to a lot of these types of topics that we're going to talk about. And this case with Conor McGregor, I believe, has gone beyond MMA. Now, obviously, when you are a superstar in the likes of Conor McGregor, you're going to attract a certain casual attention, okay? And primarily because this is a case that a lot of people can, quite frankly, relate to in some kind of way. And even if you didn't go through something like that, maybe your favorite athlete went through something like that. Kobe Bryant, I believe, was sort of in this same situation as well. A whole bunch of athletes. But the main question that we really have to ask, right, is that did Conor McGregor do any of this? And it's important to understand it. And by the way, for those of you that are watching this right now, this is me commentating while watching my workout videos, but we're also talking about Conor McGregor at the same time. So forgive me, this is just the intro to the show and the intro to the live stream. So don't forget to like and subscribe, and we're going to talk about it. Other main topics that we're going to talk about in this live stream today, Conor McGregor's lawsuit with Artem Lobov. That's something that is also coming up right after this situation right now. We're going to talk about that because it doesn't end for Conor McGregor. Oh, the struggle doesn't end. Just like this struggle that I'm going through right here where I'm lifting a 100-pound barbell on the floor and onto the air. And it sort of simulates a ground and pound position in order to have powerful strikes when you are on top of someone's guard. So this is sort of what this workout is representing. You guys remember when Conor McGregor was getting beat with a ground and pound position with Khabib, right? You started saying to yourself, wow, you know what, man, where is this fight going to go? And does Conor even have a chance of winning here? Well, we're seeing this court case right here, and we thought to ourselves, you know what, he has a winning chance because of all the evidence that showed, and by the way, the type of evidence that sort of showed enough reason to not convict his friend. And again, conviction, whatever, it's a civil case by the end of the day. Let me get rid of this because we are live as we are watching this right now. So, I think there's something wrong if he gets acquitted and Conor doesn't. Now, I got to tell you, there are other matters at hand that sort of deal with this particular subject. You want to know what that is? I'm going to play a video regarding that particular matter. Okay? Conor McGregor is running for president in Ireland, or at least said that he was going to. The fact that he said that alone, I think, really raised red flags for a lot of people. Okay? It raised a lot of red flags for a lot of people, in particular the elites in Ireland. I want to tell you about the elites in Ireland, right? What a lot of people don't understand about Ireland, and in particular, the type of political structure that they have going on, is heavily discriminated even before he was a famous mixed martial arts superstar. I'm going to tell you why. He was heavily criticized and, marginalized. That's the better word for it. Why Conor McGregor was marginalized even before he was a mixed martial arts superstar in Ireland. He comes from a working class background. Many of you that don't understand the sociology of Ireland, I think, will be surprised that people of a working class background are often discriminated. Now, Daniel Kinahan, the big Irish mob boss, something you got to understand about him. This guy right here, he came from that same working class background. And as a result, he was heavily discriminated coming up. And of course, it's sort of a self-induced discrimination because everybody kind of knows what you're doing, right? Even though you live in this world of secret and this and that, people know. People that are tapped in know your reputation. They know about, and it's really no secret from there. And then at some point, there's this paperwork that is out on you that details what you do, what you've done, and what you're capable of doing to other people. So, from the start, Conor McGregor never had a chance of being fairly treated by the Irish elites. Okay, and in particular, who are the Irish elites? A lot of them are heavily educated people in Ireland. And with that said, many of them sort of have this discriminatory outlook on people that come from a working class background, and quite frankly, with that particular background, I mean, they kind of stereotype them in this box of having a high propensity for criminal behavior. Okay, so this is the type of class that Conor McGregor grew up around. So now imagine this superstar, this working class guy becomes a superstar in Conor McGregor, and what sort of problems are you going to have with the order in your country in Ireland when you're looking at this from a level of the elites, right? And I'm talking about the political elites of Ireland because, like what I said, there is a sociological dynamic between the working class of Ireland versus the political elites of Ireland that sort of don't want somebody like Conor McGregor in power. So that's something that really needs to be understood. So what does that mean? Well, I got to be honest with you guys, right? I think there is a good chance to sort of point out that, you know what? Maybe Conor was set up here. I'm serious. There's a good reason to believe that because he tried to run for politics. This is a very important lesson that we may have to try to delve into when it comes to people trying to delve into political powers and how they're going to try and stop you. I'm going to show you guys a video that I made last year that I think is very much relevant to today. Okay, I'm going to play you right now. Yes, it is Irish related. It does deal with, let's say, things that are going on in Ireland. I said to myself, you know what? Maybe there's a chance. And then lo and behold, guess what happens? They charge Conor McGregor with incitement just based on the fact that, well, let's say there was this migrant from the Slavic region that had been living in Dublin for some odd years now, maybe even a decade or so, from according to the reports that were being mentioned. And the unfortunate thing about that is the reason of, well, unfortunately somebody got taken out in a very negative and a very brutal fashion, right? And we're talking like with a knife, we're talking things that involve gruesome details, basically a school teacher nonetheless. So what does Conor McGregor do as in response to any of this? He goes and says something to the extent, and you guys can look it up, he has it on his Twitter, and he has deleted it based on the fact that he's being investigated by the Irish government, the Garda, for incitement. Well, you can probably find it somewhere online with people screenshotting it. But basically something along the lines where we're at war because of this thing that is going on, and this is a prevalent mindset that a lot of people in the Western European world are feeling. Not so much with Ireland. Why? Because, for one, you got to understand Ireland was a country that fought an imperialist nation such as Great Britain. And because of that, they sort of gained what you would call a little bit of, let's say, a liberal leaning stance when it came to, let's say, immigration, which is why Ireland is very prominent in allowing a lot of immigrants to come to their country, and to even their own detriment from what is happening right now. The simple fact that, well, they don't have to work, there's no incentive to work, and we don't even understand or know the reason behind why this Slavic man decided to go out and kill a teacher. Nonetheless, it was enough for a lot of people to be very upset. And then on top of that, you have people that are, let's say, in the right-wing space. They're saying something to the extent, well, you know what? They are worried about this, but they're not worried about the actual killer, meaning they're worried about what Conor McGregor is saying and how they're going to try to tie him into some kind of incitement when they're not even worried about the killer. Well, the unfortunate thing that I have to say about that, in all objectivity, is the false equivalence that comes with that. For one, of course this man is going to get arrested. There's nowhere in the world where you can just go and kill somebody, unless, of course, it has something to do with extrajudicial, let's say, covert ops missions and whatnot. But you can't get away with murder in any society. They're going to lock you up, and so they did. I'm sure this man's been locked up now. The punishment, obviously, is going to be debatable whether he gets life or whether he gets prison, and all of that is a variation, and really is just really dependent upon which state has certain types of laws that will dictate what the punishment may be. Now, with that said, with a false equivalence, something that you guys have to understand with this Conor McGregor situation, right? Over the years, I've noticed that Conor McGregor, well, let's just say he was a little bit left-leaning. And this is my own observation. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong, if you've noticed things different about Conor McGregor in, let's say, the earlier times, let's say around 2014 or so, right? What was Conor McGregor known for in Ireland? I'll tell you. He was a big proponent in
legalizing gay marriages in Ireland, which is important to understand to sort of grasp where his mental mindset was at politically during that time when he was just coming up. Okay. Also, you got to take into consideration he's gotten a few, let's say, back and forth with Donald Trump. If you guys don't remember, back in 2015, before Donald Trump became the U.S. president, Donald Trump made fun of Ronda Rousey for getting knocked out. And Conor McGregor, of course, came to his defense saying, oh, you know, you don't know what you're talking about. You're not a fighter or this and that. You're just a big mouth. Basically slagging off Trump in defense of Ronda Rousey because Donald Trump said that he was glad she lost because she wasn't a very nice person. And I think a lot of that had to deal with the fact that Ronda Rousey at the time was a Bernie Sanders supporter. And Bernie Sanders was, well, a pretty big opponent for Trump, if not the entire Democratic establishment that wanted to, let's say, get a Democrat president in office at the time, which obviously backfired because Trump ended up winning. And yeah, that's neither here or there. But the point of the matter is, this is where Conor McGregor was in his political ethos at the time. So what is significant about this? I got to tell you, I've always mentioned and claimed that Conor McGregor was a big proponent and a big contributor in bringing the hip-hop culture to mixed martial arts. I've said this over and over and over again, probably more so than, let's say, any African-American fighters or any British African fighters or any fighter that comes from any, let's say, urban community of some sort. That and Nate Diaz, which obviously is sort of the reason why the fight between him and Nate Diaz was as big as it was, because it attracted a multitude of different audiences, and some of those were crossovers or somehow lapovers with Nate Diaz and Conor McGregor fans that come from the hip-hop community. So, in other words, let's just try to understand this in perspective. Would you say that the hip-hop community sort of leans a little bit left, right? At least for the vast majority of them. If you remember Nipsey Hussle, one of the biggest artists to come out of California, by the way, from Slauson down in L.A., he had a song in 2016 before he died called F Donald Trump, right? And guess what? A lot of people were down with this song. A lot of people in the hood were bumping this song. And from the time that I remember, even this song was played in Conor McGregor's after party in New York after he had beaten Eddie Alvarez. So you see the picture that I'm kind of painting here, right? Well, let's go even further with that. The other picture that I'm trying to paint, and something that I need you guys to understand, is that there are people in the hip-hop community like, well, he's not necessarily in a hip-hop community. He sort of played a character, but I'm talking about John Cena. Let's talk about him, right? If you notice, earlier in his career, okay, the guy was sort of a hip-hop aficionado, a freestyler. At the time when John Cena came out, the movie 8 Mile was hot. And he was a battle rapper, and so he ran with the whole entire gimmick. And guess what? It made the John Cena that we see today. But over the years, as you notice, John Cena sort of started developing a little bit more of a conservative, pro-military, pro-America type of persona to him, but still kept a little bit of that essence of his hip-hop mojo that he developed in his early career. Well, guess what? I think that's really interesting to point out, because a lot of guys that I know that come from the hood sort of, well, they're not rappers, they're not famous fighters, they're not famous entertainers, but guess what? They all deal with the same transition within their lives. I've known plenty of guys that have spent time in prison, that have lived that life of crime, and then when they came out, they were staunch conservatives, Trump supporters, or just maybe overall conservative, not necessarily Trump or Republican-centric to any degree, but within that same way of thinking. Another guy that I knew that was like that, a guy who, by the way, I've been a feature of in his show. His name is Matt Spear, right? He was a former Navy intelligence guy, right? Very fascinating character. And I was very privileged enough to be part of his show one time, to call in, to be part of a guest, to talk several times, maybe about twice or maybe 3 times I have. One of them was a phone call. But one of the things that I find fascinating about Matt is that he has a show called Don't Unfriend Me, right? And it's a great concept because, again, it really deals a lot with, let's say, people having differing opinions and differing worldviews, but with the theme of saying, hey, you know what? Don't unfriend me. We may think differently. Maybe there's some things that we can come down the line and say, you know what? We have something more in common than we do the opposite. Okay, that's literally the theme of the show. But what's interesting about him, aside from the fact that he's a former Navy guy, aside from the fact that he's a former Californian who now lives in Colorado and has had these corporate jobs with Comcast and Apple and things of that nature, was that he also grew up in the Ventura area. And even in one of his shows, I remember he said that he's been around gangs before. He is no stranger to the culture of the North Daniels, to the culture of the Bloods and Crips. And yet, you look at this guy, he is a staunch conservative, he is pro-America, he cares about the borders of America, which, by the way, is very important to understand this particular content. Because guess what? What was Conor McGregor fighting for in terms of what he was tweeting about, or what the Irish government was trying to hone down on him as some sort of incitement, which is what? Telling the Irish people, you know what, you guys need to go out there and protect yourselves, maintain safety, maintain vigilance, but also, he also sort of condemned the violence, which you sort of have to, right? Now that they're trying to crack down on him. Well, now, the other unfortunate thing about this is there are no arrests being made with Conor McGregor yet, right? However, what they are trying to do, as they are currently investigating him, Ireland, what they're trying to do is create laws that sort of prohibit certain speeches on the internet. Now, why is this significant to try to understand? Because right now there's no crime. But later down the road, as they're investigating and as they're trying to put these bills through and these laws passed, guess what? It may change somewhere down the road. And then here's the other insane kicker of it all. Conor McGregor has mentioned he wanted to run for Prime Minister or President of Ireland. Now, why is that significant? Because guess what? What's going on with Donald Trump right now? Well, I can tell you that he wants to run for president again. He wants to become the biggest son of a gun of them all. Why do I say he wants to be the biggest son of a gun of them all? Because he's already number 45, and he wants to become number 47 after he beats the number 46 Joe Biden, if and when he does, which, by the way, is highly debatable at this point based on the criminal charges they bring against him. Which brings me to my point. This is the reason why Conor McGregor has an issue in his hands with the Irish government. Because the Irish government knows that he wants to run things, wants to change whatever it is that he wants to change in terms of policies, domestic and foreign, when it comes to Irish politics. And guess what? The establishment is going to have a serious problem with that. And I'm going to tell you why. Conor McGregor comes from a working class background. And for those of you that don't understand about Irish society, they look down on the working class. And I'm talking about the middle class to higher elites of that society. Why? Because, let's face it, the working class have a very hard life in that particular part of the world. Not just Ireland, but also the UK and the entire British Isles period, right? They just have a completely different society than we do here in America. So as a result of that, guess what? A lot of these young men who come from these working class backgrounds, guys that are plumbers, guys that are construction workers, guys that, let's say, do, I don't know, labor jobs of some sort, right? Many of these guys turn to a life of crime in order to sustain a certain type of living or to maybe move themselves up to another class of, let's say, tax bracket of some sort or lack of tax bracket, but that's neither here or there. But either way, they are demonized because of that. And This is also the reason why, believe it or not, mixed martial arts, for as popular as Conor made it, is not as followed by, let's say, their mainstream media. And why is that? Well, for one reason or another, perhaps maybe you could say that the Irish have a lot of different sports. Nah, not really, not as much as we Americans have. Or do we have, let's say, more, yeah, we definitely have more sports here, right? For you to not cover MMA, but then, yeah, you look at MMA here in America, yeah, it's nowhere near what you have with, let's say, hockey, baseball, or the other sports, right? If, in fact, MMA is a baby when it comes to that. But you would think in Ireland, what do they have? They have Gaelic football, which is a form of rugby, and then they have rugby, and then they have soccer, which is English football. And then that's basically it. And then maybe a few Irish people follow the NFL here and there with whatever TV deals that the NFL has going on in that side of the world. That's about it. That's all that you have. Either way, they should be covering mixed martial arts more often based on the fact that, well, Conor McGregor really made the sport a whole lot bigger than what people would have ever imagined it to be. Now, why is it not? Well, it's the simple fact that Conor McGregor just does not fit the image of what the Irish want to be portrayed. They don't want to be portrayed as thugs. They don't want to be portrayed as maybe even right-wing people to a certain degree, right? Well, here's the thing with Conor McGregor. He causes a lot of controversy, but at the same time, it doesn't mean that he's always wrong about certain subjects. Is it wrong for a person to be very wary of the fact that you have somebody living in Ireland for 10 years and out of nowhere he ends up stabbing somebody well after this country, this kind country of Ireland, looks after them? Now, here's a question that I want to leave off with this. Does it matter that this man was an immigrant for 10 years and never contributed to Ireland? If so, what does that have to do with him randomly killing this woman? And number two, what is the ideological drive behind this killing? Because this woman doesn't seem to have any issues with anybody, doesn't seem to be a gangster, doesn't seem to be a political figure or a military personnel of any kind. This is an innocent civilian. So what is going on? But more importantly, what is the motivation behind all this? But more importantly, what is the motivation of the Irish people for them to cause this type of riot and this type of chaos? Was it a long time coming, or was it just this one particular incident that made them think, you know what, we're not going to stand for this? One is too many, and we're just not going to allow it again? Or was it something that has always been happening and has always been a serious problem to where it's just became a boiled over problem now? But either way, like and subscribe. I hope you guys love the content. This is the most that I could really bring out as far as information and as far as comparisons of what this particular incident can bring in terms of news and the coverage and everything around it. But either way, don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you for all those that have been watching the lives, been watching the videos. Don't forget to more in terms of what is the particular matter. Ian Garry, as you know right now, the little scandal that he has going on with people calling his wife a gold digger and this and that, and then the fact that he took the last name of his wife's ex-husband, who, by the way, is their live-in roommate and is also his nutritionist, which to a lot of people really seems strange, but to the mind of Ian Garry seems normal because only he's the one that's in that relationship to really understand what is going on. But in the eyes and how it looks to other people, obviously it's just not going to look good. And you add to the fact that the mixed martial arts community is, for better or worse, toxic, right? Toxic for better, because sometimes you do need a bit of a gut reality check when it comes to certain subjects, when certain things are going on unchecked, right? Like, for example, certain scandals that fans are going to be outraged by and then are going to protest and make a big fuss about it to create some change, whether it will be matchup or cultural practices within the community. Okay, that's the better part of that toxicity. the worst part of that toxicity is people jumping into conclusions. They may not know what's going on. Now, for me, I can really honestly tell you, as a Muslim man, it is quite strange for me to see a man like Ian Gary change his last name, okay, based on the fact that, well, he is the man. And even in the Islamic context of Orthodox practices, the woman isn't even allowed to change her last name because guess what? According to Islamic theology, the woman is not part of the lineage of the man that she's marrying. So it makes no sense for her to change her last name. But either way, men are never going to change their last name in the Muslim community, which makes the Ian Gary situation a lot worse. So why is it important to bring up Ian Gary in this particular question with Conor McGregor and this quote-unquote right-wing uprising? Well, because Ian Gary, if you notice, seems to have grown up in a very upper middle class liberal Irish family, unlike Conor McGregor, who grew up a little bit hard in the rough parts of Dublin, whereas Ian Gary grew up in the richer parts of Dublin, for think of that as you will. But it affects a person's personality, it affects their worldview and how they see things. But also, with Conor McGregor, another thing to really understand in the light of that concept is as you get older, your views start to change. When you get a little bit of money, your choices become different. Your outlook of the world, especially when you have children and the overprotective nature that you have as a father, you're going to lean a certain direction, whether that would be politically, religiously, or a certain creed or ethos that you want to live by. And this is just what we're seeing right now. So the fact that Conor McGregor wants to run for president, wants to run for prime minister, well, I got to tell you, that does affect the entire reasoning behind the Irish government and how they're going to charge him, on top of the fact of how they're going to rearrange laws around this particular incident and how they're going to deal and punish people that they need to punish based on, let's say, chaos control. Now, let's move on to another particular person that sort of fills into this whole gap of this story with quote-unquote right-wing rising in Europe. How about Tommy Robinson? Recently, he was arrested during a protest in London because obviously this man has always been part of protests with nationalists versus the Islamists. Now it's Palestinian supporters versus nationalists. But obviously, as you guys know, Tommy Robinson was kicked out of the EDL by neo-Nazis that infiltrated the group. A group, by the way, that he created himself only for him to get kicked out of his own party. But that's neither here nor there. So he gets arrested in recent times, and I got to tell you, it's quite strange considering that, well, Tommy Robinson was going to do a podcast with none other than his old-time friend, Andrew Tate, who, by the way, till this day, from the years that I've known Tommy Robinson, it's really strange to see that this guy grew up with Andrew Tate and they actually know each other. They've actually trained in the same gym that Andrew Tate has trained out of for him to win his championships in the kickboxing world. But either way, what's interesting too about this, right, is the fact that what's interesting about this also is the fact that Tommy Robinson was arrested just before he was going to do a podcast with Andrew Tate. Now, why is that significant? I'm going to tell you why. Because the UK and Ireland, just like what I had mentioned earlier, does not want to deal with a riot, with chaos. And can you imagine if Andrew Tate either converts Tommy Robinson or he somehow gets him on his side without really converting to Islam, but yet gets him on his side on the political side of things, which, by the way, is already happening because you see Tommy Robinson work with other Muslims when it comes to tackling, let's say, child grooming situations, or let's say child molestations, or unlawful raping of some sort, right? So this is something we have to try to understand right now. if he was to meet with him and influence him in any kind of way, whether it would be to the point where he converts into Islam or whether it would be to the point where, let's say, he just brings them onto his side, it's a big problem for the UK government, and they can't allow it because guess what? He really had to take anabolic steroids in order for him to get his leg back in order. If you guys remember from the Dustin Poirier fight, which, by the way, I mean, it looked so horrible the way that his leg bent back, right? It just looked really bad. On top of
Conor, right? Because I know you don't love the guy on a personal side, but they're talking about might not be any sponsors at the White House, might not be any crowd at the White House, and like, how are they going to be able to pay him what he wants without pay-per-view either?
Honestly, I don't think it make like. I don't think the UFC need Conor at the White House. Honestly,
No,
I don't think they do, because how they gonna monetize their money? You know what I'm saying? Out of like Dana does whatever. I'm not the matchmaker. Dana is gonna do whatever he wants. He wanna have the biggest card that I'm sure will be the biggest card. But I'm just telling you, he can put Islam Makhachev in there in the White House. He can put Justin Gaethje in there. He can put John Jones and Alex Pereira in there. You can put Kayla if she's healthy back there. You can have an amazing card.
Yeah.
You know, you can have put Ilya in there, but also you're gonna have to think about the rest of the year. What about all the other pay-per-view rest of the year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Conor McGregor is not going to fight at the White House. In fact, I'm willing to say that he's not going to for multiple.
We have got to the point where literally anybody,
due to the fact that he had some serious injuries to which he really had to take anabolic steroids in order for him to get his leg back in order. If you guys remember from the Dustin Poirier fight, which, by the way, I mean, it looked so horrible the way that his leg bent back, right? It just looked really bad. On top of that, you got to understand Conor McGregor also takes a lot of recreational drugs. So as a result of that, passing a drug test, there's only so much the drug testing agency that the UFC has employed can do. There's only so much cover-up that they can do. So these are the two top reasons why he's not going to fight at the White House. Another reason you need to understand is that Conor McGregor is in a situation of his life right now where he is just way too comfortable. Now, I want to be very clear. This video is not definitive, even though the title or the thumbnail may have a little bit of some clickbaity type of attraction to it. I need you to understand there is still a chance that he can fight, because by the end of the day, he is highly motivated for a historical event like this, and who wouldn't be? When you're a fighter, this is literally some of the things that you dream of. Most guys that grew up, let's say, in England, boxing, or anywhere else in the world outside of the United States, their biggest dream is basically to fight in Las Vegas or Madison Square Garden, or nowadays with the rise of Carl Froch and Anthony Joshua and the trend that they started, $80,000 in Wembley Stadium, right? Those are the top three places in the world that you'd want to fight at, and not to mention the Middle East as well, with the money that they're putting up for combat sports. So this is the pinnacle of everything that you work for, the Super Bowl, the WrestleMania. Yes, he's going to be highly motivated. The problem is, what kind of Conor McGregor are you going to expect when you see him in there? You want to know what I think? This is the type of Conor McGregor I think you're going to expect. A guy who is a shell of himself, and not only that, was literally forcing himself to be there in a situation that he, quite frankly, doesn't deserve or is not capable of doing so. But by the end of the day,
if you are sleeping in a position like this, you
got to understand something, which brings me to the next segment of the UFC, right? It's no longer a meritocracy. It is no longer a meritocracy. The reason why is because they need to have entertainment. They need to have big names. Conor McGregor being put back in there is just nothing more than a cash cow for the UFC to bring him back and to say, hey, look, we got a product right here that you guys can look at and say, hey, check this out. Here's our little puppet right here being strung along, sort of like Joe Biden, right?
at the end of Joe Biden's political career, he was a shell of himself. They literally just brought him back because he was an established name in Washington, D.C. And they're like, you know what? We need to have this guy around until they just could no longer do anything to him anymore, until they can no longer cover up. And this is literally Conor McGregor in a nutshell. He is the Joe Biden of the UFC. You understand? Conor McGregor is the Joe Biden of the UFC, and that is insane to say, but it is so true. Which is why I'm telling you that UFC is no longer a meritocracy. So the fact that the UFC is no longer a meritocracy, I need you to understand this. Their whole entire motivation is always going to be money. It's always going to be big fights, big names, and to hell with undefeated records and winning fights through wrestling. Forget all that. What they want is pure entertainment violence. That is something that Conor McGregor can bring because he still has a name, but we don't know if he has the violence in him. Paddy Pimblett, they want this guy to win. They need this guy to win. You want to know why they want this guy to win and they need this guy to win? Because he is the next cash cow of the UFC once Conor McGregor is no longer available and is completely expired from the game in terms of his ability to perform at the highest level. So they need Paddy Pimblett. They need a person like this to replace Conor McGregor, who, by the way, has a little bit of a Conor McGregor personality to him a little bit. He's Irish, at least has an Irish name, but he's not from Ireland. He lives in Liverpool, which is historically an Irish town full of Irish immigrants, migrated from Dublin all the way to Liverpool. And even Conor McGregor himself will tell you that his family has ties to that place. And on top of that, has even had ties to, let's say, having a little bit of some scandals in that part of the world, if you remember.
We were just standing outside and you heard a big fucking smash of like glasses and that. And then he ran out with his bodyguards and was like, hey, get me out of here now. And he's like pulling at the car handle, trying to get the car open. And he just fucking span off me. But I spoke to a lad who was in there. Been in the toilet for like 35 minutes in the women's one. So I reckon he's been fucking smashing someone in the women's.
The house, Scousers on the gully. American head is McGregor's, yeah.
Eyewitness.
Purple belt, black belts. Don't put him in a shitty MMA gym that's being opened up through drug money, that's being run by ex-drug dealers who still get a couple of grand cash every month from them organised crime groups. Do you understand what I'm saying? And let me just reiterate, not all gyms, not all boxing gyms are controlled by these rats. Not all MMA gyms are controlled by these rats, but they're very hard to find. If you want your child to go and learn a form of self-defense, go and put him in a judo club where there's a possibility of him going to the Olympics if he works hard at it. Put him in a...
Meanwhile, the Nama Yanez and Silva fight is going on. But yeah, so go to the Olympics and basically go broke, right?
Karate club where he's surrounded by working members of society who do that type of sport.
Yeah, basically around guys that don't know how to take a punch so that when you're in a street fight and you actually get hit, oh my God, you're like shocked. Well, what happened?
That
you bloody idiot. Of course I want protection. I grasped everyone. No one's going to have me back. What am I supposed to do? Of course I want protection. Are you fucking insane, lad?
It's me. Now, before I got issued with these two things, the other one was cancelled out from early days because I'd gone to prison. I've got back out. I'm doing my thing. I'm delivering my message. All of a sudden, because my message is very powerful.
Mate, that bloody message is for them coppers. It's for them coppers, mate. You know, I must give them more intel. I got to grass everyone else. I didn't grass enough people. I only grassed 2. And that's it. 2 of me mates. I grassed them. But they asked me to grass 4 more people? Is panic mode for the UFC. And what exactly is that panic mode consisted of? Firing people that are undefeated, that are not exciting, promoting people that need to be promoted because, well, okay, let's take, for example, Joe Pfeiffer, right? He's number 15 and he's taken on Israel Adesanya at number 6. Does anybody ever ask the question as to why this is going on? I think the answer is simple. They need American stars in the UFC, and Joe Pfeiffer is that person that can fill that void, right? He can fill that void if he beats Israel Adesanya. Because I'll tell you right now, one of the biggest things that people are complaining about in the UFC offices right now is that there isn't much American stars. And here's the thing, believe it or not, the UFC can survive without American stars because they don't need them. What they need is just people that are willing to put asses in seats, whether that's American, whether that's Dagestani, whether that's English, whether that's French, whether that's German. Anybody that can put asses in seats, they need them. That is why the UFC is no longer a meritocracy. Mark Haney says, why is everyone so mad at the UFC wanting American stars at the White House event? Because a lot of people don't understand that American stars are sort of dwindling down in the UFC, right? And so they still think that being an American gives you a certain type of privilege in the UFC. In fact, it doesn't. Think about this, right? The pay in the UFC is not good enough for you to have a quality of life in the United States, especially at an entry level, where you got guys making 10 to show, 10 to win, or sometimes even 20 to show and 20 to, it's not enough. It's not enough for these guys because that money goes away rather quickly. These guys, a lot of the Dagestanis, even the Brazilians, they have a low cost of living in the part of the world that they're from. And then on top of that, if you are with a team like Charles Oliveira or Khabib, rest assured you're going to have a team behind you where they're going to provide you with a dorm. They're going to provide you with some living accommodations. And then on top of that, maybe even some
cheaters hate this web
and food and every type of resources that you need as a fighter. Mark Haney says, to be fair, it's all privilege. It's not a right for any fighter to fight in the UFC. It is a privilege. That's a very good assessment right there. He says, Rams or Seahawks? Sorry, no, I don't follow much football, but let me know what team you wish to win. Yeah, you're absolutely right about that, Mark Haney. You know what? Here's another thing that a lot of people complain about, right? They complain about fighter pay. And you know what? What you said right there, Mark Haney, that is correct, right? To be fair, it's all a privilege. It's not a right for any fighter to fight in the UFC. It is a privilege. He says that wouldn't be a privilege. I wouldn't be mad if a Russian UFC wanted Russians at their event. That wouldn't be privilege then. Yeah. Well, the reason why they're trying to have stars, or why they're trying to bring in Americans to have a White House fight card is because they want to use that to catapult the next generation of American stars. Let's think about this, right? John Jones is gone. Dominic Cruz is gone. TJ Dillashaw. Who else? John Jones, that's the main American star, right? Brock Lesnar, Ronda Rousey. These are all American stars in the UFC. They are all gone. They need new ones. Gable Stevenson could come to mind. Who else? Peyton Talbot, you could argue, is in there. Sean O'Malley, you could say, has been a star for a long time, but at what extent is a superstar? Is he more of an internet celebrity rather than, let's say, a mainstream celebrity that you could, I don't know, parade around in the Golden Globe Awards the way that you did with Brian Ortega and Mackenzie Dern? But here's what I will say, right? The White House matchmaking that they got going on is sort of weird. It's sort of in this weird dilemma where, you know what? We want to have Americans versus the world. But then Daniel Cormier argued, what if the Americans get their asses kicked at the White House event? That would look really bad on our country, right? But at the same time, this is what I think, right? If you had a White House card where it was Islam Makhachev versus Ilya Topuria, or maybe even Paddy Pimblett versus Ilya Topuria, which, by the way, are all non-Americans, I would argue and say, well, this is the UFC's gift to the world. Because by the end of the day, no matter how much international superstars the UFC has, the UFC is still an American sport, or at least an American heavily promoted sport. And as such, it is our gift to the world. That is how they should really approach the White House fight card. Mark Haney says, I just don't see a big deal wanting Americans for an American event at an American White House. I agree, which is why I say the UFC should be America's gift to the world. That's the theme. Who's saying it's a big deal? Victory says. Well, there are people out there. There's a vast number of people out there that are saying they would want to see an America versus the world type of card, or have feature more Americans. But I argue that if you had a Paddy Pimblett or an Ilya Topuria card, by the way, two non-Americans, all we're really saying is that, which is true, the UFC is America's gift to the world, no matter who's fighting in it. Yes, and then Mark Haney says that everybody's trying to make it a political issue. Facts. Facts on facts on facts with that. Yes, people are making it a political issue. You are absolutely right about that. But by the end of the day, I need you to understand this also. The reason why people are making it into a political issue is because of the fact that it is a political issue, because Donald Trump created an event that said, this is my gift to you guys for rehabilitating my image. If you remember, Donald Trump was facing court cases and litigations put against him. Who put him back into the fold? It was us, the UFC audience, that tolerated him, that normalized him, and also, quite frankly, when it comes to the American MMA fan side of things, put him in office.
Hey, let's go somewhere fun with AAA. Let's go for a night on the town. No kids. Let's go for a weekend away. Okay, let's bring the kids. But first, let's get this fixed.
AAA, your membership to go.
Well, I could feel he got into it because
What would I tell my younger self? I know bedwetting feels big when you're little. Good nights are here, protecting you through the night, so you can keep dreaming big.
I got stuck in a random country again. These layovers happen way too often, but this time I'm not.
I know is going to have some serious contract. Conor McGregor is going to have some serious contract issues with the UFC, and it's going to look very identical to that of the pandemic in 2020. You want to know why? Check this out. During the pandemic, he had an issue where they couldn't get him a fight. Why? Conor McGregor is blockbuster. Exactly. Precisely the point. So they need to get him in front of a crowd. How are you going to do that in the middle of 2020 when there was a world pandemic going on? So what happened? It stunted the growth of Conor McGregor's career. And that was the problem. That was the beginning of the downfall to Conor McGregor's career due to the unique positioning that Conor has with the UFC and the type of product that he is in comparison to everybody else in the roster. So it became complicated. You don't have a crowd. You can't maximize your use of Conor McGregor. What exactly does Conor McGregor bring? He brings in people from around the world, in particular in Dublin, Ireland, to fly to Las Vegas, book hotel rooms, which is big economy for the town of Las Vegas and a Conor McGregor fight week. And then on top of that, lucrative for the UFC, both in gate and pay-per-view sales alone. Pay-per-view sales alone. Okay? So that makes him a very unique product, which means that if you were to put him and fight him in front of nobody during the pandemic, you would have essentially wasted your entire investment. So they're looking at Conor McGregor as not even a human being at all, right? They're looking at him as a product that they need to exploit to its maximum ROI, okay? Return of investments. Because they've invested a lot in Conor McGregor and they've gotten a lot of returns in Conor McGregor, and they want to continue to keep doing that and do that and do that over and over and over again. Okay, they want to continue to do that. So as a result, Conor McGregor is in a unique position once again in the new era of Paramount. And what exactly does that mean? Well, Paramount no longer requires pay-per-views. You see, all you need at this point right now is to pay, I don't know how much Paramount is, maybe $8 or $9 or something like that, but not a whole lot in comparison to last year where you were paying top pay-per-views $80, okay, $90 if you wanted in HD or in maximum, high quality. But now you're paying a whole lot less, $1,000 less that you are saving throughout the whole entire year just to sign with Paramount. What is in it for the UFC? Paramount wants to have a piece of the UFC's ass, okay? And the reason why they want that is because they know that having a juicy product like that will attract a diverse group of audience, right? What do you have in Paramount? To be quite honest with you, the only thing that I really watch in there is Mobland, okay? And that is with Tom Hardy and Pierce Bronson playing an Irish mob guy, which, by the way, is great, right? Just the great storylines that he has where he's interacting with these Mexican mafia cartel guys, and in the midst of that, they talk about stories where they were watching the Lennox Lewis-Mike Tyson fight in Las Vegas, okay, talking about how they got into it because of some, I don't know, some sort of like racial banter, saying something about Mexicans. It's great, insane story, Mobland, wow. But other than that, it's Mobland and UFC. I can't really think of anything else, right? So that is what they got out of it. They got a product to which they pay this certain amount. So they get a fixed amount to where they don't really care about maximizing pay-per-view revenue because of the accessibility that it offers, and due to the fact that there is a high level of illegal streamings going on around the world. This was something that they really needed to look at as an option because of the pay-per-view numbers going down and dwindling due to the fact that people were illegally streaming it and it was heavily available. So what is the next strategy at hand? The next strategy at hand is to make it available, but make it lucrative. So how do you do that? Well, just charge a little bit or this, that, and then now you have subscription. Okay, but here's the thing. There are people around the world that don't have Paramount. You know they're still paying $80. The Canadians, out of all people, the Canadians are still paying them. He says you have to watch the Terminal List with Chris Pratt. Okay, I will check that out. 12.9. He says, I believe $12.99 a month. Okay, so that's not that much. Soup says hi, hello, King. Okay, missed. Okay, sorry. Afternoon says there's plenty of non-pure grapplers that would wrestle Conor. Okay, so there you go. So earlier you guys were talking about potentially putting Conor McGregor in RAF before they were going to get him into the White House, right? So why is Conor McGregor actively frantic against saying that he is going to fight at the White House, right? In fact, this is literally what he said in Mac Life right now. Okay, there's I believe a footage of Conor right here saying that 100% he was going to fight at the White House.
Oh, yeah, seriously, pull the way out is
All right.
Here's what comes off a bowl of strawberries when you drop this device in the water. These berries are fresh from the store and already rinsed under the tap, but within 10 minutes, the water changes color. What floats to the surface will change how you feed your family. My friend worked.
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards because we've.
All right, not bad.
I'm 100%. This is, yeah? We're going in here 100%. I'm going into this fight 100% Conor McGregor, not 92. 100% Conor McGregor. So it has to be really meticulous. We were right there with the last one. As a unit, we do it. Right? Let's go. Let's go.
All right, so from what it looks like, we do have a focus and very disciplined Conor McGregor. This is good. But here's the thing, right? These contract issues are going to be a problem. He's going to ask for more money. Now, here's the thing. He said that he is not going to negotiate with the president. I'm sorry, he's not going to negotiate with the president of the UFC, but rather with the president of the United States, but rather the government of the United States, right? Because remember, the UFC White House fight card doesn't have any sponsors. It also doesn't have a crowd. So how are they going to maximize Conor McGregor into this? This is why I told you, and I made this video, right, in my latest video during this recording of this, or the live stream portion of this that I'm going to clip out later, right? That video was basically explaining that Conor McGregor is not going to fight at the White House. Well, here's why. Because they want to save him for a pay-per-view maybe in July. Not in June where the White House fight is going to be, but in July. Because remember, the White House card is going to be free, okay? No sponsors. The UFC doesn't make money off of it. Unless, of course, the United States government decides to pay for the entire event, to which the UFC will have to ask for a certain fee, kind of like what Mark Zuckerberg did, right? He literally bought a whole entire fight night at the Apex and rented it out with literally nobody in there but him and his family, right? Which, I mean, you could probably argue the United States government or maybe just Donald Trump himself could do that. But I need you to understand, so that the casual sack says that's a good point. Yes, so I need you to understand that there will be contract problems with Conor McGregor fighting at the White House. Zuckerberg did, right? He literally bought a whole entire fight night at the Apex and rented it out with literally nobody in there but him and his family, right? Which, I mean, you could probably argue the United States government or maybe just Donald Trump himself could do that. But I need you to understand. So that the casual sack says that's a good point. Yes, so I need you to understand that there will be contract problems with Conor McGregor fighting at the White House. But it doesn't mean there's going to be problems with Conor McGregor fighting later on. I just don't think that it's going to be the White House. And the casual sack says it would be hilarious if it was sponsored by Seasons Riyadh. You know what? It's going to come to that. Because think about this, right? Conor McGregor has asked for the assistance of Turki El-Sheikh before, has he not? He says, you know, Turki, you know, I need some assistance over here, man. You know what I mean? He's literally asked for his assistance before. So what is Turki going to do? He's going to talk to Donald Trump. Well, maybe not him directly. Turki will just call Mohammed bin Salman. Okay, you know, you guys know Mohammed bin Salman, the crown prince of Saudi Arabia, the guy that always meets with Trump, right? The guy that's constantly at the White House with Trump, right? The guy that constantly invites Trump to Saudi Arabia. He'll get in his ear. He says, hey, you know, what about this Conor McGregor fight? You know, what's going on? Why he can't fight at the White House? And then, of course, Trump is going to say, well, you know what? The reason why he can't fight at the White House is because Conor McGregor is too goddamn expensive. And then, of course, Mohammed bin Salman is going to say, listen, you know, you want to insult a Saudi? That's one of the things that you say. You say it's too expensive. You know what a Saudi is going to say? How much this little leprechaun Irishman want? How much he want? How much he want for this fight? I think he wants $200 million to step in the octagon of the White House. Okay, done. It's no problem. $200 million we make. We sign the check. Boom, here it is. Who we make this to? White House or National Defense? Pete Headzik. Who we make this to? Victory says Zuckerberg is such a dweeb. I hate seeing fighters train with him. Yeah, well, he bought an entire event. Okay, he bought an entire event. Just like the way Turki El-Sheikh could buy this whole entire event at the White House. MMA needs, if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie Abu El-Kheer MMA, Sacramento, California represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all,
Sweeping the ball.
Shout out to everybody across the world that is tapped in right now. We're going to go live and talk about a very controversial subject. Okay. Now, the reason why I say this is a controversial subject is because you can be scrutinized in many ways. All right. In multiple ways when it comes to this subject. And I think you guys know what that subject is, but I'm going to try very hard to not mention certain things, right? So if I stutter or somehow come across as a little bit half-witted in the way that I'm trying to express myself, it's because I'm trying to convey a message without really saying it out loud. Okay, and that goes without saying. So the main topic at hand is why Trump has broken away with its greatest allies, okay? In particular, Benjamin Netanyahu. Victory says, let's go, my man. Shout out to you, my man. Not only are we going to talk about some boxing, obviously, we went over the MMA event yesterday, very early event. Afterwards, was able to get on and do a live reaction show straight away. Got that in the books. So here we are doing something else in the books. Okay, what I do best is also political topics. Aaron Mega says, good morning, boss. Morning to you, my man. Morning to you as well. Morning to you as well. So I had noticed that within the algorithm, whenever there is political topics at hand, right, it seems to, well, to be honest with you, do a whole lot better than the MMA content. And I think that somewhere along the lines, I think that the algorithm may want to push me into the political sphere of things. If that is the case, I have no problem with that. I'm very well versed in politics, as you know. I love talking about politics. I love discussing different ideas and trying to get to the bottom of certain topics and certain questions that we have about the world, right? So with that said, there is a lot of question in terms of why Donald Trump is making the sudden moves that he's doing right now. And for those of you that don't know what I'm talking about, let me give you guys a little bit of some bulletin points synopsis, okay? So as you know, Donald Trump has fractured the historic U.S.-Israeli alliance by bypassing Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to strike an interim deal with Iran, all right? Frustrated by the prolonged conflict and its economic toll that it has taken on the U.S., okay, especially ahead of the upcoming midterms election that is going on, all right? So that is the key main component here to understand. There is a midterm elections that is going on because remember, politicians never move without some sort of strategic reasoning behind it. We always have to remember that, right? There's always a reason behind this. And also keep in mind, that particular country is becoming very unpopular. You guys understand that, right? This country is becoming a little unpopular with many people around the world. Victory says, I think it's all been for a show. I can understand why you would say that, right? I think there's a component to that. And please, I need you guys to follow me on this, okay? Because this is going to be a very prolonged explanation. Because the most unexplainable things in the world, okay, don't come with just the limited characters that you can express with on Twitter or X, as they call it now, right? There's much more sophisticated reasoning behind why people are moving the way that they are. Number one, Donald Trump knows that there is a fracture going on with the right-wing movement. Okay, that is a given. There is a fracture. What is that common denominator? Well, who are some of the top commentators in the right-wing sphere of things? You got Tucker Carlson. You have Nick Fuentes. And what does Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, and we'll throw, since we're an MMA channel, let's throw Jake Shields into it. All right. What do they all have in common? Who do they oppose? And if you haven't done your homework before you tap into this channel, then I don't know what to tell you, but I'm not going to mention any particular countries unless I actually really have to which, you know, I have to explain a certain location to try to fit a story into the message that I'm trying to convey, or figure it out. But understand that there are people out there that rule the internet, that rule the world, that are the hidden Illuminati faces of the world. So you have to kind of skirt and play around them. All right. And with that in mind, I need you guys to understand this, right? There is a difference between anti-Zionism. Okay, I don't want to say it out loud, but you guys know what I'm talking about. There is a difference between anti-Zionism and a criticism of a particular government. Okay, in particular, a government ran by Benjamin Netanyahu. Okay, there's a difference. It's not criticizing the whole entire people as a whole. if you really want to talk about the whole entire people as a whole, man, how awesome are they? I mean, honestly, let's be really honest about this, right? How awesome are Jewish people? I mean, honestly, I'm not being facetious in any kind of way, nor am I playing any kind of theater to any degree. I'm being honest, right? They are extremely brilliant people when it comes to financing. They are extremely brilliant people when it comes to accounting, when it comes to money management, right? It's no wonder why they are sports agents, they are lawyers, they are producers of your favorite TV shows or movies that you've watched in the past, right? If you really think about it, let's be honest. The majority of your childhood, okay, was a programming by them people. Let's be honest about this, right? You name one particular thing that you remember growing up as a nostalgia, right? Whether it was a favorite movie, whether it was a favorite sports team, your favorite sports team is owned by those people. But understand that, all right? So let me read a few comments here before I continue rambling on. Victor says, hi. Hello, Victor. Effing around and find out says, very nice screening, by the way. I like that. He says, I've made so much money in the past year. I don't care what other countries think about this beautiful nation. Okay. A bit of a statement there. Midterm theater, Scandabigo says, yes, I completely agree. That is a main component of it. However, there is more complications to this particular matter at hand. And I hope you guys stay around to get the gist of all of it, right? Because it's not just one particular reasoning or explanation of things. It's a culmination of so many things that roll into one. But yes, you are in the right spot so far when you're saying midterm theater and also perhaps maybe it's staged. I can see why you say that, but follow me on this because there's a lot more complicated matters to try to decipher out of this, right? And yeah, so moving on, right? So, okay, it's taking a toll on the U.S. economic system, right? Obviously, the midterm elections has something to do with it. The Trump administration has shifted towards a highly transactional approach, all right? And you know Donald Trump, as you know, is a very transactional kind of guy. Whenever you come to California, people always say that one of the biggest stereotypes here is that when you meet people, it's a transactional relationship. Like, what can you do for me? Can you get me a job? Can you get me to X, Y, and Z? Can you get me to the promised land, right? That is what a transactional relationship is. And yeah, places like LA, Miami, and things of that nature, right? So, all right, effectively, he's telling Israel that it's on its own. Okay, basically, Israel, you're on your own. All right, if it continues to escalate regional warfare against American interests. Okay, now the sudden geopolitical realignment was fundamentally altered decades of American foreign policy and triggered public unprecedented hostility between Washington, D.C. and Tel Aviv. All right, so the catalyst is the U.S.-Iran interim peace framework. All right, the main rupture centers on the new U.S. and Iran memorandum of understanding understanding the U.S. Iran memorandum. Okay, the terms. Let's talk about the terms of this. Okay, the U.S. agreed to lift its global oil blockade on Tehran in exchange for Iran to reopening the strategically critical Strait of Hormuz. All right, that is the other thing about this. Okay, the Strait of Hormuz, people are complaining that, okay, this is the focal point of the world economic system. A lot of ships go through these places and it's going to vehemently affect everything, right? So the fallout, Israel views this deal as a complete betrayal by its quote unquote closest ally, okay, arguing that it recapitulates to its greatest adversary without permanently dismantling Iran's nuclear or ballistic missile capabilities. So here we go again with the missile capabilities. I want you guys to understand, right? This country is allegedly responsible for the assassination of JFK. Why? Because JFK wanted to expose the fact that they stole nuclear secrets from the United States only to create their own nuclear program, which, by the way, they were not allowed to. And if they were going to continue to do so, they would forfeit any U.S. Backing towards them in any kind of way. So escalating rhetoric and crazy insults have come into this whole entire situation, right? As Netanyahu resisted the diplomatic framework and continued the unilateral military actions, Trump's private frustrations spilled out in the open. All right. Profane revokes. Okay. Reports revealed that Trump flatly told Benjamin Netanyahu, you're effing crazy. Okay. Over Israel's relentless bombardment of Lebanon. Okay. Sometimes to the detriment of very innocent people that had nothing to do with the situation. People that were not Hezbollah, people that were not Hamas, or had nothing to do with the war. Scandabigo says JFK was the last American president. That is very true, right? Tis not what you can do for your country, is what your country can do for you. Correct. Yes. The on your own warning that Trump sent to that country stated that he warned Netanyahu, Bibi, you better be careful or you will be on your own very soon. All right. And this is according to CNN reports, by the way, the most trusted news in news. Okay. So diminishing Israeli leverage that's going on, right? Minimizing Israel's military autonomy. Trump claimed, without me, there would be no Israel. Israel would have been blown off the face of the earth 100%, as reported by the New Yorker. All right. Now, the Beirut condemnation. Trump openly criticized the Israeli strikes on residential apartment buildings in Beirut, labeling it as rather too much. Now, J.D. Vance's blunt threats to Israeli hardliners. This is what J.D. Vance had to say, and this really shocked and surprised me, okay, considering that these guys are so-called hardcore Zionists, right? Vice President J.D. Vance has spearheaded the administration's public defense of Iran's deal. Okay, speaking in aggressive rhetoric war with right-wing Israeli ministers. Okay, the ultimatum. Let me see here. How about this? You're out of here. Okay, so Vance, the ultimatum by Vance. Bluntly cast at the United States as Israel's only international friend and warned that military force alone cannot resolve the Iranian threats, okay? Clashing with the Israeli ministers. Now, when the Israeli National Security Minister, I believe his name is Itamar Ben-Gvir, okay, was criticized the U.S. strategy as rather naive. Okay, he says, what came first, the chicken or the egg? He says, is this Kyrie or Carlos Ulberg? Yeah, Carlos Ulberg. You know what? Maybe I should just do this in an Aussie accent. You know what I mean? To kind of make it fit. You know how you cunts doing? I'm Carlos Ulberg. I am the light heavyweight champion of the world. Yeah, Carlos Ulberg is here. Okay, so the clashes with the Israeli minister, Itamar Ben-Gvir. I can't do it. I can't do a long term, but anyway, so Vance publicly challenged Israeli hardliners to present a realistic long-term alternative that does not rely on dragging American troops into regional war. Now that right there is absolutely revealing right there, okay? He does not want to have Americans sent to another regional war. Okay, direct action pulling U.S. military assets. So the diplomatic rift has rapidly manifested into concrete military and political shifts. Number one, moving U.S. jets. The following intense political disputes with Netanyahu's cabinet the Trump administration moved U.S. fighter jets out of Israel. Wow. All right, sending a stark message about the limits of American military backing. That's number one. Number two, the pressure in Lebanon. While Trump announced a framework for Israel Hezbollah ceasefire, Netanyahu has insisted that Israel will maintain occupied zones in southern Lebanon. Well, guess what? In response, Trump holds direct talks with Lebanese President Joseph Aoun, signaling that Washington may actively pressure Israel to withdraw. That's number two. Number three, the UN veto threat. Now, a lot of foreign policy experts note that the administration is now actively considering withholding its traditional United Nations National Security Council veto, historically used, by the way, to shield Israel from international censor, now as a tool to punish Netanyahu's non-compliance. Okay? So here's a little bit of the summary of the fractured alliance that is going on with the U.S. and that country, all right? Aaron Maga says, will Trump start World War III? Well, if you think about it, he's actually preventing World War III right now, all right? Or at least that this particular move with pressuring the Israelis. I'm going to tell you why. The nationalists, nonetheless, nationalists. Okay, very interesting name. Hopefully it's just not a kayfabe. No, it's not a kayfabe. Okay, so before I go into the summary of the fractured alliance, right, give you a little summary on this, let me explain why Trump is doing this, right? So is it political theater? Everything is political theater. Remember, every move that everyone makes is based on what? It is based on public opinion. If the public opinion is strong enough to the point where you can no longer ignore it, well, you know, then maybe you need to change shifts. How do we know this? Well, obviously the midterm election is coming up, right? And what are all the political experts, the domestic American political experts saying? They are saying that the shift is going to lead towards American democratic shift. In other words, you're going to see people like Mamdani. Okay, look at Mamdani, the type of influence that he has just as a mayor alone. Okay, he's influencing people that are in Congress, in representatives, people that are going to potentially run as president of the United States in 2028. So what you have there is a situation of a political problem that you can't ignore. Okay, well, why? Because I need you guys to understand, all right? Regardless of what you think about America, the one thing that you can love about America and that you can appreciate about it is the fact that whenever there is anything wrong or anything that is not going right, or if enough people are getting behind it, you better believe that the political shift and change is going to vehemently affect those that are running for office or those that want to maintain being in office. Scandavigo says GOP is making a play on 2028. Now they have two different candidates in JD and Rubio, one pro little hat and one anti little hat on paper only. You are correct. That is a very good assessment right there. Notice how Rubio doesn't have anything to say about this. Yes, that is a very astute observation on your part right there. All right. And here's the thing. They are listening. Okay. They are listening to people like the Hodge twins, Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes. These people are very powerful right now in the right-wing political movement. And as such, to be honest with you, especially if you're pro-Muslim, obviously, these people have been very instrumental in dismantling the right-wing side of things, especially the anti-Islamic right-wing people. For example, you don't often hear Nick Fuentes talk about, you know, shock and awe 2003 war on terror stuff, right? Like you don't hear him ramble on about ragheads or you know, or jihadists or you know, or anything like that, right? His main focus is Well, just like the Hodge twins, Candace Owens, and everybody else, the little hats. Aaron Mega says Trump will be impeached at the midterm elections. I don't think he'll be impeached. I think at this point right now, he's completely untouchable. And I think I'll make a political assessment on this. I think that had he not won, he would obviously have gone to prison. And had he gone to prison, well, I mean, yeah, he would have probably spent the rest of his life there, right? Imagine, right, living in opulence and affluence all throughout your entire life, only to spend the last 20 years of your life sitting in a cell. I mean, that is, you know, a poetic justice, at least to some, right? But for some people who value, you know, American, how do I say this? American standard of judging what is fair or what is humane and things of that nature. I mean, you don't want to live in a world where world leaders are being sent to prison, but at the same time, you also don't want to live in a world where they're not held in accountability as well. Aaron Mega says, is Trump a convicted felon? I believe he is. Yes, he is absolutely a convicted felon, and he is the president of the United States. Yes. So these are some factors to really consider when you try and understand this. Everybody wants to point this in one direction or claim some sort of tinfoil hat conspiracy theory. I'm here to give you guys the objective truth on this particular matter, which I believe has the most plausible reasoning behind why they are doing what they are doing. Because quite honestly, this is really out of left field that Trump came out of nowhere spewing anti-Israel rhetoric. I mean, it is just, you know, it's insane. But all right, going back to the summary of the fractured alliance that I was saying, right? Okay, so the issue, Israel's position, Trump administration's position, okay? So the issue here, the Iran peace deal, all right? Now, what is Israel's position on that? A dangerous surrender that leaves Israel vulnerable, all right? That's their position. The Trump administration's position, necessary to avoid economic catastrophe and end wars. So, you know, Trump finally is operating under what many people had voted him in for, right? Now, the thing is that for the taste of white nationalists and jihadists, Trump is not anti-Semitic enough, right? That's the common denominator there, right? Had he, in their view, had he been anti-Semitic enough, it would have been to a point where he would have recognized these things earlier, right? Because as you guys know, the anti-Semitic rhetoric is that, you know, they're up to no good at all times, right? And if you operate under the understanding that they're up to no good at all times, then you would catch this quite early on. So the Lebanon and Hezbollah situation, right? What is Israel's position on this? They want to maintain troop presence and occupy southern Lebanon. What is Trump's position on it? Demanding immediate restraint, brokering withdrawals with Beirut. All right. Now, the alliance dynamics. All right. Israel's position on the alliance dynamics expects unconditional, permanent U.S. defense backing, whereas Trump's administration's position is that it views its relationship as purely transactional power politics. Okay. And regardless if you think Trump is a little hat supporter or he loves them or, you know, is an agent of theirs or whatever, this is more of Trump's personality than anything, which is what? Transactional. Trump is transactional. Let's talk MMA for a second. Why do you think Colby Covington never got invited to the White House fight? Why? I mean, yes, it's, I was going to say because he lost, but so did Derek Lewis. Well, yeah, but we kind of wanted to throw Derek Lewis in there to make a name out of Josh Hockett, and he did a good job of basically selling us Josh Hockett and playing his role as the journeyman statesman of the heavyweight division, right? But either way, Derek Lewis is just, you know, a right-wing Trump mascot at a certain point. Not that Colby wasn't, but Colby was the guy that was supposed to be Trump's guy had he won. If you remember, Colby Covington went to fight Leon Edwards, right, where Trump had attended this fight. When Trump attended this fight, I saw the disgust on Trump's face as Colby Covington was losing to this Englishman named Leon Edwards. All right? A complete disappointment in his face. So if you're wondering why Colby Covington was not at the White House, it all goes back to Trump having a transactional relationship. You're only good to me if you win. If you guys are old enough, you guys remember watching the Mighty Ducks back in the days, okay? What did the sponsors of the U.S. national team, the Mighty Ducks team, what did they say to Gordon Bombay when they started losing those earlier games in that hockey tournament? He said to us, "You're only good to us if you win." All right? That's a transactional relationship. Trump has a transactional relationship with everybody, including Benjamin Netanyahu, and that also includes Colby Covington. All right? So that's the reality of the situation, guys. Trump operates under what you would call transactional relationships. That is it. So with that in mind, I think we can go over some well, let me see some things that I've had posted here. Okay, so this is why I now, you know how people usually just, post mindlessly on their social media and whatnot. I think now any mindless post that I have on social media, I'm just gonna bring it up on the live stream because, it's part of the entertainment anyway. But all right, so this article from Alex Pereira's fan page. All right, I'm going to read to you guys this right here. All right, so betrayal. All right, Conor McGregor's return is being, and I quote, this is from Alex Pereira's fan page. Conor McGregor's return is being fawned over stateside, but back home in Ireland, McGregor is not the beloved hero he once was. Okay, ever since his multiple embarrassing moments that brought shame to Ireland, many say that he is the worst thing to have happened to the country in a long time, while hardcore MMA fans still see him as the king of combat in the Isles. All right, some small businesses have taken to support Max Holloway, who they feel is a better representation of this sport and humanity. Okay, McGregor, for his part, has stated he knows he's made errors and wants to turn to God and fighting to put it right. Should Ireland get behind their greatest ever fighting son, or has he gone too far? All right, so I got a couple of comments on that particular subject. Jay says, "Yo, shout outs to Jay." Scandabigo says, Conor soon, he looks pretty good. Yes, we're not too far away. Aaron Mega says, did you watch WrestleMania where Trump shaved Vince McMahon's head? Yes, after Bobby Lashley beat Umaga. Yep, I remember that, right? They had to bring their guy to take on their guy, and if their guy wins, yeah. Victory says, I hope he brings back to his old school karate style with a clean movement. Okay, so going back to that, right? I don't know if he's going to go back to that, Victory. I honestly don't. And by the way, that is also indicative of the training videos that I've seen out of him. I say this because you know that I am very familiar with that style of fighting, right? Very familiar with that style of fighting. If you're going to fight like that, and you know that I do this too, you have to train a certain way. If you fight like that, you have to train a certain way. Why? Okay, because number one, fighting like that, believe it or not, is not just, it's not good enough. Okay, you got to also have firepower behind that particular style, because that particular style is so elusive, right? You're bouncing everywhere, right? Bouncing off the walls, bouncing off, you know, one side to the other, doing all these unilateral movements, right? All these circle and dizzying movements that, you know, only people like me and TJ Dillashaw could understand, right? And if you fight like that too, then you understand as well. That also includes Tyson Fury, Dominic Cruz, Lomachenko, guys that fight like that. You know what I'm talking about. When you fight like that, there is also a chance that you are not going to have the firepower behind you, because sometimes you got to sit down on your shots. Okay, now Andy Lee, right, the trainer of Ben Whitaker, and also the trainer of Tyson Fury, the trainer of Hamza Shiraz. What does this Irishman, Andy Lee, emphasize a lot, right, with his students and his clients? Power, sitting down on power shots, right? So that's the trade-in. You want to be elusive, then you're not going to have knockout power. All right, because Dominic Cruz wasn't out there knocking people out. TJ Dillashaw was knocking people out. Conor McGregor was knocking people out, but that's because TJ Dillashaw, from what I know and from what I've seen and from what I've also experienced, did training, strength and training conditioning that enhanced his power along with his stamina and his speed to go along with it. So you have to train at a certain way. I don't know if Conor is training that way to have that particular style. So Victory says, just watch the first fight with Max. He was kicking like crazy, really mixed it up well. Correct. I don't know if we're going to see that same Conor McGregor. Victory says later in his career, he started to fight more flat-footed, just boxing. And I think those are some of the bad habits that he took from training against Floyd, right? He took it from training against Floyd and then brought it into mixed martial arts. You know that what you learn in a boxing setting is something that you have to kind of switch up when you are in the cage, right? I think his best bet would have been just fighting elusively the way that he does in the octagon, and should have done that in the boxing ring, and should have done that also in the world of MMA, where he doesn't cause any confusions in his mind as to, all right, well, now in boxing, I'm just going to sit down on my shots, but in MMA, I'm going to fight elusively. But he had knockout power anyway, so the knockout power is going to come whether he was going to sit down in shots or whether he was going to move backwards and hit you like the way that he did against Jose Aldo. Scandavigo says the best way to beat Max is chain wrestling and smash. I would agree, right? And he's not doing any of that. Victory says, I think one of the best things for increasing power are squat jumps and single arm land presses. Correct. Yes. Victory says, I agree, Scanner. I bet Conor mixes in some grappling after seeing what Charles did. He has to win, right? He also knows that Max Holloway is a good striker, but I think that his best bet and option is to, you know, really go for the win. So, yeah, man. All right, so check this out, right? There's look at this. Somebody getting ran over right here.
Peter Piper used the smart buying tools from Amazon Business and positively prospered.
I made my decision, no revisions on this mission. I'm a protect, got the goal set, that's the code. Trust my intuition, if they do not get the vision, get divided. We decide on our own. The whole world, yeah, the whole world going on. The crowd, man, got no wild and I'm on song. Had a premonition, the inscriptions don't need this and turn this bitch up. It can switch up to the tone. Said they want Joe head right off the throne. They told Ted packing your bags, who going home? When the pressure is on, I hit it was on, and nobody lied to feel. All on my mind, cut the design, you know that my diamonds real. Every angle I know that I'm covered, my baby's my lover, my mother, my father, my friend. Tell me to
Okay, let's play that again. Yeah, so celebration of Mexico's World Cup victory took a violent turn on Wednesday night when a car plowed through a crowd of fans in the popular Baja California tourist resort of San Lucas, injuring over a dozen people, local officials said in a statement. Okay, so that's basically where Forza 5, I believe, took place. Yeah, that's where that's at. Yeah, Tommy Chong says if you have a gun, you're not a very intelligent person. Okay. How about this, right? Alex Pereira gets called out after fans in a seminar that went really bad. Let's see what this fan had to say, right? So apparently he says, hopefully Conor learned from Ilya that this is not boxing, it's MMA. Correct, right? And also remember, you know, you have good kicks as well. So, you know, use them. All right. So let's read what one of these fans had to say about, a meet and greet by Alex Pereira that went bad. This is according to South Africa MMA on Facebook, by the way. Arctic Bob B says, I was at the seminar. By the way, this is probably an English guy, so I'm going to do it with a British accent. All right. So I was at the seminar. He refused the meet and greets that were paid for, refused to do any photos, even prepaid ones, and refused to sign merch that has been pre-bought, and then cut the seminar downtime. Have been recently done with the seminars with Mighty Mouse, Tom Aspinall, Charles Oliveira, and others. It was pretty disappointing. There were people that had flown in from other countries for this. You know what I think? I think the same thing as Dustin Poirier, all right? I think Alex Pereira is badly damaged from the Cyril Gane fight. And here all these people are wanting to see him. He's probably agitated, right? Like, correct me if I'm wrong. I am sure that that Alex Pereira is not in the right state of mind right now, is he? Probably not in the right state of mind in terms of trying to figure out, hey, what's going on? You know, what's happening here? This, that, and the other. You know what I mean? So, hold on. Let me just put this in current events. Okay. So there we go. All right, 28. We'll put that as 28 minutes. There you go. All right, perfect. All right, so what else is in the okay, so that's the Alex Pereira news that we did right now. What else? Oh, how about this, right? So this one is a little bit interesting right here. Bernie Sanders wants to cut work week hours into 32 hours with no cut to your pay. All right. So this is according to a Casper Capital. All right, the page called Casper Capital. Bernie Sanders wants to cut, and I quote, Bernie Sanders wants to cut work week hours to 32 with zero cut to your pay. And honestly, the argument is harder to dismiss than you'd expect. All right, I'll give you both sides, but the knee-jerk reactions in either direction miss what's actually interesting here. All right, and I quote, here's Sanders' case. The 40-hour work week was looked back in 1938 under the FDR. Since then, American workers have become more than 400 times percent more productive. The entire economic logic for 40-hour a week standard was built on a completely different level of output per worker. So the pitch is simple. If the productivity exploded, some of those gains should come back to workers as time, not just to shareholders as profits. So the AI angle makes it more relevant than ever. Sanders told Joe Rogan that if AI makes you more productive, the upside should shrink your hours, not erase your jobs. And he's not alone in this broad idea. All right, Bill Gates, Jamie Dimon have both floated 3 or 3.5 day work week within a generation. Now, the 32-hour work week act would phase in over 4 years and still require time and a half over time past 32 hours. So what is the counter argument to this, right? The counter argument, which is just as real, Senator Bill Cassidy, and I quote, puts it bluntly, there is no free lunch. Of course, sounding like a true Republican. Oh, there is no free lunch. You know, pull yourself up your bootstraps. Meanwhile, he probably doesn't even work 20 hours as a senator. But moving on, he says there's no free lunch, and I quote, to keep the output the same in a fewer hours, businesses would effectively pay out about 25% more per hour worked. For small businesses, restaurants, trades are running on margins. The math is brutal. Plenty of economists warn it would mean less hiring or higher prices rather than more leisure. So the global track record is genuinely mixed. Belgium, France, and Germany have all moved toward shorter work weeks. Productivity held up in some sectors and struggled in others. So the idea itself isn't radical as it sounds. The real question is whether the American economy can actually absorb the cost. So where do you guys land on that particular? All right, mic check 1 2 1 2. This right here. Oh, mic check 1 2 1 2. Here's one right here. Sacramento. You guys have seen me. I'll highlight this.
Mic check 1 2 1 2.
Right here, right? The Golden One Arena. You guys always see me here, right? It returns to Sacramento August 22nd, so you know your boy is going to be right there, front and center, covering the fights for you guys. So yeah, it's going to be here local, and the headline is going to be Fluffy Hernandez taking on RoboCop, and you guys. All right, y'all. Here we are. Here we are right now. We are now in the first fight of the evening. So literally within 2 hours and 58 minutes into this live stream, we are now entering the first fight of the evening. So fight number 1. Okay. It's going to be Cody Durden taking on Alessandro Costa. I like the pacing of this, right? Just literally out of nowhere, they're like, hey, you know what? We're going to have the first fight right now. Just like that. They're like, yup, we're going to have the first fight. And that is that. I'm going to get to the comments all the way from the very beginning of the live stream, and then we're going to progress from there. So, all right, round number 1, y'all. Okay, so what do we got right here? Round number 1, 4:48, 4:47, 4:46 of the first round so far. All right, so hopefully the audio doesn't pick up too much of this fight right here, because obviously I am somewhere in front of the TV screen as I am covering these fights for you guys right now. What you are seeing in the screen right now, obviously, is Max Holloway being ground and pounded by Conor McGregor. Not today, although that could be the case, but obviously a picture from their first fight, and there it is right there, the fight poster, the 2 official fight posters for this event. All right. All right, so here we go, guys. 1-2 shot by Durden. 3:19, 3:18, 3:17, 3:15 of the first round right now as Costa is circling right on Durden. There is a knee right up top by Durden within that close range exchange right there. Low kick by Cody Durden. Costa still backing up Durden. Durden sort of backing away, circling backwards. Oh, while he was circling backwards, there was a spinning heel kick right there by Costa. All right, I may have to turn down the TV volume on this one, y'all. I gotta turn. Oh my goodness, there's some hard shots right there by Costa. Costa walking Durden down right now. I believe I had Costa winning this fight right here. I believe, yeah, I predicted Costa to win this fight. So far, he's doing pretty good. He's doing pretty good so far. So he's walking him down the whole entire fight right now. Now Cody Durden walks him down, or at least attempts to walk him down. Oh, okay, there's some good exchanges right there. We are at 134, 133, 132, 130 of the first round. 127, 126, 125. Cody Durden circles around into the center of the cage as he low kicks Costa right there, backs up. Costa throws a leg kick of his own. All right, so good clinch positions right here by Cody Durden. Backs away. Ooh, goes in here, shoots for an attempt. Nice stuffing by Costa here. Now we are about just right under 30 seconds into the first round right now. Nice jab by Cody Durden. As Costa was going in for that front kick, Cody Durden catches it. Breaks away. Oh, wow, there's some nice hooks in the middle of the octagon right there. A little bit of some preview of what Max Holloway may ask Conor McGregor to do, stand toe-to-toe in the middle of the octagon later on. Cody Durden is busted up right now in the right eye. And that concludes the first round. Let's hear some comments. Who won the first round? I got the first round on Costa. All right, so we are. Oh, sorry about that. We are just awaiting the first round right now, and yeah, just awaiting the first round right now. Awaiting the second round rather. Yeah, I give the first round easy round for Costa right there. Easy round for Costa. Cody Durden has to show me something here to show that he absolutely deserves this one right here. But what the problem seemed to be is that Cody Durden is constantly getting walked down by Costa. And as Costa is constantly walking him down, there goes Cody Durden right there. Just sort of, you know, allowing Costa to walk forward towards him. Good leg kick right there by Cody Durden. 1-2 shot by Cody Durden. There's a low kick by Costa, still walking him down. I believe Cody Durden feels a lot more comfortable just walking backwards, right? As opposed to, I guess, not wanting to play the game of Costa in terms of what Costa's trying to do. Now, what is Costa trying to do? His whole entire prerogative is to throw some bombs. And I think Cody Durden is noticing that. What is this? He pulls guard, or was he going for something here? Looked like a combination of him pulling guard and at the same time getting put down on the ground right here. All right, so right up top is Cody Durden. Right on the bottom is Cody Durden. Right up top is Costa right now. Side control position right now. 316, 315, 314, 312. There he is right now, taking the back of Cody Durden. Cody Durden has the defensive position right now. Now he's got it locked in. He's got to really remove that. He's got to remove those elbows right there. He's got it tight, man. Costa got this right here. It looks like he's got this. It's only a matter of time before Cody Durden taps. He tapped. He tapped right there. There it is. He tapped to the rear naked choke. Second round submission win for Alejandro Costa. Second round submission. Second round submission. He got it, man. He got it right there. 3 hours and 7 minutes into the live stream. Costa wins via rear naked choke. Second round submission. So there it is, guys. A good way to start off the card. I mean, what a great way to start off the card, right? You get in there, you get a submission, and boom, you're out of there. Let's see what everybody is talking about right now. Hold on a second here. Okay, yeah, not much comments going on right now. But yeah, man, let me know, guys. Let me know what you guys thought about that victory by Costa. I did have him winning this fight. I don't know if it was going to be a submission. You know what? I didn't predict the finish for this one, quite honestly. Certainly not a second round submission, but fair play to Alejandro Costa. I did predict him to win, just not by submission. And great on him, man, for winning by submission. Great on him. Can you guys believe in just about a matter of hours, like 4 hours from now, Conor McGregor is going to fight? Maybe just about 5 hours from now, to be exact, I would say. But yeah, man. Wow. Wow. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, isn't it, lad? It's absolutely unbelievable. Speaking of which, man, yeah, let's take a look at the tail of the tape of Max Holloway and Conor McGregor the first time they fought as opposed to right now, right? Conor, older by 3 or 4 years, right? There seems to be a little bit of discrepancy here, obviously, because Conor McGregor turns 38 in about a matter of days from now. Okay, so Conor McGregor was the older gentleman when they fought, right? But Max Holloway was the elder statesman at that point, right? Meaning that he had more of the UFC experience as that was going on, okay? So always remember that. He had more of the UFC experience up until that point. Fast forward to right now, guess what we got going on? We got a Max Holloway who is far more, the even more experienced championship round level fighter than that of Conor McGregor. I am not saying that he's not a championship level fighter. By the way, speaking of championship level fighter, there's Diego Lopez right there, congratulating his teammate Alessandro Costa, who just pulled off a win. But yeah, he's more of the elder statesman right now. It's the same story over and over again, right? He was the veteran last time, and this time Conor McGregor is the least experienced fighter between the two. Okay, and once again, it's not to say that he's not a championship level fighter, but as I was saying, he doesn't have that experience of going 5 rounds. I mean, what? Nate Diaz, he went 5 rounds with Nate Diaz. Where else in his career did he really go championship rounds, at least within the UFC level of things, right? And, you know, there's not many, if not at all, right? He's a 1-round fighter. He's a 2-round fighter. He got knocked out the 2nd round against Dustin in the first fight. Couldn't make it out to the 2nd round in the Trilogy fight. And so that's just what we have going on. But up at this point right now, I noticed that when they asked Paulie Malignaggi about the fight, he said something to the following, right? He said, yeah, you know, Max Holloway is shot as well, right? And I know what he means by shot, right? It's a boxing term. Well, at least the way that boxing guys sort of define this word is a guy that is hittable, a guy that can be knocked down, a guy that is also chinny, a guy that has been knocked out multiple times in his career already, right? And that is the category that we can sort of place Max Holloway in. So that goes without saying that, once again, yes, even though Max is once again the more experienced fighter between the two from their previous outing, it is once again the reality that Max Holloway probably has taken more damage than Conor. The damage that Conor took has already been addressed, which is what? The shin, the fact that he had some leg issues, you know, after the Dustin fight and maybe before that. But, okay, if he has that situated, here's the other question that we have to sort of consider, right? What is his stamina going to look like? Because like what we learned from Sean Strickland, there is no substitute in fighting, okay, and getting ready for fighting than actually fighting itself, right? Actually sparring, actually going in there and putting the time and effort in. Well, Max Holloway is putting the time and effort into rounds, but he's also notorious for anti-sparring, right? In other words, he already knows what it's like to be in there, and as a result of knowing what it's like to be in there, he knows and understands that, hey, you know what, I don't really need to do much anymore here. I don't got to do much. I don't got to really do anything in terms of preparations, and sometimes that could be detrimental if you do no sparring at all, or sometimes it can be just a matter of self-preserving yourself, knowing that you already know how to fight. So what is there more to prove? But only time will tell, and yeah, we shall see. Just wanted to kind of give a little bit of some a little bit of some breakdown on that. Let me know what you guys think. So yeah. All right. So from what it seems here is that Gandra seems to have gotten a win here. How did he get this win? Yeah, I just stepped out for a second to the restroom, and all of a sudden, let's see how he got this win right here. Okay, so he goes up top with a hook, and there's the hand that goes down for Zachary Reese. Obviously, a very big mistake letting his hands down. He was letting his hands down because from what it seems like, he was signaling some sort of block for a kick. It seemed like he was looking for a low kick, the same type of block that you do if you're looking for a low kick, right? As some sort of like, yeah, trying to either catch the leg with your hand or, you know, trying to get some kind of like single leg opener out of it. That wasn't the case. You know, obviously he put his hands down at the wrong time, to which Gandra was going for a hook, and you know, he finished him off right there. So far, man, great appearances so far for the first two fights, because we got a finish. First round was, what is this? He's got a death note. What is that? Very interesting thing he's got going on there. Looks like a book slash passport of some sort, and then all his other team is wearing some sort of eye patch indicating what? Pirates of some sort? He's like, okay, so yeah, man, he put him to sleep. It's over. Gandra blasts him with a leaping left hook. Wow. And that was all she wrote right there. So, yeah, man, very good finish for Gandra right there. Honestly, man, I was a bit, you know, a little bit disappointed. I kind of, you know, missed that one. But, hey, you know, on to the next one for Farid Basharat right up next, man. You know, 15-0, 3 first-round finishes. So that is one thing that you're going to expect out of this fight is a whole lot of finishes out there. A whole lot of finishes out there, man. So, all right. Let's see here. Taking on John Garza. Yeah, this is his UFC debut. And remember, John Garza was sent here on a short notice, okay? Really a short notice on this one. And I got to tell you, man, it's a tall task for him to deal with. But you know what? Anything to get that UFC deal, right? You know, sometimes, look, here's another thing you guys got to understand too, right? Like getting a UFC contract nowadays is not what it seems like it was back in the days. You see, back in the days, like, oh, wow, he fights in the UFC. Like it actually means something. Nowadays, what it all really just means is just nothing more than you being a card filler. I mean, no disrespect to anybody that is in the, you know, in the prelims or people that are just starting out with their UFC career. Because remember, right, in order to have a UFC, you got to have everybody up in there. You got to have everybody up in the mix. You got to have everybody, you know, have an opportunity. You got to give people a chance, and you got to give people fights. And when you give people fights, then we get to find out who is who. So, yes, you know, somebody has to start somewhere. You know, somebody has to start somewhere. And, yeah. But bottom line, a lot of these fights are fillers. That's just what it really comes down to, right? They are a filler because the UFC as a company has an obligation to put out content after content. And here's another thing too, right? There's this pandemic of people in Russia creating fake sports, right? Like they literally have people playing ping pong, air hockey, and they would make these bets because, you know, there's just like, okay, there's not enough to bet. I don't know if there's just not enough, you know, if there's not enough MMA in Russia. But if that's the case and there's not enough MMA in Russia, there's definitely enough MMA in the UFC, in the United States in particular. And that is because of the fact that, hey, listen, the UFC has, you know, media obligations. So think about it like that, right? You know, the UFC contract doesn't really mean much anymore. So that in turn, going into this fight with Johnny Garza signed at a short notice. There was somebody that had pulled out. I believe it was an original opponent of Farid Basharat. And yeah, Farid was like, all right, you know, we'll bring somebody from the regionals, you know, come up here, guy who's probably not as ready as you are, right? Doesn't have a full camp like you, and we'll give him a shot. And in turn, this Johnny Garza guy is probably going to end up getting his record ruined, right? Once his record gets ruined, then, you know, it places him sort of in the bottom totem pole of, you know, of the UFC's matchmaking choices, card placement, futures, and things of that nature, right? Maybe even negotiation, leverage and pay, right? All these things factor in. So, yeah, I mean, if you like telling people that you're a UFC fighter, right? But the real guys that understand what it is nowadays understand what that entails, right? It's not as impressive as it once was. All right. So, yeah. All right. Moving on to the next fight with Johnny Garza and Farid. No, you know, I once shared a card right there, right? I once shared a card right there with Anthony Hernandez himself. So here he is now headlining UFC Sacramento after coming off of a loss against the current champion right now. So, all right. So here's a picture of John Jones and his family, and another example of why I hate internet MMA culture. All right, I'm just let you guys read that right there. 6-week break. When was that? Is there a 6-week break that is coming up for MMA or something like that? So what is this? Oh, how oh man, some crazy memes they got going on here. Okay, so this is what that page is about. They got memes like that. All right. But yeah, that's internet MMA meme culture for you in a nutshell. So what else do I have here in the okay, a little bit of some international combat sambo highlights right here. Let's check this one out right here. This was a double knockout. Yeah, like a double knockout situation. But yeah. All right, let's see what else do we have here. Oh yeah, Sean Strickland with the shirt. You know, as I showed you, well, I didn't showed you guys this, but I was told about this. So there's Sean Strickland with the shirt right here. Yeah. All right. So let's get to the Jaron Boots Ennis win. All right. Let's get to that. Ennis new. All right. So all right, we'll talk about this in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Jaron Boots Ennis, now the new star of boxing. Why do I say that? The guy's 29 years old, 36-0. You know who is 29 years old, 36-0? Floyd Mayweather. He's on that trajectory right now. Also, the fight that he had with Xanders. A lot of people are not going to give that guy a lot of credit because he was relatively unknown, unless, of course, you're a Puerto Rican boxing fan in New York, right? But mostly, a lot of people really didn't know him outside of the boxing sphere. But if you knew boxing, trust and believe Xanders was a good opponent for him. And that fight also showed a little bit of his humanity, a little bit of his vulnerability. As a result of that, Terrence Crawford came and mentioned him online, spewing something about no comment. You guys know what I think, and I think I kind of know what he means. Let me just break it down like this, right? He saw Jaron Boots Ennis get hit too much, but that was to his own detriment, and that was through his own choice of free will. Well, what do I mean by that? He chose to get hit. He chose to allow himself to be in a firefight. And as a result of being in a firefight, this is exactly what you got out of it. All right. What you got was a firefight, and not only a firefight, a fight that showed you have durability. There's plenty of fighters that never had to show whether they had durability or not. Khabib was probably one of them, other than his last fight ever against Justin Gaethje, which ultimately showed who Justin Gaethje was later down the road. Right? He hits like a truck, he says. Well, indeed he does, right? And he's also leg kicked Khabib a few times before Khabib was able to take him down, and not only take him down, finish him as a result of that. But you never really see a lot of fighters all throughout their careers who have been perfect their whole entire career really get tested. Floyd has been tested plenty of times very early in his career, not so much in the latter stages of his career, maybe a few snippets here and there, but you saw Jaron Boots Ennis get put to the haywire yesterday, and he allowed himself to be put in that haywire because he stepped into that fire. All right. So he proved a lot that night. It was a very entertaining fight. And I would imagine there's going to be other fights where he's not going to fight like that, where it's going to be boring to a decision to that's how he has to operate against a high-level operator, and otherwise you lose, right? Those are the two options sometimes. You either win at all costs, and sometimes at the cost of being called boring, or lose to the detriment of trying to be fan-friendly, right? That was a choice that he had going on, but great for Jaron Boots Ennis. Will he move up in weight as time progresses? I would imagine so. I would imagine he would move up a weight. I would imagine that he will move up to 160, maybe even 168 at a certain point. But yeah, Pancho Loco says lots of boxers got to 30 wins before they finally got beat their first time. Very true. Zurdo Ramirez is a prime example of that. Yeah, that is very true. Scandibigo says, did you see John a Volk and John catching a phone like a psycho? Huh? I didn't see that. Scandibigo says Kyrie counting down like Janet Jackson, Rhythm Nation. This is a test. No struggle, no progress. Huh? Let me read that again. Kyrie counting down like Janet Jackson Nation. This is a test. No struggle, no progress. Oh, okay. This is a test. No struggle, no progress. Got it. So obviously indicative of the fact that we are only seeing potential growth for what's his name? For Jaron Boots Ennis. Yeah. Jaron Boots Ennis, you could tell early on that he was going to be something, right? Very athletic, right? Has this type of Manny Pacquiao type of speed to him, right? And explosiveness. There's guys that are explosive, but they don't have power, right? Manny Pacquiao had firepower and speed. He's an example of somebody that has both, right? Pacquiao has both. Jaron Boots Ennis has both. And I would imagine that it's going to take him further into his career as a result of it. So who
out of the Dominican Republic.
All right, here we go, guys. 3:30 into it. We got round number 1, Farid versus Garza. Let's get to it. 450, 447, 446, 444, 443. Garza looking pretty good so far in terms of head movement, in terms of double jabs right there, backing Farid up. Oblique kick, nice. Oblique kick to the knee by Basharat. Basharat looking to sort of switch his levels up and down right there. All right, yeah, very good striking between them right now. Very high level striking. Just like all sports, right? They all evolve over time. I think the growth of mixed martial arts is something that you can significantly see, especially if you have been watching it for, let's say, within a decade's time. Ooh, okay, there's a nice level change by Farid Basharat. By the way, that's a very good example of sort of faking your level change, right? If you look at Conor McGregor and the way that he had a face-off with Max Holloway, if you notice that face-off, it was all very indicative of sort of switching and changing levels, right? I'll show you what I mean. This was the face-off in the press conference. Let me show you what I mean. Conor McGregor versus Max Holloway face-off. Okay, so now Farid Basharat got reversed right there. Okay, so right here, let me show you guys this right here, the face-off right here. So let me show you guys the example of this. Okay, so right here.
You joined. Earn 5% cash back at different categories each quarter on up to $1,500 in purchases when you activate.
All right, let's see here. We can skip that. Let's go right here to the point that I'm trying to make right here, right? Now notice, if there's any indication that Conor McGregor is going to shoot in on this fight, it's right here. Look what he does. After he throws the glasses, what happens? He faces off him, okay? It gets a little bit wild, but he's saying, I'm going to do it calm, okay? He slaps the hand away. Look, see the level change. See, he's going up and down like that. He's sort of indicating, there's a great chance that he's indicating that he's going to shoot in. He's going to shoot in for a takedown, right? Level changing. That's what I think Conor McGregor is going to do. That there's a great chance that he's going to do that. He's going to level change. He's going to do what is Max Holloway's greatest weakness, and why would you not? All right, so here we go. Farid Basharat and Johnny Garza right now. Back on the feet again, 130, 129, 127, 126, 125 of the first round so far. Round number 1. Yeah, so far I would probably give this to Farid Basharat. He did get reversed in those scrambling changes, but he was the one that took him to the ground, had some ground control time. But the stand-up of Johnny Garza is looking pretty good, man. You know, I would say he's got some pretty good jabs, some pretty good, ooh, okay. Now Johnny Garza is going in for the shot. All right. Good exchanges right there. Okay, there's Farid once again looking to change levels, showing the intentions of doing exactly that. Nice hook attempt by Garza. Really powerful shots. This fight is contested in the featherweight division. Oh, nice spinning attack by Farid Basharat. You know, he's a specialist when it comes to those spinning attacks. Good uppercuts right there.
And that is the end of the round right there. That's the end of the round. Round number 1. Yeah, tough round to score. Tough round to score, I must say. What's going on with England and Norway right now? England versus Norway. What's going on with that right now? Let's see. Oh, wow. What is this? 1-1? Is that the final? 1-1? Oh my goodness. Wow. Is this halftime though? Oh, okay. Okay, so it is halftime. All right. All right, man. 1-1. Very tight game, huh? Very tight game is England and Norway. Yeah, I told you guys I got Norway winning this one. Obviously, I am a supporter of Erling Haaland, so naturally, yeah, man, I'm rooting for him on that one. Wow, how about this already? Next week is Usman and Duplessis. Good low kick by Farid Basharat. Oh, what is this? Hold on a second here. Scandabigo says Conor should grab Mask's wrist and smash his head in with the reach advantage. Grab his wrist. Okay, yes, I see what you're saying, Scandabigo, right? Sort of parrying his shots and, of course, being a really powerful man. You know what? One person that I believe Conor got into it with, I believe he was a Pakistani British guy in Miami, right? So he got into it with that British Pakistani guy. And if you remember, he was talking about how he grabbed his phone. And he mentioned how insane the level of grip Conor McGregor had, right? Just the level of grip that Conor McGregor had going on. It was, yeah, he said he's never felt anything like it. So, if there's any indication to tell you that, Conor McGregor has some serious grip strength behind him, and just because he didn't grow up, a grappler of some sort, yeah, he's got some strength behind him for sure, as indicative of that Pakistani British guy that got his phone smashed by Conor in Miami, if you remember that incident. All right, so as the fight continues, all right, Garza doing a very good job of his distance control here, especially for being the shorter man as well. 215, 211, 212, 210 of the second round now. All right, a little lazy low kick right there. Usually when people are throwing lazy shots, it's usually just kind of set something up, or sometimes it can also be sort of an indication that you're tired. Boom. So speaking of tired, Basharat picked up on that, changed his level, shot in, got a takedown. Ooh, there's another takedown right there, right off the fence. 135, 133, 132 of the second round. So, yeah, very good so far for Basharat. Very good round for Basharat so far. Yeah, man. Shout out to Scandabigo, man. How are you, man? Let me know how you are and where are you watching this fight today. So, you know, some interesting things about going on in this fight. Obviously, you have Conor McGregor and the Nikita Hand situation that was brought up, right? So what was interesting about that? Conor McGregor brought up something to the effect of, hey, you know what? God knows, only God knows what really went down. I thought that's quite remarkable for him to say that, right? But again, really, you know, anybody can honestly put it on God, can put anything on God. And as a result of that, you know, it's not usually an indication of one's piety in any degree, right? In fact, I would suspect that a lot of, you know, the biggest sociopaths out there love to use religion as a way to sort of rehabilitate their image in some kind of way. And again, we never know. We don't know what is in the heart of Conor McGregor, of whether, you know, there's really actual remorse there or actual wanting of change to a certain degree. What I do remember, though, and what is also very good for this situation of rehabilitation and also maybe troubling for his athletic performance, was that when I mentioned how he mentioned how he once experimented with ayahuasca and how he said he looked outside of his body and saw that there was death there, that his kids were alone, that his wife was alone, and things of that nature. And it really hit him hard in terms of what he was doing with his life and what he needed to do. And if that is the case, then I am in no right to judge any man that wants to live a life of redemption, right? That is precisely on Conor McGregor and his choice to do exactly that. But the one thing that I can say about Conor McGregor is that he does look focused, right? Depending on how material that is to this fight and how that's going to translate to his athletic performance is another, you know, it's another conversation. But make no mistake, only time will tell, right? But at the same time, just because Conor wins tonight, it doesn't mean that he's entirely remorseful or learns a lesson, or I don't know, man. You know, it could go either way. You know, he could either be just a man pretending to, you know, care or trying to rehabilitate his image, or he really does understand that, hey, you know what, living a positive life with good, you know, with good accounts of yourself is only going to lead to positivity in your athletic performance. Maybe it could just be that, but you never know. You never know. And that's sort of the beauty of this whole thing, is we're all here to, you know, sort of speculate. He says, you got to watch Cejudo versus Merab in RAF. That was incredible. My man, I know, man. I know there, you know what? There's so many things going on right now, right? There was a point, Marty, there was a point where I literally watched everything, right? I would literally have multiple screens going up, whether it was in my house, whether it was in my office, or whether it was in, you know, whatever stage I was, right? Multiple phones, multiple gadgets, right? Just to watch, like, let's say a boxing event and an MMA event, right? At the same time. You know what I say to that right now, in all honesty, as we're heading into the third round right now? Boy, this fight went really quick with Garza and Basharat. What I say to that, Marty, is no more, okay? The reason why is because I feel like I'm just trying to consume all of this at once, right? So then it becomes like this obligation and task rather than, you know, something that you genuinely enjoy. Now, on any given situation where Conor McGregor is not returning, okay, and then there's not a World Cup match going on, that's another thing that you got to consider, right? Okay, England and Norway are playing right now. They're like at a halftime position right now. I believe they're heading into the second half, right? And, you know, I'd rather be here watching my man Farid Basharat, you know, fight in a Conor McGregor undercard, you know, than honestly watch, you know, Holland and, you know, versus Kane in England, right? Holland representing Erling Haaland representing Norway and the Harry Kane representing England. Yeah, great matchup, right? But, you know, I'm a fighting guy, and those can wait in terms of highlights. But yes, I would imagine that would be a great matchup. Just do me a favor, don't spit any spoilers. But I'm sure I'm probably going to run across it, you know, anyway. But for those that are participating in the chats, if you are hearing this right now for the first time, no spoilers on the RAF. The England and Norway match, that's not anything that you can do. But anyways, yeah, International Fight Week, and I'm a fight man, just like all of you are fighting men, right? You know what I mean? We're fighting men, for crying out loud. You know what I mean? We're not wrestlers. Well, I mean, some of us were at some point, right? But, you know, I think at a certain point, you know, a wrestler becomes a fighter, right? But, you know, the wrestling never leaves the fighter, if you know what I mean. But anyways, yes. So he says, I didn't give it away. Okay, good. Okay, that's good to know. Scandivigo says Conor's weakness is his core. If Max goes all in, the body shots, it's over. It's interesting that you mentioned that, okay? The reason why it's interesting that you mentioned that is because I remember the trainer of Andre Ward during the Floyd Mayweather fight, right? They were interviewing him, and he commented about Conor McGregor's waistline. He says, you know what? He has a waistline, not that of a fighter, right? He has a very skinny waistline, so his core does have susceptibility to a certain degree. So I don't know how, you know, true that is. Maybe there is something to that. I've never really seen anybody go to the body with Conor McGregor, right? That would be interesting to see. You know, not a lot of people attempt that for whatever reason. You know, maybe they just don't want to outkick Conor McGregor, or maybe they don't want to, you know, get checked by any of his kicks. I mean, these are all just, you know, possibilities. But anyway, speaking of which, as I was saying just right before this match, Basharat and Garza, I knew that Garza was not going to win this. Look, that's the end of the fight right there. He gave a good account of himself. Look, short notice. Okay, he came in here on his UFC debut. I told you guys, you know, everybody wants to be a UFC fighter now, right? They're willing to sign that record and sign that deal straight away for as little money as possible, when they could be out there making more money like AJ McKee in Bellator and you know, in PFL, you know, with the process of building their own name, you know, kind of like with the MVP route, right? But obviously, you know, MVP may have came into the UFC a little too late, but nonetheless, guys, that is it right there. Farid Basharat wins that one by unanimous decision. Obviously, I think the wrestling won him the fight, the striking as well. Garza made a good account of himself, but 2 weeks notice is just not enough. It's not enough to win it. It's not enough to strategize for it. And it's not enough to be prepared against an undefeated guy like Farid Basharat, who is 15-0 now, heading into 16-0. All right, guys, we'll be right back.
Inside RX Bar. What's inside matters. RX Bar. No BS.
The internet is full of travel hacks. Most of them are terrible. Or just use Holofly. Holofly has your back. Unlimited data. Plus, always on for when you need it most.
Into Conor McGregor and Max Holloway. Is it the same Conor McGregor as it once was? Because let's be very honest about this. Okay? What they are trying is essentially sell you a Conor McGregor that was, quite frankly, very elusive, has a lot of elastic skills in his lateral movement, unpredictable, very unconventional. If you remember, back in the days, Conor trained with a man named Ido Portal. Now, regardless of where Ido Portal is from, whatever his background is, there is something that worked with his approach, and that was be elusive. Be the type of target that is very difficult to hit. And the question is, can Conor McGregor perform in that same capability right now? And the answer is, well, we don't know. And many of the experts, and quite frankly, many of the people that actually fight, not to say that it's just exclusively them, but the people that actually train are saying that Max Holloway has the best chance of winning. And the question is why? Why is it that they believe that? Why is it that many of these people are saying, or why is it the consensus that Max Holloway is going to win this fight? Well, it's because of his activity. The other side of that, you can argue, well, perhaps the activity of Max Holloway is way too much. Okay? And maybe that activity level is going to slow him down. Whereas with Conor McGregor's time off, perhaps he gave himself time to not only heal, but also train to work amongst other things. By the way, if you guys are wondering, we are at the Sacramento Automobile Museum. Okay, so I am just filming you guys the front garage of the Museum of Sacramento. So I just kind of wanted to show you guys that. Okay. Let me get out of the cart since we got a few good amounts of people in here right now. So check this out right here. See right here. Kind of give you guys a little bit of a little bit of a look at Sacramento Automobile. Well, anyways, so moving on, as we were saying about Conor McGregor and Max Holloway's weigh-ins, what did I notice? I noticed that Conor McGregor was focused, single task minded. What do I mean by single task minded? Well, meaning that there's not a lot of jazz and pizzazz to the ceremonial weigh-ins, not like that in a way that when Khabib, if you remember, he tried to kick Khabib, right? Because there was a lot of venom, a lot of hatred. Now, with Max Holloway, not so much. So, once again, kind of Shakespearean-like in the difference of UFC 229 as opposed to UFC 329. Even though he got a little bit physical with Max, it never got ugly to the level that he did with Khabib. Because Khabib, although he inserted his same level of venom and delivery to his disdain for his opponent. Also, the aspect of religion came into it. The aspect of families got into it, and it became a completely different fight. You could tell. So it wasn't just business; it was very personal for Conor McGregor. In fact, so personal that he had to go with religion against Khabib. He really had to do it. He really had to do it, and that's really unfortunate. So let me get out here and give you guys a little bit of my thoughts on it. Right? So obviously, also part of the weigh-ins, you had Bobby Green and Terrence McKenna, right? A lot of people don't know a lot about the beef that Terrence McKenna and Bobby Green had going on, which surprised me of why the UFC decided not to, sort of promote that, right? Give it a little bit of some promotion. I don't know why, but they had decided that, hey, you know what? We're not going to pay attention to this. Conor McGregor fighting Max Holloway is good enough, but the problem is you're sort of hurting the long-term product in which of what you're going to do with Terrence McKenna next, because win or lose, you know that Terrence McKenna is always up for a good old one-round fight. Whether that round one fight is consistent of an Apex card or a card in, let's say, Las Vegas, which is where this fight is taking place at. So shout out to everybody around the world as we are covering UFC weigh-ins, the ceremonial weigh-ins, and what we thought about it. BSD and Paddy Pimblett looked really good. It was really standard. There wasn't really a lot of jazz and pizzazz to it. Of course, there was a little bit of that sauce with Bobby Green and Terrence McKenna. Something to highlight. Luke, Riley, and Farid Basharat. Yeah, man. Really, with Conor McGregor and Max Holloway looked stoic as always. So did Conor McGregor. Once again, everything is all about real business with these guys. So, what sort of matchups are we going to get if, let's say, Conor McGregor loses, right? There's always Michael Chandler. Michael Chandler is always there, right? Michael Chandler is always there if Conor McGregor loses. Now, what about if he wins? Well, if he wins, then what you get is a multitudes of different options. Championship fights from different weight classes that could range from Islam Makhachev to Justin Gaethje, but I think that his body peak right now fancies 170, right? And him going down to 155 to fight Gaethje, I don't think he wants to do that. If he was to fight Gaethje, it would probably be in the circumstances of doing it at 170, right? With no title on the line. That's if he wins. So imagine if Paddy wins against BSD and then you get Paddy to go in there against Conor. It would be one of the biggest matchups ever. Really, it would really be one of the biggest matchups ever in the UFC, especially in terms of European. Well, first off, the Paddy Pimblett would be taking on the young British contingency of that fan base, while Conor is already a global superstar, but still, nonetheless, very big in their region. Now, imagine if they decided to do a stadium fight with Conor and Paddy Pimblett. These are absolute possibilities to think about. So another thing that people really need to understand is even though Conor McGregor has locked in with his diet, with his lifestyle changes over the course of from December to right now, literally within the fight week of this week's circumference. All right, here we go. Round number one between Pinas and Almeida. So 450, 447, 446, 445. They meet right in the middle of the octagon. A bit of some Muay Thai stance between them right now. One guy in the orthodox stance, the other in the unorthodox stance. They both throwing and exchanging kicks in the middle of the octagon. There's another kick right there by Almeida. Low kick by Pinas. Good high kick. Good high kick by Almeida. All right, good low kicks. Good low kicks. There's a nice body kick right there by Almeida. All right, very good exchange of kicks right there. There's another one right there. Almeida takes him down. Okay, then he gets taken down himself. Pinas. All right, here we go. Low kick once again by Almeida. Oh, wow. Oh, good hook right there. I don't know what came out of that. It sort of slipped him up a little bit more than anything. Okay, there's a nice body straight right there, straight to the body shot. A really good amount of kicks that are being thrown in this fight right now. Really good amount of kicks that are being thrown. Really enjoying the kicks, especially if you're a Muay Thai guy. I think you would absolutely appreciate some of these kicks that they got going on here.
really good fight. David Vigo says Marab is probably mediocre at best without his cardio. Well, I tell you what, man. That also goes the same for Michael Bisping, don't you think? Oh, speaking of which, oh my goodness, Pinas just knocked out Almeida out of nowhere. Out of nowhere, Pinas just knocked out Almeida. Wow. A knockout that came out of nowhere. That knockout just literally came out of nowhere, guys. Wow. Wow, man, great knockout. Look at that knockout shot, man. Yeah, it showed a little bit of some sportsmanship right there. After he dropped them, look at this. So he goes for a low kick, straight shot. So it was the low kick. You know, people, I can understand why people are reluctant to throw the low kick, and this is an example of that. Sometimes when you're throwing, especially a very lazy low kick, and then you go really hard up top with a straight shot, yeah, you could absolutely get clipped, man. And also be on the lookout for Conor McGregor to throw those straight shots as well. If you notice something about Conor, he's really good at getting those straight shots in. Yep, straight shot is all that took right there. Yeah, so very good finishes so far they've been having. Thus far, man, really a lot of good finishes they've been having thus far in these fights, man. Very good finish on the part of Pinas. Um, Let me see how I've been looking at my record so far tonight because so far I think I've gotten 100% correct. Let's see. Let's take a look at where I am at tonight. So Ryan Gandra I got correct for sure. The Alessandro fight I got correct. Farid B fight I got correct. And literally by decision. Yeah, the Damian Pinas, I got that one correct. Yeah, and now we got Tracy Cortez and Wayne Kong coming up next. I'm going to have that one correct because, look, Tracy Cortez is just another face, but no skill, and it's no different in the men's world, isn't it? You know what I mean? Like, you got these guys that people really believe in that, oh, yeah, he's going to win, or, this and that. Oh, you don't know if he's been training all this time, and, but Tracy Cortez is, yeah, in that same field, I would say. But yeah, man, shout outs to Damian Pinas. Great win. All right, going back to yesterday after the ceremonial weigh-ins, this is what I had to say leading up to it. Maybe I could drop some pretty cool jewels here regarding what had happened. So, all right, here we go.
Number two, are we looking at a Conor McGregor that is not there anymore? Meaning that, are we picturing a Conor McGregor that is going to do tornado wheel kicks? I mean, can he even do that anymore? Can he even do spinning attacks? Now, we've seen remnants of that against the Dustin Poirier fight. He's shown remnants of that. But will he continue to do that? And that is the question that remains. What we do know is that Max Holloway has always maintained a certain level of pace, a certain level of volume that he can keep up with. Conor McGregor can be in a scenario where not only does Conor McGregor dominate early on, right? You see a world and a possibility where Conor McGregor is dominating early on. Now, the problem, as rounds develop, Conor McGregor starts slowing down.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform made for anyone with an idea and a drive to bring it to life. Describe what you want.
Is that a possibility? Well, the answer is yes. That is a possibility. Conor McGregor has a chance of slowing down. And when he slows down, he's going to get humbled. He's going to get his face peppered up with Max Holloway's jabs. And eventually he's going to gas out, not being able to keep up with the pace of Max Holloway's 1-2s and forward motion of these straight shots, while Max Holloway is utilizing his height. And then you realize that, wow, Conor McGregor has no chance in this fight. Everything that we suspected was exactly what we got out of Conor McGregor, okay? The reality is, Conor McGregor did come off of an injury. Conor McGregor did get knocked out in the time that he came back to fight Dustin Poirier. If you remember, from the time that he fought Dustin Poirier was around 2021, right? Twice that year he fought him. Obviously, the first time they fought was in 2014, to which Conor McGregor knocked out Dustin Poirier. Fair play, right? He won that fight. He knocked him out on that one, right? Now, they rematch after Conor McGregor comes back from the Donald Cerrone fight. What did Conor McGregor learn from the Donald Cerrone fight? Well, it is really this simple. What he learned from the Donald Cerrone fight was the value of the shoulder strikes. As he used those shoulder strikes to dominate Donald Cerrone, he realized, you know what? When's the next event? When's the next fight? All of a sudden, in comes the pandemic, right? The pandemic made it very difficult for Conor McGregor to have a career, all right? And the reason why it made Conor very difficult to deal with during the pandemic was because he generates gates. Do you imagine what the gate numbers are right now for UFC 329 in Las Vegas? Do you guys have any idea of the number of that? The number of that is, let's try 25 million in the gate that they made, okay? The highest was probably 17, and that was UFC 205. Now comes UFC 329. All right? Highest gate. This is why Conor McGregor had a hard time getting fights in a pandemic. So during the pandemic, he was able to get fights. All of a sudden, he goes back in there as Dustin Poirier in Abu Dhabi. Limited crowd, gets knocked out. And then they come back Vegas that same year in a July of, okay? And then what happens? Conor McGregor snaps his legs, and that was the last time we ever saw him. So let's give an excuse to Conor McGregor that he got knocked out the first time he came back against Dustin Poirier for their second rematch, okay? Remember, second rematch, not the one where he snapped his leg. I'm talking about second rematch, all right? We can excuse that because during the pandemic, it was very difficult to get Conor McGregor a fight. Why? Because he generates gates, and during the pandemic, you weren't going to get any gates. There it is right there. Perfect timing as I am talking about the gates of the UFC while we are entering the gates of Sacramento's bridge. All right. So as I move on, right, it's very difficult to bring Conor McGregor to the table to fight during a pandemic. So his career halted. As a result, we can excuse the fight for Dustin Poirier the second time around. Now, what about in July when he snapped his leg? Wasn't there a speculation, and we're going to take it with a grain of salt, that he snapped his leg prior to the event? Okay? Having an injury and then going into that fight, which is why, if you notice, Conor McGregor opened up that fight, hitting him with some, what do you call it? Low kicks. He was hitting him with low kicks. Low kick after low kick after low kick, Conor McGregor was hitting Dustin Poirier with. And as a result, after he was hitting him with those low kicks, it eventually was his own demise. It was absolutely his own demise because, remember, he was kicking Dustin Poirier knowing damn well he had an injured leg. Okay, but let's rewind back a little bit during that fight. What did we see? We saw high kicks, side kicks. We saw hook kicks. We saw a lot of taekwondo. We saw a lot of good karate stance fighting MVP Stephen Thompson style. And we saw a very elusive Conor McGregor. We also saw him clip Dustin a few times with a few good shots, okay? And this was under the assumption that Conor McGregor was full, all well, and healthy. And little did we know he had leg issues going into that fight while Conor McGregor still belligerent.
The Sonic Smasher lineup just got hotter with the new Tropical Heat Smasher. 2-hand smash patties made with Angus beef make it a smasher. Jalapeno pineapple glaze brings the heat. It's Hot Smasher Summer for a limited time at Sonic.
If you type all day for work, you need this. My work in tech can get pretty overwhelming. I have hundreds of emails and documents, trying to keep up with all the conversations. It's not always easy, but having Superhuman Go has made it so much easier. Superhuman Go from the makers of Grammarly is my writing assistant to make my day-to-day more efficient and effective, catch my mistakes, and help my writing be more clear and concise. The best part is it just pops up when you're working, and if you already have Grammarly, you just have to toggle it on the Grammarly browser extension. I can quickly ask it to summarize my meeting notes or emails and give me key points of things that I might have missed. I like reader reactions because it's like having someone who is going to
in a belligerent manner, knowing that he was in there with a compromised leg, still uses it for his own calf kicks, only for Dustin to do the same thing and basically bringing him to his own demise during that fight. And weirdly enough, during that fight, what does he do? He goes in absolute defiance of his own loss, goes and says the following. I mean, you guys know what he said to Dustin and, people in his Dustin's family. I don't even need to repeat it. You guys know what I'm talking about. And when he did that, it was out of defiance and saying that, you know what, man, even though I lost, I'm still the Mac Daddy around here. You know what I mean? I'm still the one that runs the show around here, even though that I lost, right? And the arrogance of him, you will never find any athlete that is capable of taking his own loss and using it as a way of making himself look like the hero in the end. Only in the world of Conor McGregor, he's done this in the Khabib fight as well. And I wish I was doing content during the time of Khabib and Conor because, man, I would have had so much content and so much things to say about it. But nonetheless, right, going back to this weigh-in with Max Holloway and Conor McGregor, we talked about the possibilities for Conor McGregor in terms of his wins here, right? all positive networks, right? There's an Islam Makhachev fight. Obviously, that is the more than likely scenario because let's think about it. There is no way Ian Gary is going to beat Islam Makhachev. If he does, then fair play to the lad. He's going to win it fair and square, and then it would be one of the most shocking and most upsets of the years in MMA, right? Great. Now, the beauty of that is, well, maybe you'll have an Irish on Irish situation going on. And what do I mean by that exactly, right? Well, Ian Gary is a champion, and where are you going to place Conor McGregor after a Max Holloway win? There's only one place to go, and that is Max Holloway. Max Holloway, and then from Max Holloway, Islam Makhachev, because Islam Makhachev beat Ian Gary. That is the only way to go from here, okay? So here's what you guys need to understand, right? Even if Conor McGregor loses this, they can still have him fight Michael Chandler. And he's going to ride out his contract, win or lose, right? It's going to be one of those win or lose type of fights. He wins, great. Rides off into the sunset. Off he goes to Netflix to fight Jake Paul or fight Darren Till at a celebrity boxing match, Misfits or MVP or Netflix or The Ring or Turkey El-Sheikh or whoever can offer Conor McGregor anything out there. All right? Anything that they can offer him. By the way, I have a theory, all right? And obviously, this is in no means of any disrespect to any people or any government or any thing like that. This is just all speculation, but I think there is a good chance that Saudi Arabia owns the UFC behind the scenes. Okay, and the reason why they don't want to put it out there is because maybe there is just privacy reasons behind it, right? There's a lot of people that own apartments that you don't know about. You don't know that you could be living in an apartment that I happen to manage or I happen to own or somebody that I know happens to own it. So, you know, we are in some sort of owners association or owners that know each other through speed dial, right? I would know who your landlord is, if not being your landlord yourself, right? And that is a secret. You don't know what people own. You don't know what they have going on. And sometimes they'd rather keep it a secret for whatever reasons they have.
Get a Jimmy John's Vito, Turkey Tom, or the Pepe, chips, and a drink for $8.99 with our summer sandwich savings. Try all natural turkey or smoked ham or Italian meats and cheese. The $8.99 meal deal at Jimmy John's. Oh, that's good.
So as a result of that, why would that be kept under wraps? Well, you have to understand that these people are rich because they are not only a government, but they are also a monarchy that's tied to a government that's also tied to its national treasures, i.e. the expense that Muslims pay around the world to visit Mecca. So there's a tourism factor into that, along with the fact that they have influence in sports. That's also a positive thing, but maybe there's just some things that, they would rather not disclose. But for sure, what we do know is that Turkey El-Sheikh has mentioned out of public that he owns at least 60% of Zuffa Boxing. So what does that mean? If he owns 60% of Zuffa Boxing, that means that when Conor McGregor went to the Tyson Fury and Francis Ngannou fight, he asked Turkey El-Sheikh for his assistance, all right? When he asked for Turkey El-Sheikh's assistance, what do you think would happen? What do you think happens behind the scenes? So we can only use our imagination to that degree. In comes now UFC 329. Is it plausible to say that, hey, you know what? Maybe with the assistance of Turki El-Sheikh, it is the reason why UFC.
All right, Charles. Mic check. Okay, perfect. We are back. Wang versus Cortez. Yes, Wang versus Cortez. Tracy Cortez, as in Nike Cortez's. Yes. Everybody in Tracy Cortez's hood is probably looking at this right now. Hey, Holmes, you're not going to let that Sheena beat you like that, eh? You're not going to let her beat you like that, eh? You better rise up on that, Sheena Holmes. Yeah, you already know. All right. Some good taps right there. Oh, wow. Nice leg kicks. Look at this. I kind of predicted a finish on this one right here. Yeah, I picked against Tracy Cortez on this one. So far, I'm undefeated tonight. All my picks are undefeated so far tonight. But it's not the prelims or the main cards that people judge you for. You know, you've made the wrong pick in the main event. Oh boy, people are going to look to crucify you on that. You better believe they're going to look to crucify you on that. Okay, good low kick by Wang. Oh, good shots right there. Oh, there's another one. Good shots. Good right hand by Kong. All right. Tracy looking to back her up right now, but Kong circling away, jabbing up, throwing low kicks at the same time, mixing it up. 213, 211, 210 of the first round. Nice. Another leg kick. Another leg kick. There's a calf kick that time by Wang. All right, pumping, changing levels here. Good body kick. Oh, wow, man, there's another one right there, man. Constant leg kicks by Kong. Another leg kick by Kong. 1-2 shot by Wang. Good shots. Oh, good knee right up top. There's a body lock right there by Kong Wang. In a dominant body lock position, has Tracy pushed up against the fence. Wow, Tracy with a good scramble right there takes the clinching position right back. But okay, good scrambles between them right here. Fighting for positions out of nowhere. Tracy with the front lock choke attempt right here on Kong with 20 seconds left into the first round. Kong reverses once again, just about 10 seconds left into the first round, throwing shots in the body. Good work by Kong. Backs her into the fence. And that is the end of the first round, guys. That is the end of the first round. Yeah, a much better round. I give none of those rounds to. I'm not going to give any rounds to Tracy moving forward in this one. Yeah, I mean, really. You can't give. Yeah, Tracy has no chance. No chance. That's what you got. No chance in hell. You got no chance. Dun, 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 dun. No chance in hell. You got no chance. Dun, 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 dun. No chance in hell. You got no chance. So there it is, man. No chance. All right, we're on at round number 2 right now. Round number 2. Here we go. Okay, so Tracy Cortez opens up very sloppily. Well, yeah, a bit of a 1-2 there. Okay, a little bit better with the head movement right there, looking to fake jab and switch levels. Okay, there's a body kick that was sort of disguised in there. Great job on Tracy, shooting in, misses, and sort of takes a punch on her way down from getting those takedown attempts stuffed. 420 mark, 419, 418, 417, 416, 414 of the second round. First round, I score it for Wang. And Tracy is down on the ground right now, up-down position as she's trying to get up while Cortez is trying to hit her from the bottom. I'm sorry, while Wang is trying to hit her up top while Cortez is in the bottom. Okay, so now stood right back up, 350, 349. Wang backing her up, leg kicking her right behind the black line near the fence. Yeah, very non-telegraphed game by Wang. You don't see a lot of where these kicks are coming, when and where they're coming, or how they're coming. Yeah. Oh, good shots. All right. Nice jab by Tracy there. Backing her up now. Oh, that's a knee. Hold on now. We got an illegal knee situation right here. We got an illegal knee situation right here. There's going to be a timeout. You know what this means, controversy. And when you got these types of controversies, you know what that means. Tracy could walk away here with a win. You know how? All she has to do is pretend, hey, you know what? I'm hurt. That knee made me unable to continue. So as a result, I want to walk out of here with a win. That's what they're going to do. They're like, I want to walk out of here with a win. All right, so did they take a point away for that one? I believe so. They should. All right. So that should really affect you a lot right there. Okay, but look at Tracy coming out like a bull here. Like a bull in a china shop. No pun intended, obviously. All right, now they're brawling away right now. Tracy feels like her only chance right now is just to get in there and brawl. Okay, body kick by Tracy Cortez. Low kick by Wang. Back and forth, they throw kicks at each other. In the middle, in the center of the octagon, she throws a single inside leg kick by Wang. Faking the 1-2 shot right there. 1-2 shot entry fake. 137, 136, 135. Oh, wow. Good shots. Was looking to fake that one right there. There was a bit of a pump fake on that part right there. Oh, good shots. 33 seconds left into the second round. Oh, good body shots right there. Sort of tagged the body up a little bit in that one, right up top now by Wang. 22 seconds left, 20, 19, 18, 17 seconds in the second round. Another fake shot by Tracy Cortez right there, attempting to look like they're going for a single leg, circling right around Wang. All right. All right. He says, more like a hoe in a china shop. Oh, dang. He says, how is Tracy doing? You're not watching the fights right now, Marty? Tracy is doing horrible right now, my man. I mean, horrible. Okay, not too horrible, but I think horrible enough to the point where her corner is already telling her to go for it, and it's already the second round, right? In other words, I guess it is the perfect time to sort of go for it, right? For whatever that means to each team and each coach's interpretation. But going for it right now, meaning that, hey, you know, we're going into the third round. The second round, you looked all right. But I think Wang is leading on so far. Okay, there's a low kick right there by Wang. 1-2 shot. Wang's doing a very good job of backing her up by just throwing 1-2s, while also throwing some inside leg kicks. 4-17, 4-16 of the third round right now. All right, good leg kicks right now by Wang. Cortez and Wang both exchanging some leg kicks right now. Tracy Cortez shooting in for a single leg right here, gets into a body lock position. All right, maintains the body lock position. And 326, 325, 322, 319, 317. All right, 311, third round. 3 minutes left into this fight. Victory says, not yet, not yet. I'll start watching when Cody fights. Okay, fair enough. Too bad she didn't get any of Pereira's skill sets. You know, these MMA relationships, man, you know, to be honest with you, they are just, I don't know, dude. I don't like it. I think it is a distraction to have, you know, these types of, you know, training, you know, modules. You know what I mean? Like, I think that the boys got to go train, or the boys got to go train, and everybody else, you know, go do whatever it is that they need to do, right? I honestly feel that way. The reason why I feel that way is because there's really no benefits, at least not for the men. I mean, think about this, right? Obviously, the female fighters are going to reap the benefits of it, right? Just being with any formidable world-class athlete, period. But for the men, it is honestly a deficit. Like, what are you going to get out of training with someone weaker than you? Maybe you can learn something from them at a coaching capacity, right? Like, for example, if I was to go train with Ronda Rousey, given that you know my position on women's MMA, right? I would not refuse it. I would look at it in a very humble manner and say, you know what? This gold medalist or this bronze medalist or somebody that medaled in the Olympics, period, can teach me a thing or two about throwing some guys around from my hip motion. So not all is lost in women's MMA, but I just think that it is a total deficit for men to train with women, whereas it is an exponential benefit for men. I'm sorry, for women to train with top level men or any man, period, to be quite honest. Never mind just top level. Of course, that helps, but for the most part, it's a one-way streak type of benefit. You know, sort of like real life. But anyways, yeah, all the strikes have been on the side of Wang. I think Wang is on the verge right now, 20 seconds away right now of getting the decision win. But, man, fair play to Tracy Cortez not getting knocked out here. I was anticipating that she was going to get finished in this fight, but she did not get finished. However, Wang did fight a very good fight, to which within these 15 minutes, she dominated Tracy Cortez from top to bottom. So there it is, guys. There it is. Dominated the whole entire fight. Shout-outs to Wang with the beautiful performance. And Tracy Cortez, you know, there's going to be a lot of thirsty men out there that still want her to fight in the UFC. But if we're really objectively clear, she's not on a UFC level anymore. Okay? That's just what it really comes down to. Just another marketable face that they're going to continue to be on a losing streak like Tai Tuivasa. And that's it. All right. Well, great job on Wang. On to the next fight.
.329. Finally being able to bring Conor McGregor back into the cage. Because think about this, right? Is there a chance that Conor has lost a lot of money through sponsorships? Yes. Is it possible that he's lost a lot of money through the litigations of all of his court cases and civil lawsuits you know, and in all these controversies, and then not to even mention that he has to pay publicists to try and make himself look a little bit better to the public. That's the other side of fight management that a lot of people don't know about, especially when you are at the superstar level of that of Conor McGregor, and also within level of Messi, or in the modern example of right now, Holland, Erling Haaland. I mean, think about that, right?
At Capital Group, we design our active ETFs to weather the ups and downs of the market, so they can be rooted at the core of the portfolio. They're meticulously crafted to endure. Capital Group, actively different, active ETFs.
Want to lose weight without losing muscle? Factor got me there. I was tired of all the cutting and bulking cycles, so instead of
Norway was never a country that anybody expected to be top 10 into these into the World Cup. But remember this, right? Anything is so more on the ceremonial weigh-ins in just a second, right? What did you guys think about? Oh well, I think. Wow. Okay. I think the messages. I did not do that on purpose. I believe that I may have pressed a button accidentally prior to hitting this live, and not knowing that I may have accidentally turned off the comments button for this particular live. But nonetheless, I will replay this particular live stream, pre-stream, going into my UFC Fight Companion 329 show tomorrow, right? I will replay that, and you know, from there you guys can re-comment on that. But unfortunately, with this one, the comments have been accidentally turned off, and for that I am sorry. But what I will do is give you guys an audio form of breakdown in what we noticed in the UFC ceremonial weigh-ins. Did Conor McGregor look nervous? I don't think so. What I saw out of Conor McGregor was somebody that was very confident, somebody that had his mindset on what he was going to do. And here's another thing I wanted to mention, right? I noticed that when Conor McGregor was doing a face-off in Max Holloway, if you notice, he was changing. Now, why is it important to mention that he was trying to... Well, think about it. Conor McGregor is going to try to shoot in to Max. Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised if Conor McGregor decides to shoot in on Max Holloway. That is a strong possibility. All right? A very strong possibility. And the reason why I say that's a strong possibility is because let's really think about this, right? What is Max Holloway's greatest weakness? His greatest weakness is the wrestling. Charles Oliveira exposed that. He showed that it was the wrestling that was really going to rehabilitate Max Holloway, and so it did. He took him down over and over again. You don't think that Conor is going to do the same thing with a lot on the line? Let's think about that. A lot is on the line. Oh, yeah, you're going to stand there like a man and bang. We're going to stand there and bang like a man, yeah? Stand and bang. That's not how it goes. You got to get in there and win, Conor. You can't just get in there and stand and bang, because all that stand and bang is going to do is leave you stand and bang like Justin Gaethje with 1 second left. And if he does that to you, then guess what? Everything that's on the line, the sponsorships, the next championship fights, the more championships, and then the comeback story. Remember the comeback story that you could sell to the world. They would say that it's the greatest comeback story ever. Okay, like John Jones hasn't gone through that same thing. Like, think about it, right? Hasn't John Jones gone through the same thing? Yes, he has. John Jones is the same thing. And people want to ignore that. They just want to say, oh, yeah, you know what? Great redemption story for Conor McGregor. You know, the great white hope Rocky story. But little did he know John Jones has gone through the same thing. You know, many other athletes. But let's not go there. That's, you know how that goes, right? You know, people try to get a little bit, racially political with it. But, yeah, we don't got to go there, anyway. You know what I mean? We don't got to go there, anyway, lad. We don't got to go there. But anyways, man, listen, this fight is going to be fun, okay? Because here's another thing that I think is really worth mentioning, right? This fight, believe it or not, is a very close 50-50 fight. It really is. I mean, think about it, right? Max Holloway is coming off of a loss. Not only is he coming off of a loss, he's also coming off of, a knockout by Ilia Topuria. So look, here's the thing, right? Conor is going to do either one or two things. Let's think about this, right? Conor is going to do one or two things. One of the two things he's going to do is he's either going to wrestle, just like Charles Oliveira did, or he's going to go in there and he's going to knock him out, lure him in the way that Ilia Topuria did. I mean, those are the two choices that Conor has, because guess what? Max is beatable. Is he not? Well, guess what? Conor McGregor is beatable as well, especially if he's got an injury, right? And prior to this fight, didn't they have some sort of speculation that there was an injury? I don't know. But obviously, none of these things are confirmed, right? So there's a reason why there's a reason why none of these things are really surface to any particular degree. All right, no surface evidence, no substantial or tangible evidence to really say otherwise, right? Or to say yes, right? But all right. Anyways, he's gonna go in here 100%. Okay, and Max Holloway, has had his losses. So did Conor McGregor. Look, it's a 50-50 fight. There's also a great possibility that the fight can literally go in terms of, how do I say this? A 5-round war, right? That's also a strong possibility. Let's not forget that. Let's not forget there is a chance for a 5-round war, okay? There is a chance for a 5-round war. Hold on a second, guys. I got to show you guys this. Okay, this is some good content that I think that we can share real quick, right? Something really candid here. Okay, so here we go. We got some horses for you right here. They said, please don't feed horses. Check this out right here. Yeah, there it is, man. Some horses. 34 minutes into the live stream, we got some horses right there. Just wanted to dedicate this 1 minute right here to what do you call it? To the horses. And by the way, yeah, they have this is like an electric fence right here. So yeah, can't get too close and whatnot. But yeah, there it is, guys. All right. So as we move on. Okay.
Oh my God, don't do that.
Invest your spare change with Acorns instead. That way, every time you spend, you can round it up towards your...
All right, guys. So there it is, back on the road. with this one. And by the way, once again, I really apologize that I accidentally turned off the comments on this one, which is all right. I need you guys to also understand that I will replay this on fight day. UFC 329 fight day. This will be replayed, and then you guys can comment down below as the show continues on. Obviously, this is going to be used as some sort of intro, but yeah, man. Nonetheless, a lot to talk about with this fight. Obviously, no time wasted. We'll continue on talking about these fights because these fights are quite exciting. The whole card is exciting. Obviously, there's Robert Whittaker taking on Nikita Krylov. I mean, let's talk about that one, right? Unfortunately, there's nobody to message on this one, but when fight day comes, you guys will be able to message this one on the replay. But yeah, Robert Whittaker moving up a weight class, right? So get this, right? I'm going to try to get somebody on the show for the live stream, right? Jarrell Askew, he trains with Corey Sandhagen, right? So I thought it would be a good idea. Obviously, we're going to talk about the Mario Bautista fight, and we're going to ask him how it is that he trained with Corey Sandhagen, how Corey got on with training camp, right? I'm sure we're going to want to hear about that right before the fight, and I'm sure that he's going to have a ton of things to say about it, and some of the habits that we should look out for with Corey Sandhagen and in relationship to Mario Bautista. Now, Mario Bautista has, been a bit of a legend killer, right? People didn't really appreciate the way that he beat Aldo, right? The way that he beat Aldo was quite simple, right? He grinded him out, which, by the way, begs the question with Conor McGregor. Will he do the same thing against Max Holloway? And there is a good reason to believe that he will, because remember, even though Conor McGregor is a prideful man, even though Conor McGregor wants to prove that he's the better striker, he's also not an idiot, and he's also a man that is, underneath it all, very competitive. So what is a competitive man going to do? He's going to want to win at all costs. And how is he going to do that? He's going to implement anything that he can. So what are some of the things that I noticed when Conor McGregor was facing off with Max Holloway? I noticed that he was switching up his levels a little bit, right? What is that indicative of? What is it indicative of that Conor McGregor was switching up his levels? Guess what? He's hinting at you that there is a strong possibility he's going to go in there and wrestle. Why not? What is Max Holloway highly susceptible towards? It is wrestling. So guess what? You stick to what wins. And hey, you know what? What does Conor McGregor have left? Nothing but to win. And guess what? When he wins, and no matter how he wins, he can open different matchups to him, and never mind the excitement, never mind getting your head banged up for the sake of trying to quote-unquote entertain the fans, and all this other nonsense, right? It's none of that. What it's all about is going out there, winning, and survival. And look, here's the other thing that I want to say to this, right? A lot of people are going to look at this and say after the fact, let's say that he wins in a very boring decision. There's two ways that Conor McGregor can win this by a boring decision. All right. Number one, he wins by jabbing Max Holloway's face off the whole entire 5 rounds, karate stance and all, boxing stance and all, Prince Nassim movement, moving around the octagon, making Max Holloway chase him, and maybe even counter fighting Max Holloway along the lines, right? Is straight shots the whole entire time. That is one thing that we can predict and really expect out of Conor McGregor. Or guess what? He goes and does the complete opposite, and exactly what we would his whole entire wrestling, right? There is a world where he goes and he does exactly that. He goes into wrestling mode, right? He puts on his singlets, right? Imagine Conor McGregor with singlets, wearing some sort of singlet with an Irish theme behind it, right? That is a possibility. That is a strong possibility that he will do that, right? Because guess what, guys? You know what? Nobody cares by the end of the day how you win. It is, you know, the fact that you win, okay? Maybe in the most recent times, you know, after the fact, they're going to judge you and say, oh, you know what? You didn't really win that one. You didn't, you know, try hard enough, or, you know, you just danced around, or you humped his legs for 3 rounds or 5 rounds rather, right? Guys, it doesn't matter. A win is a win, and maybe there is a chance that Conor McGregor succumbs to that mindset. And when he does, and he doesn't care about what anybody else thinks, guess what, man? There's a great chance that he wins. Because there is one thing that I noticed about Max Holloway that is worth pointing out, okay? The one thing that I noticed about Max Holloway is that he beats a lot of the... All right, here we go, guys. We're going to transition into the World Cup game right now, while we also take a look at the Kai Kamaka, the third fight, live right now. So what do we got right now with Norway and England? We have 2-1 on England right now with 97 minutes into the game. I don't know how much time exactly the referee had added to that game, but England could be on the verge of winning this one, just a matter of minutes. Yeah, Holland and Norway. Holland with Norway, not the country, but the actual person named Holland, needs to pull off a miracle in this one to get a tie, and at best get overtime and a penalty shootout. But he has, I don't know how much time. It's 97 minutes up, so I don't know how much time the referee put exactly, maybe 10 minutes perhaps. So all England has to do right now is win 2-1 and play defense. I attended the other day the game with Sac Republic and Rhode Island, right? So it was an MLS game here in Sacramento, and they won 2-1. All they needed to do as soon as they had that 2-1 lead was keep up with the defense. But here's the thing, right? England has been an elite world-level team for a long time. They know how to play with each other. No Diddy, but you know what I mean. They know how to play in terms of a cohesive unit with the team that they have. Whereas Norway, I think they're just sort of really getting their feet wet in the World Cup, whereas, you know, this, believe it or not, is Holland's first World Cup ever. He's quite young, a very young player. So, yeah, to my surprise, it was his first one. He seems like some kind of, you know, long-time expert. But look at this, man. So it looks like England has now finally won 2-1. In the last seconds, England has finally won. They have now advanced, and I think this has been sort of the longest since they advanced. Speaking of England, while Luke Riley is fighting, how about that? While Luke Riley is fighting in Kai Kamaka right now, right? Imagine Luke Riley gets this win. Good jab from him right now. Low kick by Kai Kamaka. By the way, very interesting story that Kai Kamaka sort of has going on, right? He was a former UFC fighter, left the UFC for a little bit, only for him to come back right now and getting his chance again. I like that. I like seeing that, right? That's sort of the unspoken story that a lot of people don't talk about in MMA, right? They don't talk about the people who have struggled in the UFC, right? Gone to the regionals, got a couple of wins under their belt, proving to the brass of the UFC that they sort of deserve it. Although I don't know to what meritocratic degree is required, right? Especially when you have the likes of Muhammad Mokaev being, kicked out of the UFC even with a winning record. But
What I would like to see, obviously with a 7-fight losing streak that Tai Tuivasa has right now, I'd like to see him go to a regional show, compete, and work his way back in the UFC. I know he can do it. Come on now. I think that's probably the reason why they don't want to put him in the regionals. They just know that they can make a ton of money for him, right? And the promotions in the regionals would probably make some decent money off of Tai Tuivasa. But they would rather make money off of Tai Tuivasa with a losing streak. He's just, I don't know, one of those guys that's, that's favorable to a lot of fans. You got to be a fan favorite these days to keep a job in the UFC, so you'd never mind the meritocratic aspect of it, but he'd probably lay out a lot of guys, too, in the regionals. Oh, speaking of laid out, look at this, man. Kai Kamaka is about to get laid out by Luke Riley. Luke Riley caught him with that shot right there. And now Luke Riley is going to work. I am undefeated in my picks so far, and they stopped that fight right there, man. Great stoppage by Luke Riley. How about that? So the same time that Luke Riley, just within minutes from each other. Oh, wait, no, the game is still going on. England still didn't win yet. England has still to win. Hold up. England has yet to win. They still have the game going on. What is this, man? All right. But nonetheless, Luke Riley did win, though. There is that one Englishman that won. We have an Englishman that won for real, and that is Luke Riley. And Luke Riley had just won right now. So congratulations to Luke Riley and his team for pulling that off right there. Riley with TKO stoppage. There it is, guys. Riley with a TKO stoppage. And we got Cody Garbrandt coming up next, man. And the England, and then I'm going to put right there, England versus Norway still going on. Still ongoing. Yep, still ongoing. It is still ongoing. So what's going on with England right now? Are they going to, when are they going to end this? Is it ended already? Let me catch up on these comments right here. What is this? Oh, good save right there. Wow, man, that ball. Boom. I believe that's Mark Gay that took that shot right there. Wow. That's that's the Manchester teammate of Holland, now playing on opposite teams of each other. So we are at minute 103, and they are giving Norway the last shot right here. So here we go. The ball goes up. Boom. Ball gets kicked away. Holland and Norway with the possession. They have one more chance for greatness right here. And all England has to do is just play defense, just like what happened in the Sac Republic game that I saw yesterday. Same score in the end, 2-1, right? As soon as it became 2-1, I said all they needed to do was just play defense, and that's exactly what England needs to do right now with Norway having the ball. I'm going to get to your comments in a second, just right before this ends right here. All right, so England gets a save on that one. The Team England goalie gets the save on that one. He has possession of the ball, and he throws the ball over. Oh, what is that? What is that? A bit of some foul going on there. All right, so there's one Englishman that won so far. Luke Riley won his fight, and England is trying to secure this one right now out of the 2-1. Okay, so 3 minutes left, what the referee added. 3 minutes left. So it is at 105 minutes right now. They're going to go to 108. That's at 105 right now. England has the ball on a defensive position. passing it right down. Meanwhile, Luke Riley, ooh, good knees right there as he was finishing Kai Kamaka the third right there. Luke Riley says he doesn't give a fuck who they're going to set in front of him. You know, when they asked who he wants to fight next, he says, you know, if there's a fight, I'll fight. D. Oh, Paddy the baddie. Little does he know England is about to win. Maybe he does know. Maybe somebody's going to whisper to him that that's what's going on. But what do we got here, man? We got about like, okay, there's Mark Gay with the ball right there. The Manchester teammate of what is this? Are they? Oh, okay. Nope. Nothing, man. Nothing. Yeah, it looks like England's going to win this one. All they got to do is just maintain. That's all they got to do is maintain the ball. All right. Oh, wow. That was way off, that shot right there by Billingham. But it's all right, man. Yeah, they just got to hold on. They got 30 seconds. They got 30 seconds, man. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. And there's a kick from the Norway goalie. 20 seconds left into this game. 20 seconds into the clock. What is this? A little bit of a foul there. Okay, a little bit of some offsides. Okay, they stopped the play. Seconds left. Seconds left. And I'll bet you Holland was the only one that probably scored too. Wow. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. So there it is, guys. England has officially won. England has officially won. England is moving on to the semifinals. Okay. Yeah, England beat Norway, and man, England, you know, represented well in this one, man. All right, so England beat Norway. Next, coming up, we got Adrian Yanez and my boy, Cody Garbrandt. So in the meantime, let's go back to what I was talking about with Max Holloway. All right, what level is Max Holloway in terms of his relationship to tonight's event against Conor McGregor? What do I think of it? Here it is.
Set. And when he does, and he doesn't care, some sort of singlet with an Irish theme behind it, right? That is a possibility. That is a strong possibility that he will do that, right? Because guess what, guys? You know what? Nobody cares by the end of the day how you win. It is, you know, the fact that you win, okay? Maybe in the most recent times, you know, after the fact, they're going to judge you and say, oh, you know what? You didn't really win that one. You didn't, you know, try hard enough, or, you know, you just danced around, or you humped his legs for 3 rounds or 5 rounds rather, right? Guys, it doesn't matter. A win is a win, and maybe there is a chance that Conor McGregor succumbs to that mindset. And when he does, and he doesn't care about what anybody else thinks, guess what, man? There's a great chance that he wins. Because there is one thing that I noticed about Max Holloway that is worth pointing out, okay? The one thing that I noticed about Max Holloway is that he beats a lot of the top guys out there, right? But notice how many times he had lost to Volkanovski, okay? Think about the time that he had beaten Jose Aldo, but prior to that, he couldn't beat Conor McGregor. And by the way, he couldn't beat Conor McGregor with a bad knee, and Conor McGregor's worst technique is wrestling, and Conor McGregor out-wrestled him. Let's put all of that in perspective, right?
American freestyle is changing the game. RAF Georgia, RAF 11, and RAF Next Gen. 3 marquee events, 1 massive month of action. Real American freestyle. This July, exclusively on Fox Nation.
These are the factors that we have to understand, but the other factors that we also have to understand, the, how do I say this, very pessimistic yet also realistic view of the world is that aging is a reality that we all have to understand. Did you take a look at Conor recently? I mean, look, I understand that, you know, everybody ages differently and whatnot, but, you know, man, if you're a professional athlete, right? Most professional athletes look young for a reason, right? Because of the constant training that you do. Now, not saying that he doesn't train, but guess what? There's also these other extracurricular activities that Conor McGregor has going on. And when all of those things are going on, guess what? Okay? You are affected in some kind of way. Okay? Meanwhile, Max Holloway is a little bit younger, but has been a little bit active. Okay? Once again, that is what a lot of the realists say, right? Not the realists, but you know what I mean? People that are, you know, very pessimistic, and rightfully so, right? There's a reason why the odds are stacked against Conor McGregor. Let's not make any mistake about it, right? The odds are not stacked against him because we now believe he is this monster Goliath that we, you know, somehow think is unbeatable. No more. We never thought that. There was a point where we thought that, but then we thought about why he did have some losses in the regionals, but in reality, you look at him and you look at Max, there's one thing in common that you can understand that kind of makes this into a 50-50 fight. Anybody can win at any God-given time. Okay? And that's one thing that we have to understand. We also have to understand that as everything goes, everything is already written by the creator, and as a result of that, we can only live and move within our own will and see as it goes and see what happens. But once again, a 50-50 fight. Max Holloway, Conor McGregor, UFC 329, live Saturday, July 11th, 2026. The best summer for sports. You had the New York Knicks championships in New York. You have the World Cup, one of the most exciting World Cups ever, made stars out of Erling Haaland. And then you got the return of Conor McGregor. What's going to happen? Only he can write what happens with that. With that, don't forget to like and subscribe. Dana White has job fatigue. And a lot of you are looking at Dana White with envy, saying to yourselves, man, you know what? He has the dream job. The job that every male every red-blooded male in America or anywhere else in the world where mixed martial arts is a prominent sport that they could dream of. Okay, now imagine you are the guy that holds the fate of many of these fighters' hands. And on top of that, now you control the entire company. And here's the thing about Dana White. He's an employee. You need to understand that Dana White is an employee more than anything, more than being a CEO, more than being a boss. Dana White is an employee. And like all employees, okay, we all have what you call job fatigue. And the problem with job fatigue is that, well, many people don't understand or realize when they have it. So as a result of that, they start and think, you know what? I'm not doing enough. I'm not working hard enough. I'm not producing enough. And here's the thing. It's never enough. That's the one thing you got to understand about this, right? It is never enough. What you do is never enough. And quite frankly, I'm going to be very grim and honest with you. The company that you work for, the corporation that you work for, or the entity that you work for in whatever healthcare sector or engineering, or maybe even research science, or something to the effect of, let's say, government even, especially government, right? That goes with law enforcement all the way down to being a congressman slash municipal level of politics and what have you, right? It all, I'm telling you, like, it feels like a very useless endeavor. You want to know why? Because, look, they don't care if you live or if you're unalive. That's the God-honest truth behind it. Now, here's Dana White working hard more than ever when everything that he ever wanted to accomplish out of the UFC, he's already done. So what is there left to accomplish? I mean, virtually nothing. There's nothing else really to accomplish. And as a result of that, Dana White is at a stalemate. That is why you got a very non-enthusiastic response out of Dana White. You understand? That is why what people are complaining about is real. And it's an astute observation, but the reality of that observation is that, well, it's true. It's unfortunately true. And the fact that it's true shows you that Dana White has job fatigue. A lot of you have job fatigue. So you got to understand that your work doesn't care about you. You can be replaced the minute that you are injured, the minute that you are hurt. And pathetically enough, there have been people out there, and I'm not knocking anybody that's doing this, right? I get it and I understand it, but there's this one dude or a couple of videos that's very similar to this where a McDonald's employee or a Burger King employee worked with them for 20 months or so, right? And then what happens as a result of that? The 20 months. You want to know what happened? They gave them free burgers. They gave them a jacket after 20 years of service, right? Contributing to the company. Bro, they don't care about you. That's the reality of it. And Dana White, unfortunately, learned that the hard way when he got humiliated in front of the world with his lackluster performance in trying to promote a fight that should be as exciting as anything that you've ever seen in your life. But the lack of enthusiasm showed, and as a reality of that, well, that's Dana White in a nutshell. And don't be like Dana White. Enjoy your life, live it to the fullest, and understand that it's never going to be good enough. So you got to understand when you're good enough. Because if you don't, you're going to burn yourself out.
Simpletons that see your sense of reasonability as a sign of wokeness. This is an intellectual sloth way of living. Blessing to you, my British man, Sacramento, CA. Can I say, Kyrie is a fantastic MMA career, and I'm not just glazing him, because he has obviously illuminated the fact that I'm an intellectual giant. Shout out to you, sir. But Kyrie does have a phenomenal YouTube channel, really good creator. He has a beard that anyone would be jealous over, especially me as somebody who cannot grow one. Shout out to Kyrie, really good creator. Give the guy a sub. He definitely deserves it. Another person who has reasonable, well thought out takes. Frankie, I still have some friends in London.
Of these companies dropping their sponsorships and their affiliations with Conor McGregor. I wonder where Exhibit stands in all this. I would imagine he'd probably stand with him because if you're a West Coast dude, you've probably had a lot of homies that have gotten a lot of these different types of charges, right? You've seen athletes get ruined by these particular accusations. And right now, it's very bad. It's bad for Conor McGregor, which sort of begs the question. Where is his career going to be at this point? I think that is a fair question to ask. Because you're looking back at it, there's no doubt about it. Okay, the guy had an illustrious career. Conor McGregor is a once-in-a-generation athlete. But at some point, you got to really ask the question, does this really have an expiration time? And unfortunately, it's going to come a lot sooner than maybe the likes of P. Diddy, who's gotten away with horrendous crimes. And by the way, the way that the Irish media and the entire Irish society is looking at this entire case is very similar to P. Diddy. In fact, Conor McGregor is a P. Diddy of Ireland, pretty much. And what's also strange about this whole entire thing is that it's not as big as it should be, especially in the United States, as it is in Ireland. Obviously, in Ireland right now, he is public enemy number one. So we got to ask ourselves, how did we get here? What got us here in this position to where Conor McGregor is literally public enemy number one?
He's dedicated his life to his art, and he has lost his mind in the process. When I sat and I thought about that,
All right, here we go, guys. Team Alpha Male represent. That's right, Marty. That's right, man. Here he is, man. Cody Garbrandt and Yanez going at it right now as we speak. Oh, I can't wait for this. So here we go, man. Cody Garbrandt up next. the T-Mobile Arena. By the way, an arena that Cody Garbrandt is very familiar with in terms of, well, memorable performances. Looking to make another one right now. 450, 449, 47, 46. Ooh, there's Cody lunging right in, straight away. Look at this. Looking to do the same performance that he did against Mitsugaki. That's what he's looking to do here. Look at this, another low kick right there, followed by Cody Garbrandt. Cody Garbrandt moving really good, started very aggressive, right? But then here's something I noticed out of Cody. He goes aggressive, then he goes back really calm, really methodical, really thinking about what he's doing. Really good, really good. I love how he started off very aggressively, right? Because it is what you expect out of Cody Garbrandt. What does Cody Garbrandt like to do? He likes to, you know, sort of blow it out the water really early on, right? Indicative of the Mitsugaki fight and among others where he got, you know, some memorable knockouts. But here, notice how he started settling down right now. He had a chance to sort of finish Yanez right there. As he wasn't able to finish Yanez, he's like, you know what? No problem. This is what we'll do, okay? We'll settle down. We'll try and get it cracking, and we'll move from here, okay? And that's exactly what he's doing right now. So good on Cody Garbrandt right now. Ooh, there's a good hook right there by Cody Garbrandt. Right in the pocket. 320, 319, 317. 315, 316 says I just whooped your ass. 311, 312, 311. You got to come original, come original, come original. There's an original front kick right there by Cody Garbrandt. Original that of Anderson Silva. All right, there's a jab. Cody circles around. Yeah, very good footwork by Cody Garbrandt, although also sort of sitting down in his shots at the same time while also circling back around, allowing. Oh, okay, now he got clipped right there. This is what we're really nervous about with Cody Garbrandt right here when he overcommits these hard shots. He says, Candace Owens, Brazil. I don't understand what is the context behind bringing up Candace Owens' names and Brazil? Oh, my goodness! No, Cody! Cody just got rocked! No! No! Cody! Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, no. I think this is the first loss that I had of the night right here, right? My first prediction loss of the night. Wow, man. He says, vehicle speeding, chat control. I don't understand the reference to that. You're going to have to give me a little bit more than that, Scandabigo. But nonetheless, Adrian Yanez, congratulations on the knockout. Good knockout, man. You know, really feel sad for Cody. But all right, guys, on to the next fight. I'm really bummed out about this.
The United States as it is in Ireland. Obviously, in Ireland right now, he is public enemy number one. So we got to ask ourselves, how did we get here? What got us here in this position to where Conor McGregor is literally public enemy number one?
He dedicated his life to his art, and he has lost his mind in the process. When I sat and I thought about that, it sounded very familiar. I have given every single thing, every ounce of my life to this craft, to perfecting my craft, and I continue to do so. And in the process, I have lost my mind to regular society, to people who wake up at 9 a.m., who clock out at 5 p.m. They would look at me and say, I've lost my mind. But me, I have found it almost.
My name is Conor McGregor. I'm a professional MMA fighter. My dream is to be world lightweight champion in the UFC. Have more money than I know what to do with, and have a great life for my kids, my grandkids, everyone in my family, everyone that's come up with me. That's my dream. My dream.
And when you hear and see inspirational quotes like that, what do you think of? You think of a man that has truly inspired you into greatness. John Jones said, you know what? Conor McGregor made the Irish people look like kings. Is he right? Well, I got to tell you, the Irish have always had a strong contingency of fans, whether that would be Gaelic football, soccer, rugby, or other professional sports such as Notre Dame, or all these other Irish-themed American sports such as the Boston Celtics and so on and so forth. But Conor McGregor embodied all of those things in terms of motivational greatness and trying to seek greatness while losing your mind in the process. And that's very important to sort of understand here by looking at that video. Conor McGregor is in a position of his life where he has completely lost his mind because it was required of him to be able to compete at this high level of mixed martial arts, and this was the price of it. And that's something we have to understand. There will always be a lot of sacrifices that you have to make in order to be great. They always talk about how Michael Jordan is not usually the most friendly person to come across ever, right? In fact, some people may even consider Michael Jordan a bit of a D-head. But where does that come from? Does that stem from somewhere, or is it just an excuse that we give people as to say, well, you know what, because this person is great and this person is awesome, he has every right to behave in this particular matter? Or is it just a symptom of seeking greatness and the residue that you get out of becoming so black-hearted and ruthless in order to try and reach it?
I saw Michael Jordan. I met Michael Jordan at this Michael Jordan party. It was at his party. And I never, I know it's some rumors that I asked him for an autograph and he said no, or like, that's a lie. I saw Michael Jordan. I'm at a party and I don't ask nobody for nothing. I never do. I don't like when people overly do it to me. I had saw Michael Jordan taking pictures with girls. He was like, you know, and I ain't mad at it. He's taking pictures with people, you know what I'm saying? And he's taking pictures and he's just, and every now and then taking pictures, you know what I'm saying? So then later on, you know what I'm saying? I seen him and it was like, oh, there go Mike. And he was standing over there. He was with some of the Boston Celtics. He was with Spike Lee. He was with, I don't know, some other people. And I was just like, man, this is just that one moment where I'm going to say, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to go say, I'm going to ask Mike for a picture. And then I said, I went over there and I said, hey, fellas, you know, nobody was talking. They was just chilling, whatever, right? And I was just like, man, I don't mean to be rude, but Mike, I just want to know if I could get a picture. And then, now I understand, I kind of expected him to say no. So I wasn't mad if he said no, but the way he said it, he said, oh, hell nah, man, I ain't taking no pictures with no niggas. And he said it like that. And I was like, I kind of got stunned for a second because I was like, wait a second, I don't think he heard. I turned back and my boys were just looking at me like, damn, you know what I'm saying? So I kind of thought that he didn't hear what I said. And I was like, keep in mind, I had just came from a Reggie Bush event. Everybody knows about the Michael Jordan jersey, right? Me and Reggie Bush were doing this event, right? And he was auctioning off these jerseys. So I had to keep on raising my hand and bidding for these jerseys, right? And it was a Michael Jordan jersey, an Allen Iverson autograph, the Shaq, man, a Vince Carter. There was a whole bunch of jerseys, right? And I kept raising my hand. It was like 1,000. I raised my hand. They said 2,000, and some dude raised his hand. And they said 3,000. I raised my hand. They said 4,000. We kept going back and forth. And then I finally went over to him at 7,000. It was like, hey, man, stop raising your hand, man. You don't want them jerseys. And he was like, I said, man, how about we stop and then we both split the jerseys at 7,000 and we split the money. And he was like, all right, cool. So we didn't raise our hands no more. And then they said, sold to Chameleonaire and that guy right there for $7,000. So the guy tells me that he wasn't even tripping. He didn't even want to get the jerseys. He was just trying to show off to Kim Kardashian, who was on the stage. I was like, man, this dude that made me pay $7,000 for these jerseys, and he didn't even want the jerseys. You know what I'm saying? So anyways, whatever, right?
So before they all become famous, there's this process where they sort of love the first hints of fans recognizing them, right? It's an ultimate high. It's a great feeling. But then at some point, they become accustomed to it. And then it becomes this reality that is somewhat annoying. Okay. Like, it's flattering from the very beginning. Okay. Everybody recognizes you. Everybody knows you. There's fame and traction going on with the clout that you have raised for yourself. But then at some point, it becomes annoying. And that's sort of the message that I'm trying to convey with that Michael Jordan story. And by the way, shout out to Chamillionaire, rapper from Houston. It was his experience dealing with Michael Jordan. So why did Conor McGregor have that bad interaction with that kid from Miami smashing his phone the way that, let's say, Michael Jordan had a bad interaction with Chamillionaire? There's a common trend here. You're constantly annoyed by people trying to get something from you. Okay? It's annoying, and that's the price of fame. Everybody wants to get a piece of you in some degree or benefit from you to a certain extent. And now you're in this position where nobody is really looking out for your best interests. They're only looking out for the best interests of their own. And as a result of that, you end up being put in this world of an echo chamber that you really can't get out of because nobody wants to tell you the truth. And that is the unfortunate aspect that Conor McGregor has going on in his life right now. The place that he is at in his life right now, I think, quite honestly, is something that he is no longer able to control. Okay? And I'm talking about right now, after all the lawsuits and all of that, even way before that as well. He can't control any of these things anymore. In other words, let me explain something to you, okay? When Conor McGregor spews off a bunch of nonsense on the internet or on Twitter or on social media to any extent, right? He has no control of that. And you're probably thinking, well, what do you mean he has no control of that? I'm talking about his impulses. He's gotten to the point where he's playing this character and he has to live up to it. And you know what? It's not real, because here's the reality of the situation, right? You can't be gangster 24/7. You can't be a tough guy 24/7. But for whatever reason, Conor McGregor wants us to believe that. And I don't know if I could blame him. I understand the bravado. But at some point, I think this is a reality right now that he's facing where everything that he's doing wrong is being exposed. And I think he either has to face the accountability of that, or he has to face the reality of his new dimension. And what exactly do I mean by that? Well, look, I don't think it's bad to call retirement right now. It's really not. Can he return? Yes. Will he return? There's a great possibility of that. And why will he return? Well, all these lawsuits that are going on right now, from Artem Lobov to all these other allegations that may be coming after Nikita Hand, it's going to keep him busy. And perhaps maybe to the detriment of his own career. Now, at this point, it sounds cliche to say, well, Conor is not the same Conor McGregor anymore. It just sounds so repetitive to say that, but it's so true. You see, back then, Conor McGregor inspired many people. He was a motivational speaker, and not only that, a great speaker on the mic. And nowadays, he's a shell of himself, not only on the mic, but maybe even his physicality as well. I think that when you fight at a lower weight class, especially the weight class that Conor had fought, I think there's a limited time in your age that you can fight in these lower weight classes. Now, obviously, he moved up, and the 155 division right now at 37 years old in the state of his career is probably not a great idea. But what about 170? How is Conor McGregor going to stay as this competitive athlete in his latter stages of his career? He did mention LeBron James, Ronaldo, these guys that are 38, 39 right now that are still kicking butt because they have a certain passion for it. Yes, that helps, but it also helps to have the right mechanisms of recovery. But how is Conor going to do that when his whole entire day schedule, day in and day out, is literally just go out and party and BS and party and BS? But again, back in the days, he did say that he feels free when he's in that octagon, right? Because guess what? I think the octagon is going to be the freest place he's going to feel the next time he gets in there. You know why? All these pressures that he has going on in the outside world, I think going into the cage will solve that in more ways than one. Number one, it's going to solve his reputation. Number two, it's going to solve these mental anxiety that he has going on. But at the same time, it's also going to not only solve a PR problem that he has going on, but it's also going to solve a financial problem that he may have going on right now. I got to tell you, every time we talk about Conor McGregor retiring, there seems to be a positive note in a conversation. This time, it seems a little bit different. Usually, the Conor McGregor conversations that we have about retirement are entirely positive due to the fact that he has the financial means to ride off into the sunset. Now, obviously, 2 losses against Dustin Poirier is not exactly riding off into the sunset. In fact, the Chad Mendes fight, you could argue and say, hey, you know what? At this point, you are now a superstar. And then after the Jose Aldo fight, he didn't need to fight after that, but he did. And then he sort of increased his revenue even more. And then it went into the Eddie Alvarez fight, and that fight led into the Floyd Mayweather fight. And then that fight led into the Khabib fight. And even though he had lost, he still became one of the highest paid athletes within that year, even with a loss. But that's not the kind of Conor McGregor conversation we have right now. We're talking about serious financial losses, okay? Like serious financial losses. And you got to ask yourself, what is that going to lead to? You know what I think that's going to lead to? It's going to lead him to get back into the cage. Now, look, he's always been training. He's always had the intention of staying in shape, getting in there. But the question remains, will he actually do it? And of some recent times, it didn't seem that way. But now, I have full confidence in saying that he now has even more motivation more than ever. Because think about all these financial hits that he's taking right now, right? At first, it seemed a little bit light, just like what he's doing in the leg press right now. He's starting out a little bit light. Later on, he'll start out a little bit more, put more weights into it. And the next thing you know, the burn just keeps adding on and adding on. And next thing you know, it gets a little bit harder. So he has this case going on with Nikita Hand. He loses. He pays off. Now, look, obviously, it didn't seem like the biggest loss, but only because whatever Nikita had to pay, she had to pay back due to the lawyer fees of James Lawrence being involved in the case. But it doesn't end there, because then there's Artem Lobov. Now, look, the Artem Lobov case is looming out there. January is the date for that one. What's the case with that? Apparently, Artem is claiming that he had given Conor the idea to Proper 12, and how ironic, because Conor McGregor was dropped by Proper 12. He was dropped by the video game company iOS with Hitman, and we thought, okay, that was the beginning of it. It's just minor. Next thing you know, it's Proper 12. Next thing you know, it's these, I don't know, whatever sponsorships he has going on. And then a statue in Dublin was taken down. Can you imagine? Remember Rocky? He had his own statue in Philadelphia. They took that down from Conor McGregor. And then the list goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on. So when is trouble going to end for Conor McGregor? We don't know. But what we do know right now is that he's never going to step into the octagon this year. This is the reason why Dana White gave you a very outrageous time frame. He said, by the end of next year. We're already at the end of this year. So you're talking about 365 more days, if not 400 more days. If there's a comeback story to all of this, and even though it is possible, it'll be great. Everything will be forgotten, because there's one thing that you can rest assured in the fight game. People forget the day that you win. And people remember even more of your mishaps on the day that you lose. So that is all that I have for this content. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in the next live stream, videos, and all the contents on this channel, inshallah. All right, it's like this and like that and like this. And yeah, Victory says, I'll be back, brother. It's hard to go back and forth. Yeah, no problem, man. If you notice the old videos that I was showing there, you kind of notice that a lot of it is happening right now, isn't it? You know, so, you know, sort of giving a bit of some, you know, future predictions on that one. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, right, fighting solves everything, just like Gable Stevenson. What a lot of you don't know, man, Gable Stevenson also has a very, very sketchy past, right? Something that can't be ignored. Obviously, he was acquitted for it, but put it like this, right? It's one of those crimes where when he committed it, it was legal, but if he were to do it today, that very same crime that he got let go of, he would have been in prison. So just something to think about on that one, right? But that is Gable Stevenson, obviously, right? No different than Conor McGregor, with a bit of a controversial past. But in any regard, it's kind of like, listen, if you can't have a job as a mixed martial arts fighter, what job can you do? Right? Let's just be really honest about that, right? So everybody wants to cancel Gable Stevenson, and you know, there's really not a lot of facts into it as of yet. Conor McGregor, the same thing. I don't know, man. You know, just everyone's quick to cancel people out, but I don't know. You know what? Let's be honest about this, right? If we're talking about some chomo nuts charges here, you know, we are talking about stuff that, you know, we would not even give any type of objective point of view towards, like, oh, what? He's on that time. Okay, we got to go after him. Nah,
It ain't even like that. But anyways, guys, yeah, Gable Stevenson and Ellison is about to be on right now. So just didn't want to kind of catch you guys off guard if you are watching this from, let's say, you know, a timestamp mark where I have the fight of Gable Stevenson and Ellison, the UFC debut of Homeboy here. So this is going to be really interesting to see. How is he going to do in his UFC debut right now? I think that his UFC debut is going to be on in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and it is going to be round 1 of Gable Stevenson versus Ellison. The UFC debut of Gable Stevenson, the Olympic gold medalist for the United States. So here we go, round number 1. And he opens up. Okay, there it is. He's throwing some bombs right here. You got to be careful here. Oh, okay, he goes for a high kick there, sort of slips. By the way, something very similar to that happened to me in a kickboxing fight, by the way, amateur kickboxing fight. Very similar. It happens. You know, you slip. You're trying to throw a high kick in there. Ooh, good hook. Good inside step hook right there. Look, he's looking to sort of walking down right there. Okay, now he's shooting in on Ellison. Ellison is looking for a guillotine there. Wow. Ellison's doing a very good job with this. He's doing a very good job with this takedown defense. Ooh, takes him. Oh, ooh. Oh, and by the way, the reason why I have No Bromo MMA's logo up there is because he was the guy that sort of inspired me to talk about those particular strange charges that Conor McGregor and Gable Stevenson had going on. So, yeah, be sure to check out his channel and his full details on that. How about this, right? Ellison shoots in, and immediately Stevenson goes in for a stuffed takedown attempt. Here we go, 338, 336. Oh, there's a straight shot. What is this? There's a timeout right there by Mark Goddard. As soon as he hits him with that straight shot, Mark Goddard is asking for a timeout. What is this? All right, so here we go. Time in. What's going on here? Oh, I think there was a bit of a nut shot right there. Okay. Boom. Okay, so as soon as he hits him with a nut shot, there's Gable Stevenson right there with a straight shot straight away to Ellison's head. It was the cup. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, I was wondering who Mark Goddard, the referee, was talking to. He was talking to Joe Rogan on the side. So it was Joe Rogan having a side conversation right there with Mark Goddard, and he was asking him, and Mark Goddard answered him, yeah, you know, it was in a cup. I could hit a cup, Joe, you know, with his northern English accent. A British referee refereeing in a Las Vegas fight. Why not? Mark Goddard, one of the best referees in the business. By the way, thousands and thousands of matches Mark Goddard has probably been involved in terms of being a referee. Okay, so there it is. Mike Tyson style, walking him down with a knee. Oh, he's looking to finish, man. Gable is looking to get a finish real quickly here. Oh, what is this? I think he hurt Gable Stevenson temporarily there. Oh, he's looking for an overhand right on that one. All right, good front kick by Gable Stevenson. Oh, he hits him with a straight uppercuts right into the clinch. Pushes him away. Oh, there's another hook. Oh, he is looking for bombs. Nothing but hooks, knees, and more knees. He's down. Oh, and Mark Goddard pulls him off. Literally halfway into the first round, he gets the win. Halfway into the round. Halfway into the round, Gable Stevenson gets the finish. How about that, man? Real awesome finish by Gable Stevenson on that one. What it seems out of Gable Stevenson is that whenever he decides he's going to be dangerous and explosive, he's going to be dangerous and explosive, and it seems that he is just in high susceptibility of finishing everyone. At least that's what I picture. Man, I'm telling you, I can really picture him do that to Tom Aspinall. Look at this. This is a gold medal Olympic wrestler competing in mixed martial arts, okay? He's like, you know what? I'm going to step into the world of mixed martial arts. I'm going to learn how to throw knees, how to throw punches, and I know that I'm going to wrestle better than everyone else. That is what Gable Stevenson has going on, and he has displayed it. All right, so Gable Stevenson is going to talk about, well, the fight, obviously, and we're going to hear what he has to say. I'm sure Gable Stevenson has some interesting, you know, choices of words in terms of maybe some call-outs or, I don't know, man. I just feel like he is a politically correct type of fighter where he's going to say the right things, do the right things, you know, goody two-shoe type of guy he's going to be. I mean, honestly, that's you're not going to expect anything less out of him. So anyways, yeah. Congratulations to Gable Stevenson. Check out the MMA, the No Bromo MMA video about the Gable Stevenson and the Conor McGregor files. Appropriate time. Oh, there's Justin Gaethje right there, really probably edging a fight with Conor McGregor. He's probably looking for Conor McGregor to win and, of course, step in there and handle the business. So, all right, man. Wow. Yeah. All right, so what else other Conor McGregor content have I done over the years? Wow, how about this? 2 years ago, Conor McGregor and Rob O'Neill. Yeah, let's go back in time with that one, guys.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is base for.
So after doing a 9/11 episode, you got to ask yourself, how am I going to follow up something like that? Especially with a video following that, with the Sean Strickland video that got about like 1,000 views in one day, and probably even more counting as the days go on and the hours go on. But nonetheless, I wanted to talk to you guys about something that I think is a great follow-up to a 9/11 video, which is none other than Ed O'Neill, the Navy SEAL that was involved with the Bin Laden raid back in 2011, when Osama bin Laden was supposedly shot and killed by SEAL Team 6. So why is this significant? Because I thought that in the recent news, Ed O'Neill was caught being belligerent, drunk in public, and beating up a security guard, and even worse, according to some news reports, and make of that as you will, he dropped the N-bomb on a security guard, but also take notice that the security guard was a white guy. So who do you want to believe in? And however you want to interpret that story is up to you. However, I think that it's important to try to compare the life of Ed O'Neill to his, I guess, fellow Irish counterpart, Conor McGregor, right? Because obviously O'Neill is an Irish name. I thought it's really interesting to bring this up because there's a few dynamics I can bring up from this. For one, you got to understand, when you're a tier 1 operator or somebody that is in the community of, let's say, special forces or maybe even espionage, intel communities or something like that. This is a type of life that is a warrior's life, but nonetheless, it is a life where you got to lead in secrecy. You can't be out there. You can't be famous. You can't be braggadocious. You can't be loud. You can't be noticed. None of that. But that is the quintessential opposite of what Conor McGregor is. But the reason why I thought it was a great comparison to look at these two is that ever since Ed O'Neill came out in public saying that he shot Osama bin Laden, and by the way, an interesting thing to bring up about that, there's a lot of people, and you look this up because I'm actually inspired doing this video by watching a podcast by a couple of these tier 1 operators talking about how Ed O'Neill was not really the guy that shot Osama bin Laden. That the guy who shot Osama bin Laden was none other than, let's say, SEAL Team 6 member that still lives in secrecy, that still doesn't have an identifiable name. But why did Ed O'Neill get the credit? Well, make of that as you will. Maybe there's reasons as to why. Maybe they thought, okay, you know what? Maybe we can use this guy as the front face cover, the spokesman of some sort. And maybe somebody that can inspire the next generation of upcoming tier 1 operators and Navy SEALs. Okay, so that can be a great possibility. That can be an absolutely great possibility. But what about the guy that actually went out and did the shooting? Well, maybe he didn't want to leave the Navy yet, and maybe he wanted to continue service for a longer time than, let's say, Ed O'Neill, who may have gotten out a lot sooner than, let's say, the other, the real point man of the situation of this raid. But nonetheless, that is the controversy that is going on with Ed O'Neill right now. It's almost like he is stealing the valor of his teammates that were part of the raid. Now, ever since he went out on tour, he started doing all these speaking, occasions or whatever, you know, where he gets invited to, let's say, talk at a radio station or a podcast. I even saw him do a podcast with Joe Buttons. Obviously, he does podcasts with other tier 1 operators. But ever since then, he started gaining millions. He got a book deal. He started advising for TV shows that dealt with Navy SEALs and special forces and things of that nature to kind of make it look real. You know, very similar to how the LAPD goes and advises all these different cop shows that they have going on to give some sort of realistic aspect of reality rather than trying to make some kind of B-rated movie that just really doesn't look like it makes sense, right? So that's one of the advantages of having these type of guys there. Now, with Conor McGregor, ever since he became double champ, the guy was just an absolute menace of a thing, right? He started getting into fights in the pubs. Obviously, the famous scene of him punching an old man at a CCTV camera in Dublin, Ireland. Him smashing a cell phone of a fan in Miami, who, by the way, was a British national that was in Miami and saw McGregor and thought, hey, maybe I could go get a picture with this guy, but agitated McGregor. There was that Italian DJ, I forgot his name, Facchinetti. I knew that it was just such a funny name that he had going on. But yeah, Facchinetti. You know, he goes and punch DJ Facchinetti for whatever reason he has. But of course, I could play advocate on that and say something to the effect that maybe perhaps Conor felt provoked. Maybe he felt like, okay, maybe this guy's just being a little bit too aggressive, maybe just stepping out of line. The way that a lot of people really depicted that situation was as if McGregor was an absolute sociopath that would just go off on you for no reason. Now, there's other incidents where he threw a woman off a yacht and then you know, and then just basically she went to the Dublin police and then went to the Spanish police, and nothing came of it because, again, it's very dark and muddy in terms of what it is that you're looking for here when it comes to wrongdoing, or, you know, was there any evidence that these things were done to any capacity, right? So make of that as you will. The point is, one of the things you got to take into consideration with Conor McGregor and Ed O'Neill is ever since they had fame, I think, is when their eventual downfall and the diminishing of their old selves started happening. In other words, here you are, you're in this profession where you have to live a life of secrecy. At the same time, you also have to, I guess, I don't know if it's really important recruiting. I mean, not really, because there's always going to be people out there that are going to want to join tier 1 special operations groups, right? So I don't think propaganda of recruitment is needed in any capacity. And take into consideration, one of the things that you can really credit America on is the fact that they know how to recruit people without forcing them. And of course, they had to get creative in these ideas when you were dealing with, let's say, a disgruntled population that did not want to have anything to do with the Vietnam War when they had a draft going on. So kudos to them. They know how to get people to be motivated to be part of these tier 1 operational groups. The problem that they really have overall is trying to get people to join, let's say, conventional groups, which is really the most needed that they have to fulfill in terms of recruitment, because of the fact that there's just more people that are in those numbers. But at the same time, even with the minimum physical fitness requirements, there's just way too many people out there that are just not, how do I say this? I mean, physically fit to do so. We have a very obese population in America right now. And because of that, you're going to deal with a very difficult recruiting method in terms of qualifications. And then on top of that, you got to lower standards. So that's neither here or there. The point of the matter is, I just think that it's very fascinating the type of trajectory that Ed O'Neill's life had gone to after he had left the Navy and became, you know, as famous as he is in terms of, let's say, you know, being this well-known celebrity worldwide. And what's interesting about this is that MMA fighters and tier 1 operators are not supposed to be famous. At least historically speaking. When I say MMA fighters are really not supposed to be famous, I'm literally saying historically speaking. Because before Conor McGregor, MMA fighters could just live a normal life, right? They didn't have to be on YouTube. They didn't have to have social media. They didn't have to create all these presence on the media sphere for them to be, I guess, considered a fighter. Or, I mean, the point of the matter is nobody fought for fame, is what I'm trying to get at with the prior to the Conor McGregor era. Nobody wanted to be famous in the MMA world. What they wanted to do in the MMA world was go in there and test themselves against some of the best martial artists in the world. And because of the fact that there was no money in it, there was no huge interest from thousands and millions of people around the world.
Find a great rental car deal with Kayak. And find the confidence to do important things on your phone, even if you still wear skinny jeans.
What excites me about being a product manager now is that I can move and iterate much faster. I can use Claude to test my product ideas before I even get anyone else in the loop. I can operate much more independently.
The pursuit of it was noble, Okay, because nowadays, if you are a mixed martial arts fighter or you are an upcoming prospect, what are some of the dreams and aspirations that you have? Well, is it to make more money? Yes. Prior to 2005, 2006, or something to that effect, where television deals really started to take off for mixed martial arts companies, that was not the mindset of many people. Their mindset was not, you know what, we're going to go out and we're going to make money. It wasn't what they wanted to do because it just wasn't available. Well, now, after Forrest Griffin and Stephan Bonnar got into that barn burner of a fight in the Ultimate Fighter series final, it put UFC on the map in ways that it never put mixed martial arts on the map ever before. And what that meant was now you're going to have more sponsorships. You're going to have Tap Out on a global scale. If you guys remember Tap Out, which was a big mixed martial arts company before all these brands started taking over as a singular force in, let's say, in commercials, right? Where you have Reebok, you had Venom, and then you only had Reebok and Venom, and that was it. They didn't allow anything else on the canvas. But back in those days, Tap Out was a very big brand, but it wasn't the only brand. There were other guys that were coming in there with shorts, such as Headrush, Dethrone, which was very big for Conor McGregor and for Jose Aldo. Bad Boy, a very big brand for Vitor Belfort and the likes of Chris Weidman. So all these things were a reality in mixed martial arts in the mid-2000s and moving forward. Now, the art of mixed martial arts is not so much about just the art in and of itself. Now it's about notoriety. Now it's about fame. And it's not anymore about, well, this guy can beat this guy, or this guy would be a good matchup for this guy, or maybe we can get this guy to fight this guy because they got beef going on. It was more like, nah, I'm not going to fight this guy. He doesn't have the proper ranking. Because now they introduce rankings into the UFC. If you notice, it wasn't really too long ago they really started implementing rankings. Okay, prior to that, in the 2010s, in the early 2010s, there was no such thing. So there was no value that you're giving to these people. Well, how does this relate to Ed O'Neill? Well, guess what? Being a tier 1 operator, you didn't get into it just so that you can be famous or anything like that. You got into it for the simple fact that you wanted the world to be safe. You wanted to have the satisfaction of knowing that you were the guy that was behind all these things. But then, more importantly, there wasn't any of this book deal that was present or is guaranteed if you were to go into a military career. There's none of that. It's not guaranteed. And you're going to be okay with it, just like you were okay with making $100 a fight while you were fighting for scraps back in the day. This is important to know that. These are the parallels and the realities of mixed martial arts fighters and tier 1 operators. More so with MMA fighters, because guess what? As an MMA fighter, you are encouraged to be a rock star. But as a martial artist, you're not encouraged to be a rock star. And I want you to know the difference. When you're a mixed martial arts fighter, you're required to be a rock star. Why do I say that? For the simple fact that it's just good and lucrative for your brand. You're able to market yourself a whole lot better. Not only that, you're able to leverage negotiations when it comes to contract deals, when it comes to contract renewals. And then on top of that, you're able to give yourself an advantage when it comes to, let's say, closing in on commercial deals, being able to have sponsorships. That's where it's important. As a martial artist, none of that matters. So being an MMA fighter, you got to cross the lines between being an actual MMA fighter, which means and everything that encompasses with being a business, being a brand, being a product, and as a martial artist, as just somebody that just lives the life of a warrior. Well, when you're a Navy SEAL or you're a Tier 1 operator anywhere in the world, you got to understand that all you need to do is just one thing. You just need to learn to be a martial artist. Yes, when you're a Tier 1 operator, in some way you are a martial artist, not a hand-to-hand martial artist, because I can tell you it doesn't translate the same, right? Like if you're a Tier 1 operator and you're great at what you do, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to translate over to the cage or to the boxing ring or to Muay Thai competitions or anything like that. You know, it doesn't translate by any stretch of the imagination. So
What does the $7 big deal meal get you at Sonic? The real question is, what doesn't it?
That's another thing I wanted to talk about, right? You know, was in the United States, it's a lot easier for, let's say, you know, Tier 1 operator guys to go out and train with civilians, whereas you go in Russia, I noticed that the way that these guys train in Russia, right, when it comes to hand-to-hand combat, it's almost like you have to be in the military or had experience in the military for you to be able to get these techniques that they teach you in Sambo. Khabib's dad had to be former military in order for him to have all these skills that he taught Khabib. Whereas in the United States, I think that the private sectors of the martial arts business and the military are inherently separated, not within the circumference of each other's chain of command. However, at the same time, they have a very good relationship, right? Because even though the military doesn't provide good training when it comes to hand-to-hand combat, the one thing you can guarantee is that if you're living in America, you're going to find plenty of gyms that are going to teach you real good techniques, such as the Gracies, such as Greg Jackson Wink, and to just name, you know, a whole bunch of different names just for the sake of naming names. But either way, one of the things that a lot of people have to understand is that, you know, you can't be famous when you fight. You can't. It was great for Conor McGregor. It was great for the fact that he was able to make a lucrative endeavor out of it. But the problem is that the more famous you are, the more problems you get. The more money you have, the more problems that it brings. So you're probably wondering, like, how do these two guys relate with each other in any kind of way other than the fact that these two guys have an Irish heritage? Whitaker. Well, I think that it was just important to bring up because here's another thing, right? I've heard from a lot of people about this particular story with Ed O'Neill, and I thought that it was crazy that he's in these web of lies that a lot of these Tier 1 operators are saying that he's under. And yet this guy is supposed to be the most famous guy in the world in a job where you're really not required to be famous Robert at all. Whitaker, Nikita Krylov. All right, here we go, guys. Round number one, Nikita Krylov and Robert Whitaker. Hey, Robert Whitaker. Yes, it is Robert Whitaker. Oh, good left hand by Whitaker. Very good left hand. Oh, nice elbows after that breakaway clinch right there. Robert Whittaker is looking very good so far in 205, man. Looking really effective here. Now Nikita Krylov is putting all his weight towards Robert Whittaker. Yeah, so from what it looks like right now, it is, wow, it's Nikita Krylov looking at this. Look at this, trying to get a page out of Khamzat's book right here. Same position that Khamzat was able to get Robert Whittaker in. It is now Nikita Krylov that is showing his weight, showing Robert Whittaker like, hey, look, man, this is a different weight class. Look at all this weight that he's putting on him right now, and significantly looking like the smaller man between the two. Yeah, man. Oh, I got to put that down right there. There we go. All right. Now we're truly live for this fight. Yeah, they are talking about how Paulo Costa moving up to light heavyweight made him look like a real light heavyweight. I look at it like this, right? What is a real light heavyweight supposed to look like? I suppose having some sort of presence and dominance within your size. But you look at Josh Hockett at heavyweight, he's able to allow his skills to basically penetrate through the size, no Diddy, of many of the heavyweights that he faces. And Robert Whittaker is sort of looking to do the same thing at 205 right now. Although I'm not really seeing a lot of elusive footwork that I would normally see out of 185. I don't know if that is a significant indication of reduced benefits or significant returns, insignificant returns, as they say. But good front kick by Krylov. Good 1-2 shot by Robert Whittaker. There it is. The fast hands coming into play here. 135, 133, 132, 130 of the first round. There's another good body kick right there by Nikita Krylov, obviously looking to make this into a K1 match. But there's Robert Whittaker making it into a boxing match. Oh, counter shots, 1-2 shots while he's at it. It's so crazy how a lot of MMA guys are suckers for 1-2 combinations, right? You do that to a professional boxer, between the first jab and between the follow-up of the cross, you would probably catch some sort of a counter at some point, right? Like, they can see that from a mile away. But with MMA guys, it's just a very linear, straight head down the line type of head movement sometimes, especially within the boxing range. All right, 40 seconds left into the first round, 38, 37, 36. There's a good leg kick right there by Nikita Krylov. Robert Whittaker swinging away with just absolute authority. There is a leg kick right there by Krylov. Good exchanges between these two. Knees banging by Nikita Krylov here. Breaking away by Robert Whittaker. And now ending the first round. Oh, and ends it with a 1-2, followed up by a head kick. And he connects. Robert Whittaker, great way to end his first round as a 205er. How about that, right? Putting a stamp to the beginning of his 205 career. A real stamp tap.
The real question is, what doesn't it?
All right, guys, here we go. Round number 2, Robert Whittaker and Nikita Krylov. Good low kick right there by Nikita Krylov, moving forward, and Robert Whittaker counter. Oh, there's a nice jab right there by Robert Whittaker, stepping in there with that jab. Front kick once again by Krylov, sort of spamming those front kicks by now. Whereas Robert Whittaker is sort of spamming some jabs here, sort of finding success within that range. There's another one, right? He keeps going to it, knowing that he's finding some sort of success out of it. All right. Now moving forward, some front kicks again. 4 minutes left into the second round. Yeah, more leg kicks by Nikita Krylov here. More leg kicks by Nikita Krylov, catching up with the leg kicks here towards Robert Whittaker. All right, Robert Whittaker just hurt Krylov right now. Oh, looking to throw some combinations here. Yeah, looking to dart in there. Oh, good. Good double step and jab right there by Robert Whittaker. Oh, nice 1-2 shot by Robert Whittaker there. Oh, man. He's coming back forward with that one. He's coming back forward with those shots right there. Oh, he just rocked him. Yeah, Robert Whittaker is looking for a finish here. He's being very methodical and patient with the finish here. He had that in his palms. He had Krylov on stanky legs on that one. Yeah, 97% is his shots, man. Kicks is only 3%. Didn't really throw that much in there. Yeah, see, the grappling exchanges of Robert Whittaker and the fact that he's the bigger man allowed him to have the advantage here. He's not the bigger man. He can, handle being at this size. Whereas Nikita Krylov cut a lot of weight to be here. So a whole lot of factors to consider. All right. Into the second round. Robert Whittaker is winning this fight so far. Let me know what you chat. Let me know what you guys think. And that is the end of the round. That's the end of the round. 2 rounds for Robert Whittaker. So even the corner of Nikita Krylov agrees that he had lost this round right here. That's good. That's good. They're being very honest with him. They need to. They need to be very honest with him because, yeah, Nikita. So for those of you that said, yeah, you know, Nikita Krylov is too big for Robert Whittaker. What now? What now? What now, lads? What now, lads? You're talking all that shite? All that shite? You be talking that? All that shite? That bloody shite you be talking, yeah? All of that. Yeah, man. But yeah, man, Robert Whittaker, of course, man. Of course he was going to pull through on this. Here we go, round number 3. There seems to be a little bit of some body kick switch right there by Nikita Krylov. Robert Whittaker having a little bit of some bounce right there. Yeah, I had predicted Robert Whittaker was going to win this one. The only loss that I had in my prediction tonight was Cody Garbrandt, and that's for obvious reasons why I would pick Cody Garbrandt, right? But yeah, anyways, not a pretty bad prediction rate. You know, guys, I don't brag a lot. I have a pretty good prediction rate. The only thing is, I don't go out of my way to gamble or do anything like that. You know how it is, man. You go out and you gamble, it just causes nothing but problems for your life. Speaking of problems, oh my God. Oh, wow. Nikita Krylov just experienced some serious problems in that one, man. Some serious problems in that one. He got rocked, right? So as soon as he got rocked, right, not even, a chance to recover at any degree, the referee just steps in there, waves it off, and was like, that was it. That was it. They were like, that was it. Not even an opportunity. They're like, that was it. We're just going to end it right there. That was it. They waved it off right there, man. Great finish. Great finish and win for Robert the Reaper Whittaker. Yeah, man. The Reaper definitely came in MMA terms, of course, not in real life, but yeah, stuff of law. But yeah, you know what I mean. Yup. What is this? 3rd round. TKO. Yup. There it is. Boom. As soon as he hits him with that, really disconnects him from his jaw. Wow. Boom. Great shot. Great shot, man. He says, Jolly Robert, White DC. Who is the White DC? Are you saying, who's the White DC? Who are you talking about? Jolly Robert. You call him Jolly Robert. Bobby Knuckles is more like. Yeah, man. That's that Islander blood right there. And Max Holloway too, man. Yeah. Yeah, my man Jake. My man Jake. My man. Ha-ha. Little Denzel Washington voice and all that. All right. Where were we? I had something. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Some more Conor McGregor content that I've had over the years here. Let me see here. There's only one Conor McGregor.
After 5 years away, he will face the Hawaiian legend and former undisputed featherweight champ Max Holloway. Sports Penny Snow returns tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern on Paramount Plus. All right, time now for the official decision brought to you by Ram Trucks. Nothing stops Ram. Here's Bruce.
Scrubbing Mills. That's the Scrubby way.
Repeated vaping as a teen can damage more than your lungs. It can harm your brain, too.
You know what? Dana White doesn't strike me as somebody that would perpetuate fake beef. Eddie Hearn would. Eddie Hearn, I swear to you, strikes me as a guy that would absolutely make a play. All right? And he even admits it. He's admitting it right now. Eddie Hearn right now is saying literally that, hey, you know what? I don't want any peace. I want war. I want to continue this beef with Dana White because it's building my profile. That is how Eddie Hearn is looking at this. He's looking at this like, you know what, man? I got it all going on. Okay? Everybody in the streets is saying to me, hey, Eddie, knock out, Dana White, right? When he's in America, nobody even knew who Eddie Hearn was in America, right? They just saw this tall, rich-looking, English white dude with, a very posh accent, right? Sounds like he's from, an Ivy League school in Oxford University, or something like that. And you don't really know him from a can of paint. I mean, if you're a hardcore boxing fan, you know that he's Anthony Joshua's promoter, right? You can't be a manager and a promoter at the same time. You know that, but you don't really know anything else about him. Right? Now, this Dana White beef, it's elevated him. So now it's putting him in a position where he has to continue to perpetuate this. And it reminds me of Tupac when he ran across Biggie. And when Biggie looked at him and said, "What's wrong with you?" This was according to the Notorious B.I.G. Behind the Music's VH1 video, right? The documentary that they had on Behind the Scenes. He said to Tupac, "What are you doing?" You know what Tupac said? The same thing that Eddie Hearn is saying right now. "I'm just trying to get me some money." Ali Khan, shout out to you, my man. He says, "What are you doing in the car?" Well, I'm at the downtown facility of Doku, right, where the Kings play, where Anthony Hernandez is going to fight RoboCop in in August of 22nd. And my phone was overheated while I was doing the live stream, so I had to come into the car. You know what? I think it should be fine now. Let's go see if we can go you know what? I still need to charge my phone though, but I'll give you guys a little bit of a quick tour of Doku, and then we'll get back to the cars just so I can charge my phone at the same time, because I'm sort of running low on batteries. Okay, so we'll do a little bit of a quick tour, and then we'll head right back. So obviously this is the parking lot of downtown Sacramento. Ooh, that car was close to running me over, man. Yeah, man, Dubs, man. I'm so pumped, man. Dubs popped up on my channel, bro. That is so awesome. He says, you need to put a giant ice pack on the phone. You need to put a giant ice pack on the phone. I know, man. Hey, sometimes, man, Northern California gets hotter than Southern California. At least in Southern California, when it gets hot, they have the luxury of the beach and the wind that sort of comes with that. But, out here, it's just nothing but valley. So obviously, as a result of that, what you're going to get is, just humid type of heat. So, all right, here we go, guys. Doku Center. He says, it's nice in SoCal. It is. It is, man. It is. And it's nice out here, too. I can't be out here too long because I think the phone is going to, get overheated. I think the reason why it overheated was because I was sitting in one of these seats right here, right? And as I was sitting in one of these seats, the phone sort of overheated, right? So, yeah. Hi, how are you?
At Ping, we look for inspiration outside of golf. For example, Quiet Iris.
Hey, hello, look at this. We got some Dodger fans out here.
Guys, want to grab
Sorry. All right, so it looks like they got a hair salon out here. Must be, you know, a real expensive hair salon. Our man right here getting a haircut. So right here, yeah, where the Kings play. What is this? What do they got going on over here? Looks like some kind of watch party. Maybe it's for the World Cup or something like that. Okay, live streaming every match of the World Cup on Twitch. Oh, okay, so these dudes are, okay, so they're kind of reacting to, all right, the show. Oh, wait, oh, who's playing right now? All right, cool. Okay, so I think that's what's going on. A little bit of a World Cup party going on right now. So, yeah. Man, fuck that, bro. I would never wait in line like that, bro. That's some. How you doing? Yeah, I'm really fascinated by how so many people now in America are sort of really you know, rooting for the US, right? It kind of because look, man, whenever England, you know, plays international, you know that England is going to have its supporters out there. You know what I mean? Their supporters are going to be out there, you know, popping it and you know, and basically, you know, making all the noise and whatnot. We just don't usually get that here in the United States, at least not for soccer, right? So, you know, it is rather a new evolution of things that you know, that I sort of you know, like to see in American sports. So, you know, people are really into it, and that's really awesome to see. You know, that's really awesome to see. So, yeah, man. yeah. So Mark Haney, shout out to Mark Haney, man. He says, "What's up, ADD gang?" All right, man, we got ADD gang in here. He says, "Is that Sac or Vegas?" This is Sac, my man. This is literally the site of where Anthony Hernandez is going to fight RoboCop in April. I'm sorry, not April, in August. Sorry, I'm getting my dates mixed up. You know, sorry. You get hit in the head a little too much. You know what I mean? It kind of affects you a little bit. So yeah, man. Mark Haney, man. So yeah, really made my day, bro. We got Mark Haney that pulled up, and then you got Dubs that pulled up. You know, so you got what do you call it? You got the North and the South, got the West with me. You know what I mean? Like, you know how that song goes, you got the North and the South and the West with me. Like, that's literally what's up here. You know, Dubs, the probably the most famous Southsider YouTubers. And then you know, and then you got
Catalina Crunch. Switch to snacks that matter.
Kayak told me hotel prices just dropped. Now we can finally stop scrolling for travel hacks.
Hey, free phones.
You got Mark Haney, you know, a legendary Northerner. So, you know, that's a W stream right there. You know what I mean? So, all right, man. All right, so we're back in the car now because I gotta, you know, charge the phone. I gotta charge the phone because my dumbass didn't charge it prior to, but you know, I think that's probably a good thing because I gotta charge my phone in the car, and in the car, you know, everything is a lot cooler and whatnot. So he says, all right, guys, this is me live right now talking to you guys. It is the main card right now. We are awaiting Terrence. I'll bring the north side. He says in the story, okay, we are waiting for Terrence McKenna and for Bobby Green. That is going to be a fight. These two guys have some personal beef going on. So, you know, when there's personal beef going on, that fight makes it even better. A little throwback from not too long ago, maybe about a couple of days ago. What was the tags on this data? Doesn't matter. Whatever. All right. Anyways, yeah, a couple of days ago. 10 days ago. All right. Fine. Fair enough. Okay, in the story, I'll bring the north side. Yes, yes. You know, Dubs, yeah, man, Dubs, you know, representing the South and you representing the North. That's why him and Gunner collectives have like this collaboration going on, right? I thought it was like really, you know, genius, but you know what? It's not like, I don't know. It's different with the Rasa, bro, because obviously you've seen Bloods and Crips do podcasts and make records together, but you know, for a North and a Southerner, there's a little bit more taboo to that. You know what I mean? There's more taboo for a North. I mean, I'm not saying that it doesn't happen, right? Because there are Southerners that do, you know, music with Northerners, but it's still taboo for the most part, you know. But yeah, you know, so you know, we're just getting on some California politics here. John Dong says, "Sup, Juice." Juice, at Juice Man, sorry, left the stream before you messaged me. Oh, you guys message each other, or do you mean as in like having a conversation on the chat? Mark Haney says, bro, I used to love partying downtown Sac. LOL, that place was lit back in the days. You know what, Mark? I'm often starting to notice this this trend that people are sort of calling out, right? This lack of nostalgia, this lack of excitement, this lack of not wanting to go out anymore, not wanting to go out and eat, not wanting to go out and go to the movie theaters. I remember in the 90s, when you were going to a movie theater, oh my goodness, oh my goodness, going to the movie theater felt like the greatest thing on earth, right? Because think about it. You go to the movie theater, you're watching a movie, you're going to be entertained. Back in the 90s, what did you have at home? You had cable television, you had local television that ran reruns, and you would hope that you could catch Family Matters, you know, if not Wednesday night, maybe even Thursday night, but you had to catch it at some point and not at your on-demand press of a button type of app situation that you have going on with Netflix, right? So the level of excitement that we have for things are just not the same anymore. I'll give you an example, right? Jean-Claude Van Damme was a big star in the 80s. I guarantee you, Jean-Claude Van Damme wouldn't be shit now if he did the same movies, the same type of, you know, good screenplay, good action sequences that you got out of Kickboxer, Bloodsport, etc. He would not be a star today. It would not work. Like, what do you mean we're going to watch a movie about an American guy that's going to Hong Kong and competing in an underground martial arts competition, and the FBI wants to stop him from competing because, oh my God, this American is going to fight some French guy with tie shorts, and oh my God, God forbid, he's got tie letters. Oh my God, he must be so dangerous because he's wearing shorts that has tie letters on it. That type of thing. Mark Haney says, yeah, the 90s was awesome. Scandibigo says, yapping, blacks ruined movie. Oh man, come on, bro. We can't get into no racial stuff here. Victory says blasphemy. Is that your observation, though? Like in terms of the people that, you know, talk a lot in the movie theaters? Let me know. Obviously that's not, you know, the experience for me. I mean, you know, from at least my experience, I found many black people to be very respectful in movie theaters. In fact, they're the ones that are enforcing, you know, people to shut up. Kind of like that Lauryn Hill video when you notice Lauryn Hill was in a movie theater with that song, strumming my pain with his fingers, singing my life with his words, killing me softly with his songs, killing me softly. Well, yeah, you know the song. Anyways, you know, just getting a little bit of some lyrics here. He says chanter. What is chanter? Are you saying chanter as in
Get a Jimmy John's Vito, Turkey Tom, or the Pepe, chips and a drink for $8.99 with our summer sandwich savings. Try all natural.
As in banter, and you're just saying it with a C because of you know, because of whatever, you know what I mean? Let me know what you mean by that right there. You know what I mean? Let's see here. Mark Haney says, hey, bro, downtown Sac was legit. I've had so much fun down there at the dive bar. Okay, yeah, Beauty Latinas is what I remember about Sacramento. Okay. AB says, you might be the most Egyptian-looking person I have ever seen. I mean, I am North African, and yes, I am, you know, I do have a lot of family in Egypt, AB. Victory says, yeah, Kyrie, black people are always using their outside voice. Okay, yes, in bars, in you know, in places. I don't know about movie theaters though. At least I don't know, man. You know what I mean? I've gone to movie theaters with, you know, black homies before, and they were usually the ones that were enforcing everybody to shut up. Hey, I want everybody to shut the up in here right now. You know what I mean? Or it's about to get cracking up in here, cuz, you know, that type of thing. You know, like they were the enforcers. I don't know, man. Listen, you know what? Not all people of the same race are monolithic. So, you know, let's try and understand that, right? Mark Haney says, killing me softly. ADD gang, that's right. Scanabigo says, you're right. Whites are the ones yapping. Sorry. Mark Haney says, bro, black people are hella loud at theaters. LOL, that's true, though, in my experience. Okay. Well, you do live in the Bay Area, so, you know, you guys got to understand, right? People are different everywhere, right? Like, for example, I'll give you an example, right? I grew up with a lot of Filipinos in the East Coast. But for anybody that's grew up in the West Coast, tell me that Filipinos in a Scandabigo, that's cap. He says main card is canceled. We are at war. Europe has declared war on the U.S. Haha, that is cap. That is cap. The only Europe war declared on the U.S. is Max Holloway and Conor McGregor tonight. And back to the video. California are the same as those in New York and New Jersey. They are not. They are completely different human beings. You know what I mean? In fact, that's the reason why there's a lot of Filipino gangs out here. There's a reason why a lot of Filipinos run Crip. Some Filipinos run Blood, mostly Crip on the Islander card of things. And yeah, you know, they're just a different breed out here. And then I think the Filipinos out here also have relatives whose families were servicemen of World War II. So they got that war genetics inside them. You know, so something to think about. He says Kyrie looked like a New Zealander. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. You know, ever since I kind of trimmed the beard down, people, you know, were hinting Carlos Ulberg. Mark Haney says, I bet they were still loud when they were enforcing, though. Well, yeah, you know what? You got to get a little bit loud to enforce, right? You know what I mean? Because nobody is going to listen to you when you're going, hey, guys, can you guys shut up? You know what I mean? Listen, that is why Mike Tyson is such a vicious human being. You know, in fact, that's why, listen, guys, that's why I'm a vicious human being, all right? Because, you know, there's a part of me that's like, you know what, man, I don't have like a deep DMX type of voice. You know, I sound more like Nick Fuentes, you know, more than anything. You know what I mean? I don't have like this big Jerry screaming voice, right? Like if Jerry wants to scream at you, you know, with fury and thunder, you know, he would just roll up at you like, I'm coming! I'm coming! Right? I don't have that voice, right? If I try to do that kind of voice, I'd be, I'm coming, guys, I'm coming, yeah. You know, and then if me and Myron, or if me and, funny enough, Nick Fuentes were to get into a screaming match at each other, it would sound like, ah, ah. That's what it would sound like. So Mark Haney says, when I first got to this channel, I thought Kyrie was a New Zealander too, or Samoan or Tongan. I thought he was like Mark Hunt's little bro or something. Yo, you know what, man? That's why, you know, that's why I blend in the Islander card really well. You know what I mean? Because I mean, Filipinos, I am part Filipino. They are considered Islanders, but you know, let's be honest, right? Filipinos and Samoans are like two completely different human beings. You know what I mean? I mean, there's new generation of Filipino homies that are like 6'3", 6'4", you know, or something like that. But, you know, the Filipino dudes that I grew up with, you know, they were normal sized dudes. And, you know, and when it came down to, you know, throwing down, you know, they had me throw down with the big guys because, you know, they couldn't do it themselves. But Scandabigo says they were loud and physical when they talk and laugh. Victory says Kyrie is a human Swiss Army knife. Yes. Yes. Mark Haney says you are part of the SOS. Don't lie, bro. Yes, that's SOS, Asian Boys, 8th Street. That's, you know, that's the Islander Crip card right there for sure. He says zero personal space. You know what? I remember watching Romeo Must Die when I was 1998. I was probably 13 years old in 1998, right? When I saw Romeo Must Die. And I remember one scene, DMX shot up the whole place. No. Somebody came in his club and then he just shot some bullets in the air as sort of like a warning shot. He's like, all right, listen, you know, y'all better get up and out of here before it gets hot. And then guess what? You know, there was this one black lady in a movie theater, and she was like so excited that she got to hear DMX's like rowdy and rough voice. Like, yeah, you know what I mean? Like DMX, you know, and she's like, yeah, you tell him while the movie was going on. Oh my God, bro. I remember that so vividly watching Romeo Must Die in the theaters. He says, the other brothers. Yes. That's what they label us. They label us the others. Victory says you need one of those Poirier shirts from Strickland. Oh, dude, listen, is that Dustin Poirier needs to go sue Sean Strickland for that, but he can't though. He can't sue him because Sean Strickland was smart enough to get on it right away. See, bro, Sean Strickland knows more about black culture than than Dustin Poirier. And Dustin Poirier actually grew up in a black culture in Louisiana. That's why him and Lil Wayne, are tight. Scandibigo says, haha, why is Dustin acting black now? You must not know, bro. Listen, there's a lot of dudes like Dustin Poirier in MMA, right? They just have to hide it when they have to do their commercialized side of things. When you look at Dustin Poirier, he looks like Channing Tatum, does he not? He resembles Channing Tatum. Yes, Channing Tatum has also played a lot of wigger roles, right? He's also played a lot of, black-friendly white guy roles. Okay, that's the best way to really put it. But Dustin Poirier has to hide all that when he's marketing himself as a UFC fighter. Notice Dustin Poirier does charity for like fallen cops or something like that. You know what I mean? That's something I would never do. You know what I mean? In fact, like when people ask me, hey, I seen UFC fighters train FBI agents. Would you ever do that? Hell no. Hell no, I ain't training no FBI agents. I'll train the homies before I train some FBI agents on a gang on some real shit. You know what I mean? He says, I think he tried to hide it the whole time. Yes, that's what it is, bro. Look, even some black folks, you have to understand, they also try to hide it as well, right? I've known some black dudes that I've worked with in a corporate setting, okay? I've been in corporate jobs where black dudes that came from the hood really hid who they were. I mean, they sounded like Obama from 9 to 5. By the time it was 6 p.m., they sounded like freaking WAC 100. You know what I mean? Like, Victory says, I heard DC saying ninja the other day, and it sounded more strange than Dustin saying it. Is that right? So you found it more strange. And obviously, he didn't actually say the word ninja as in, as in a Japanese, covert force of elite, operators, right? Like he literally meant ninja as in the N-word, right? Which, by the way, I mean, obviously, I'm probably allowed to say the N-word, but the Islamic side of me is like, let's refrain from using that. Let's not use that. Mark says, Dustin is acting black now. He doesn't have a job. Well, oh man. I mean, he does have a job. He is, he is a panel in the desk for the UFC, is he not? So, I can't necessarily say that he's jobless, although this particular incident, but you never know, man. The UFC lets a lot of things slide. Cowboy says Daniel Cormier is also from Louisiana, just like Dustin. Yes. MMA Unk says at Victory, totally agree. That's what I'm saying. MMA. MMA says at Mark Haney, it's gonna be bad, but it's gonna be bad, why is okay? You need to get one of those. Okay, we read that part. Trying to see where I'm at now. He says at MMA, LOL. Victory says Kyrie takes everything literally, LOL. I mean, listen, man. I'm Arab. We're not very good at sarcasm. Arabs are not very good at sarcasm. If you guys didn't notice, you know what I mean. We're not good at sarcasm. Please excuse me, okay? He says it's gonna be bad, my white guy. He says it's gonna be bad, my white guy. Okay, so you got your own variation to that. That's awesome, man. Man, this is great, man. Really enjoying the banter with you guys here. It's gonna be good. All right, here we go, guys. First fight of the main card. Okay, we got Terrence McKenna taking on Bobby Green. Two guys that used to be cool with each other, no longer. All right. The opener of the main card. Let's get this thing cracking. By the way, shout out to San Bernardino, where Bobby Green is from, right? A place that, very familiar with, right? Especially their rappers, especially, some of the music that comes out of there, right? Shout outs to the Inland Empire, man, while we get this fight cracking. All right, so we're opening the first fight of the evening. Can't wait, man. This is going to be awesome. Look at Bobby Green looking really slick right now. King Green, let's go, baby. All right, Kerry Hatley as the referee. Terrence McKenna, T-Rex. I forgot his nickname. That's a very interesting nickname, honestly. Here we go. Round number one. Terrence McKenna opens up, and there's Bobby Green throwing some oblique kicks right there. Just remember, Terrence McKenna reminds me of Shane Carwin, okay? He is like a 155-pound Shane Carwin. He is always in crazy round one fights. Some of the crazy round one fights I remember back in the days was Nick Diaz versus Paul Daly, the former British Army demolition specialist Paul Daly. He was also of Jamaican descent as well. Very interesting man, right? Very hood and also very, he's a former military vet for the British military. So, but anyways, here we have Green having a really good exchange with Terrence McKenna right now. Oh, good shot by Terrence right there. There's another good shot by Terrence. Okay, he's really looking for a finish here. Oh, wow. Wow, looking really good, man. Man, look at this. Just constant onslaught right here. Oh, my goodness. Bobby Green is already cut up in the eye right now. Look at this. Terrence McKenna is doing a very good job of getting surgical with Bobby Green right now. Look at this. Sorry, guys. I'm going to read your comments that we had about Bobby Knuckles later on. He says, black on black 187 or Webster, Scandabigo. What about Webster? Are you referring to dictionaries or some sort of reference to people not having a vast vocabulary? I happen to tell you that I have a very vast vocabulary, my man. In fact, my middle name should be Kyrie Webster Abu El-Kheer. Imagine that, as a tagline. And in the red corner, Kyrie Webster's Dictionary Abu El-Kheer. Yes, because he's going to bore you with constant definitions of words that you would have never known. Scandabigo says rap. No, not right now. This fight is too important. I'm sorry, brother. This fight is too important right now. We're at the main card. Terrence McKenna is doing a very good job of banging away at Bobby Green right now. Really showing his age right now in comparison to the youngster of, Mckinney here, and living up to his moniker of, you know, a 1-round or a 2-round fight. Look, I think that if Bobby Green survives this, there is a high chance that homeboy here gets a finish in the second round. And look at this. He's going for a rear naked choke right here. He can slip it in. He's got it. He's got it. It's going to be very difficult for Bobby Green to hand fight this rear naked choke right now. Terrence McKenna is really looking for this. There's Bobby Green with some defense, hitting Terrence McKenna in the process. Okay, he's saying that he might just be trying to recover there, I suppose. They're talking smack to each other right now. And look, there's Terrence McKenna. I don't know, man. I think Bobby is doing a very good job of hand fighting this. I didn't give him much credit with this hand fighting right here. But okay, here's Terrence McKenna. Now he's looking at either mount him or transition into something else here. Okay, oh, wow. Great scramble of Bobby Green to get up out of there. Now they are both back on their feet. And it is Bobby Green that is backing Terrence McKenna up in the first round. Oh, man, he got rocked right there. Remember, this Terrence McKenna kid is a 1-round hedgehog. I mean, really, he's like a complete buzzsaw in the first round. Oh, what is this? Living up to the moniker of first round. I can't believe it. Bobby Green is going to finish him. Bobby Green is going to finish him. I can't believe it. Bobby Green finishes 4:59. Can you believe it? Can you freaking believe it? Can you freaking believe it? He finishes him literally, okay, within 4:59. Can you believe that? Bobby Green gets a 4:59 finish. I cannot believe it. That is unbelievable. How did Bobby Green pull off a 4:59 finish? How was he able to pull that off? That is insane. Wow. Wow. That was very dramatic. I mean, honestly, very dramatic. That was out of nowhere. Wow. Wow. That was so unexpected. Man, shout out to everybody across the world that is tapped in right now, guys. Don't forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, okay? And let me know what you guys thought about this entire fight week's festivities. To be quite honest with you guys, really lackluster up until the, all right, you know, the press conference is okay, right? But you really can't expect a lot for a Conor McGregor that is, you know, fire and brimstone that he did with Khabib, right? You can't get that guy because he's not that guy in this fight. He's in a different part of his life. So fair enough, right? He did what he could. The press conference was, I'm not going to say an A+, but you know what? A B-, because that is right up the alley of Conor McGregor, the wittiness, the entertainment factor, singing the Oasis song, shouting out one of the Gallagher boys of the Oasis band. That's always good. Hey, that's always cool. You know, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. You know, who doesn't like a little Oasis, right? You're my wonderwall. You know, I mean, who doesn't love a little bit of that, right? Great stuff. Great stuff. So it was entertaining. But prior to that, unfortunately, man, you know, there was really just nothing there, man. You know, and Conor McGregor wasn't trying. There was also this speculation that we had that perhaps maybe the UFC just was not promoting him. Maybe that's just what it was. They just had no desire to promote him in any kind of way, right? Oasis, for example. All right, great example. Obviously, he used this as an example, well, in terms of just, you know, basically making his own rendition of Wonderwall. to serenade the fans with, sort of following in the footsteps of Tyson Fury and Manny Pacquiao, and the many few of the boxers that are known to like themselves a little bit of a karaoke, right? He fancied himself a little bit of a karaoke. He thought it would be great to get the crowd going. I think that if it was more of, a European audience as it was, let's say, in the World Cup or in the time of when McGregor fought Aldo, then maybe the chants would have been a little bit louder, right? But that wasn't the case. So the reality is, if Oasis wanted to go out on a tour, they would let you know it. They would let you know what's going on, where it's going on, how it's going on, and there's going to be no mistake to any information that you need. They're going to tell you where to park. They're going to tell you what kind of hotels you can book around the corner to see Oasis from, I don't know, whatever city you're at, whether you're in Melbourne, Australia, or whether you're in Florida, or whether you are in X, Y, and Z, name whatever country in the world, right? With that in mind, there is a promotional effort that is being put. With this one, not so much. And the only way that I can really suspect that is, well, perhaps the reality of trying to undervalue him and the next time around he goes and signs with a different company. I mean, why would that be implausible in any kind of way for that to happen? But you never know. He wins this one tonight. He moves on and, has a great opportunity to extend his contract, and even better for the UFC because they know they can make more money off of him. And if he loses, well, there's even some more fights that he can make. But I tell you what, the one thing they don't want to do is let him go into the free market sphere. Because if they do, guess what? He's going to find out that other people out there can pay him a whole lot more than what Uncle Dana can pay him. And as a result of that, guess what? Goodbye, the UFC. And you've seen the Ariel Helwani interview. I let you make out what his body language was, because that could mean a whole lot of different variations. Scandabigo says, let's wrestle. He says, why don't you rap? Not that kind of mood tonight. Realistically speaking, not in the rapping mood and what have you. But it is a good night. It is a good night for some fights. The stream was very slow earlier on, right? At least in terms of of views. Now we're actually up to 1K people right now that have turned up, which is a good thing, right? 1K people around the world tapping in. What do we got? Like maybe, sometimes 5 to 12 people at a time concurrent watching. But at the same time, man, good night of fights. It's what, Conor McGregor brings as an effect. So how about that, right? 500 views literally just within an hour, already on the way to 1K. All right, shout out to everybody across the world. We're continuing our coverage on. My white guy, it's going to be good. Okay, he didn't say it's going to be bad. It's going to be good, my white guy. You know what? I'm going to have a shirt like that, right? And I'm going to have like my face on it, but with my face on it, I'm also going to have like one of those Ivy League sweaters or whatever, like holding a pipe, and say it's going to be good, my white guy. He says we invented sarcasm. Jersey says, who's we? The Arabs invented sarcasm? Really? MMA Unk says, he agree, Kyrie. Where are you from originally? Where am I from originally? So I grew up in New Jersey. I was born in Libya. Then I moved out to Stockton, and then I went to college and was fighting out of Sacramento, and I never left Sacramento since. Victory says, you need code switching race whisperer shirts. There you go. There you go, man. ADD gang, race whisperers, and your car's check engine light is lit up like a Christmas tree. He says most of the time the prophet used to get to find a cross by sarcasms. Okay, Arabs invented oil, not sarcasm. That's well, you know what? I don't think we invented oil. I think, I mean, obviously, oil is a creation by Allah. I think it's safe to say that Allah blessed us with oil, right? Because, yeah, you know, like, I didn't want to go there. I was going to make an Israeli, you know, Palestinian concoction out of that. Never mind, never mind. He says ADD gang bang. He says ADD gang bang. MMA Unk says, oh, you from Stockton? I live in Germany, but I run around and randomly yell at people. Stockton. What? Yo, Nate Diaz got people in Germany going, you know, Stockton mother effer. He says, gotta hit someone with a Stockton slap. You want to hear a story?
I finally saw him. Sasquatch. Right there in front of me. Yeah, we were gonna do a photo shoot.
About me slapping somebody in Stockton. You know what? You just brought up a good story, right? So, all right, this is with a group of my, you know, Polynesian brothers, right? All right, so there was this dude that lived in the neighborhood, right, where we lived at in Stockton, right? And I don't know what his dad does for a living. I think his dad was a correctional officer, right? So I don't know. One of the homies had a problem with him and the dad or whatever, right? So apparently, the dad said that he saw me as one of the guys that threw something at his house, right? And so the homies came to me and said, hey, why these dudes saying that they saw you there? I'm like, you know, did you say anything? I'm like, I didn't even say anything. I don't know what the heck was going on. All right, so you didn't say anything. Nah, you know, I wasn't there. You know, they say that I was there allegedly, but I wasn't. You know, so the homies were like, you need to go slap that son of the CEO. I said, what? He says, yeah, go slap the CEO's son, right, who lived in the neighborhood. All right, so I walked up to him, I slapped him, and they made a play out of it, right? After I slapped him, they made a play as the homies saving him from me. Does that make sense? Like, they asked me to slap him, which I did, and then they made up this whole thing of like, all right, I'm gonna hold him back. We're gonna, you know, we're gonna hold Kyrie back. We're gonna make sure that he doesn't touch you or anything. And I don't know what the heck was going on. You can put two and two together why they were trying to save the life of that CEO's son. You know, after he got slapped. I let you make up your mind as to why that was. I'm not gonna tell you why that was. I was just told, hey, go slap this kid. And yeah, they were making a play like as if they were the ones saving him from me. So he says, you do take everything literally. Funnier when I invented LOL. Yeah. He says MMA Unk. MMA Unk says, yeah, my favorite fighter is Nick Diaz. My mom is 75 and never watched a UFC fight, but if you ask her who the best MMA fighter is, she'll say Nick Diaz. Wow, bro. Okay, man, those are some real fans out there you got in Germany, right? He says, F Stockton, someone tried to rob me, bro. I lost 40% of my hearing in the left ear. The pistol shot next to my head. Stockton goes hard. Bro, you know what, man? I've ran across some of your people in Stockton, right? Both in the negative and the positive side of things. You know, I'll just say that. Jersey Joy Chicken says, I meant to say that the prophet used sarcasm to get his point across most of the time. Okay, got it. Victory with a laughing emoji. Fi says, did you slap the guys that framed you? That was the son. The son was the one that said that he saw me there, and that's the reason why the homies asked me to go slap him, right? And then the homies went and saved him from me. Like, they basically tackled me, not in a rough way, just, you know, to try to like get him in safety. So, you know, I let you yeah, if you're smart and if you're from the streets and you know what you know, then you understand why certain things was asked of me and why they made it look like the way that they did. I'm not gonna go into more details of it than I should, but somebody got slapped that day, and that's all you need to know. And yeah, there are statute of limitations on slapping somebody, so I could tell this story. Fi says, I'm not from the streets. There was a point where I wasn't from the streets. You know what, man? I need you guys to understand this. I'm going to leave it off with this, right? I didn't grow up in the hood, but I'm good in the hood. And I let you figure that one out. All right? I never grew up in the hood. I'm not even from the West Coast. Well, I mean, I'm now, you know, a permanent resident of the West Coast, but I didn't grow up here. Like, you know how some Sacramento guys, they'll ask each other, hey, what high school did you go to? Oh, I went to Cesar Chavez High School. Or one guy will say, I went to Hiram High School. Or people in Stockton will say, I went to Edison High School. I went to Chavez. I went to Stagg. I went to, you know, I can't name any of that. The only high school I can name is Old Bridge, New Jersey. I keep it real, though. But guess what? I got some real savages on my side, though. You know what I mean? So, you know, I ain't got to be from the hood. I don't got to be hood. I don't even got to be gangster. But I know some dudes that are really about all that. So he says, MMA Unk, I can give you examples. Cowboy says, I spent 2 years in San Bernardino when I was broke. Thank God I moved out. Yeah, man. Shout out to San Bernardino. There's a lot of Crips out there. San Bernardino is Aspy says. Mark Haney says, I grew up in West Oakland, 7th and Market, Acorn Mob. Okay. All right. Represent, Mark Haney. Says he, I'm from the streets, Unk. I can give you some examples. Okay. So, all right, guys, with that in mind, listen, that is all that I have. Wanted to get in here for an hour, showed you guys downtown Sacramento, rewind at the end, gave you guys a little bit of some synopsis on what's going on with the peace treaty between Dana White and Eddie Hearn. Is it really worth it? Go rewind all the way from the beginning to find out what I had to say about that. And also, what do I think about Conor McGregor fighting Max Holloway? I don't think there's anything good that's going to come out of that for Conor McGregor, but rest assured, it's going to be entertaining. Scanabigo says, another wrap. And just like that, we end in the show. Just like that, we going blow for blow, toe to toe. I'm gone. Act like you know. Inshallah.
Yeah! Maxing is so maxing right now, bro. Carl's Jr. is saving you big with.
You're my wonder wall. All right, man. There it is, guys. You're my wonder wall. You're my wonder wall, yeah. Oasis. Yeah, man, very good band. Very good band. You know, very legendary band, obviously. You will never get anything like that in the world of, you know, of modern music. I don't know what it is, man. You know, it seems that, like, white kids nowadays are not making garage bands, and I think maybe that is indicative of a couple of things, right? I think that, you know, the average white kid in America probably figured, you know what, you could make money being a TikTok star, YouTube streamer, Kick, etc., right? Rather than just going and starting a band, which is, you know, quite frankly, really hard. I mean, you look at the bands like Korn, Slipknot, Ozzy, Metallica, all these masterpieces that they've made over the years, right? Like, you would imagine it takes a lot of work to put music like that together, especially with the type of music that has the complexity of a guitar, a bass, a drummer, and then also a lead singer that is also playing a guitar with the supporting guitar role in the band, along with the bassist, right? So there's a lot that goes into it, and then having to record it, and then also now having to memorize it. So if you go around the world and you're taking the song out on tour, right? It's just a lot of work. That is also the other factor. The other factor is, you know, let's be honest, right? Starting a garage band is very expensive. It is, you know, straight up, well, how do I say this in a very most politically incorrect way? It's, you know, white man a hobby. I mean, really, right? It really is. It is an expensive hobby. So in specifically, it is middle class white man hobby. And if you notice, a lot of people that come from alternative rock bands, you know, those bands that like talk about like, you know, how their girl in their high school class scorned them, and you usually hear them in like teenage, you know, movies like with Lindsay Lohan from back in the days, right? Like Panic at the Disco, like music like that. But yeah, bands like that are expensive. It's very hard to come by. And as you would imagine, it would be very difficult for many people to, you know, create a band like that. Aaron Mega says, bro, Terrence got knocked out cold. Indeed he did. Indeed he did. And you know what? As everything to be advertised, correct? Because guess what, man? What do we know Terrence McKenna to be, man? It was going to be a one-round fight, and that's exactly what happened. And I just knew that Bobby Green was going to be on the best receiving end of that, because you know what? Bobby Green, with all his recklessness, also knows how to fight very carefully. And, you know, credit to him, man. Credit to him. Yeah, he did himself proud. He did his team proud. He did his city proud. And he settled this beef, right? If this was a beef to any degree, he's the one that settled it right now, right? But, you know, once again, great. You know, their careers move on, and that's that. Okay, man. All right, so let's get the time slot on this one. 7:46. No, 7:47 will make it. Royval.
On Saturdays, I'm locked in. Food ready, friends over, and the fight.
All right, they're about to announce Brandon Royval and Loner Kavanaugh. Only one stain in his record. Against the veteran Brandon Royval. One fight of the year against Joshua Van, if you guys didn't know. All right, from Denver, Colorado is Brandon Royval. Let's go, man. All right, here we go. Round number one. Round number one. Very good. Very good stance so far by Brandon Royval. Walking down Kavangh. Kavangh backing up, pawing each other right now. One in the orthodox stance, one in the unorthodox stance. 437, 436 of the first round. Low kick attempt by John Kavangh. Miss. Oh, man, both of them going up top. Okay, there's the high chaotic pace that Joe Rogan is talking about right there. 413, 411, 410. Wow, over the top right there by Kavangh. Nice high kick by Brandon Royval right there. Yeah, very good high kick right there by Brandon Royval. All right, here we go. Brandon Royval taking that calf kick right there by Kavangh. There's another one. All right, so Brandon Royval catches that kick right up top and continues on from here. Look at this. Yeah, Brandon Royval's doing a very good job backing up Loner Kavangh there. I was going to call him John Kavangh. Obviously, a different Kavangh that's going to be in a different action tonight. Good high kick by Brandon Royval. Yeah, really good feints by these two guys, right? I mean, it is kind of what you would expect from two guys that are top flyweights. Obviously, Lower Kavangh is, what rank is he in the world right now, right? Kavangh right now is at number 6. Brandon Royval is at number 4 in the world. These are top guys right here, right? And not John Kavangh, Brandon Royval actually just had one of the biggest fights in the UFC's history against Joshua Van. And as a result of that, here he is in this, big main card extravaganza of Conor McGregor and the Holloway card. All right, Brandon Royval is just maintaining his top control position at this moment of time. They are right back up, clinching into the fence right now once again. Good takedown. That is the end of the first round. Scandabigo, I'm going to advise you to stop spreading fake news. If that was the case, that would be heavily broadcasted into the broadcast and say, all right, tonight, guys, Paddy Pimblett is going to replace Conor McGregor, and we don't know what we're going to do with his opponent, BSD. Maybe have BSD work security tonight. That's what he's good for. He's a military guy. He can handle it. That's his job for the night. Boom. There it is. I don't know, man. They would have been saying it by now if you ain't capping. So no, Conor ain't pulled out. Okay, guys, we are now locked into round number 2 between Brandon Royval and John Kavanaugh. Loner Kavanaugh, not John Kavanaugh. Kavanaugh, that is going to be action tonight as a coach. All right, head strikes. Total for Brandon Royval, 37, only 7 for Kavanaugh. Obviously, the jabs of Brandon Royval is coming a lot quicker than that of Kavanaugh's kicks. Oh my goodness, Brandon Royval just got laid out right there. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. He's close to getting finished. Oh my goodness. He was able to recover. He was able to recover. He was able to recover. Oh, there's an elbow by Kavanaugh. All right. Brandon Royval now in the position of a rubber guard, looking to neutralize Kavanaugh. Right on top position right now. This is a very good fight so far with round number 2. 3 minutes left into the second round. Under 3 minutes as we speak. Loner Kavanaugh doing a very good job of body lock wrestling. And there is John Kavanaugh looking for the finish. He will not get the finish. They're still brawling. And there's jabbing in the face of Loner Kavanaugh. All right, so Brandon Royval is looking for a takedown right here. As he's looking for a takedown, he's like, what you got? What you got? Oh, there's an elbow by Loner Kavanaugh. Oh, and there is a miss. He thought somebody was there. Nobody was home. Attempts of low kicks right there by Kavanaugh missed. Looking for a spinning back, yeah, spinning back fist right there. Oh, wow. There's a behind the head shot right there by Brandon Royval, but the referee didn't see it, so it never existed. 1:13 left in the second round. 1:11 left in the second round. 109, 107, 106, 105. And John Kavanaugh, a.k.a. Loner Kavanaugh, is going to get taken down at the end of the minute. And bang, down he goes and gets taken down. Point. Brandon Royval with the point. There it is. Brandon Royval pounding from the top position. Looking for a clinch. Oh, and there's an elbow by Loner Kavanaugh. Looking to make a loner out of Brandon Royval. Oh, and there's another one and a swing and a miss. Oh, Brandon Royval gets him. Oh, there's a knee. Oh, there's a head kick. Oh, there's 1 second left in the second round, and off they go. Third round, here we go. Another fight of the year by Brandon Royval. All right, here we go. Round number 3. Loner Kavanaugh just got rocked by Brandon Royval. There's Brandon Royval going on the prowl, looking to finish with some elbows and some combinations. Oh, and Brandon Royval gets rocked himself in the process. Pandemonium is going on in Sin City, Las Vegas tonight, baby. All right, there it is. There's a takedown shot by Brandon Royval. He gets it. There is an attempt of a guillotine by Brandon Royval. Brandon Royval is put on a guillotine. Loner Kavanaugh has the guillotine right on him, right in the half guard position. How does he get out of this position? All right, and there's Brandon Royval looking to make a triangle out of John Kavanaugh. He has him in full mount position, I believe, in this current moment of time right now. Nope. Okay, now he's in a full mount looking for the triangle choke in the full mount position. All right, maintaining full guard position right on top. Brandon Royval right on top of John Loner Kavanaugh. Loner Kavangh is getting ground and pounded here early in the third round. And there's Brandon Royval looking for a submission. Will he get the submission? Only time will tell. There is only 2:30 left in the third round. 2:29, 2:28, 2:27, 2:26, 2:25, 2:24, 22, 21, 19, 18. Do we have a rear naked choke in the process? Only time will tell. Brandon Royval really looking to get a lock on this one right here. Let's see. Will Brandon Royval get this lock? Only time will tell. Let's get ready to rumble. Oh, Brandon got it. Oh, Brandon got it. He's got the rear naked choke. He's got the rear naked choke. Loner Kavangh has nowhere to go. He's got the rear naked choke. Loner Kavangh had nowhere to go, and he got it. He got the rear naked choke. Great on Brandon Royval. Another classic performance by Brandon Royval in a very classic card, in a most unforgettable card that no one will ever forget. Yeah. Awesome, awesome, awesome stuff by Brandon Royval. That is awesome stuff, guys. Don't forget to like and subscribe. We are continuing our coverage of UFC 329. And what else matches do we have left? We got Corey Sandhagen taking on Mario Bautista. And then in the main event, the co-main event, the co-supporter of the show, we got Paddy Pimblett taking on BSD. And of course, the main event, Conor McGregor versus Max Holloway. When you're in the MMA space, I got to tell you, a Conor McGregor content is one of the best contents that you can make simply because of the attention that he garners. Now, I don't know how much true that is in the modern world that we live in today, because this is not 2014. And by the way, check out my live stream that I did last night regarding Conor McGregor and when he will be fighting again, or if he's ever going to fight again. Because just now I got news that Conor McGregor is going to announce on New Year's Day his opponent, and not only that, his location and date of when he's going to fight. So it's finally happening. And I've got a great content ready for you right now. Don't forget to like and subscribe before I drop this hot take on you. So here it is. The way that I see Conor McGregor is the same way that Everlast the rapper takes a look at himself in his contribution to the hip-hop world. When he was on the Joe Rogan podcast, and I'm talking about Everlast the rapper, a guy who literally lived two different lives in the music industry, one as almost like a rock country singer, and in the other as the House of Pain lead MC. And he said something very profound in the Joe Rogan podcast that sort of relates to Conor McGregor in a nutshell. He said that my song from House of Pain, Jump Around, does not belong to me. It belongs to the universe. It belongs to the hip hop community. And I could be walking around in some random places hearing the song Jump Around by House of Pain, and nobody would recognize that I was the guy behind the mic. People would just look at him as, hey, who's this average-looking white guy of Irish descent sitting here enjoying this song? They have no idea that he is the guy that made that song. That's sort of the same metaphor that we can compare Conor McGregor to. You see, the way that we look at Conor McGregor in the modern times is that we appreciate the contribution that he has made for the hip-hop community. I'm sorry, for the MMA community, as well as what Everlast had made for the hip-hop community. We appreciate the memories that he has given us. We also love the fact that he can draw a crowd and that he is one of the staple of our sport in terms of pay-per-view numbers. If there is one guy that can attract an entire family to come together other than Christmas and holidays and all these other made-up days that people like to put on a Hallmark card, I think it would be Conor McGregor. He is an event in and of itself. His fights are Super Bowls status, even though if he's not fighting for the title, it is WrestleMania extravagance to the max. This is Conor McGregor and what he contributes to the sport. So now, let's take a look at what is the potential of the opponents that he has going on. Could it be Nate Diaz? That's a great possibility. Now, prior to this, I tried to take a look at Nate Diaz and Michael Chandler's social media. There isn't any hint of anything that indicates they are going to fight Conor McGregor anytime soon. Perhaps maybe that is by design in terms of trying to understand that, hey, you know what? We don't want to leak any information out there. Conor has already said that he's going to reveal his opponent, his time and place, and we're just going to leave it at that. We're going to keep it an NDA, non-disclosure agreement, and that's the way that it's going to be. Well, the other possibility is maybe this is a very extreme hot take, and I'm willing to say it right now, and I could be wrong. I'm probably going to be wrong, but maybe the UFC will just decide to release him and the Saudis will pick him up and have a box with Manny Pacquiao, or maybe do something temporary to go out and box in the same way that Nate Diaz got to go out and box Jake Paul. So these are the three possibilities that we have in mind. Manny Pacquiao in boxing, Nate Diaz in MMA, Michael Chandler in MMA, and mostly all UFC 300 related content, because UFC 300 has to be big. It can't just be Max Holloway and Justin Gaethje for the BMF belt. It can't just be Izzy versus Alex Pereira for the third time in MMA for the 205 belt this time, with basically Izzy coming off of a win over Alex Pereira, only for Alex Pereira to come back, beat Jan Blachowicz, and then come in to take the 205 title afterwards, right? So, yes, all of these are big, but you got to put a cherry on top, and Conor McGregor is that guy. He is the everlast of the sport. He is the guy that we will always remember as a classic hit, just like Jump Around. So these are the possibilities that we have with Conor McGregor potentially fighting and announcing the date on January 1st, 2024, on New Year's Day. That is what we have to look forward to. That is the only news that I have in this current moment of time. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And please check out the live portion that I did last night, why Conor McGregor is not fighting. And here we are. We are finally getting some news. We were given some speculations as to, well, maybe the UFC can't afford them because of contract negotiations, contract leverage. Check out that content for the full details at hand. But for now, this is the only possible detail that we can give you in terms of Conor McGregor's update and what he is going to announce on New Year's Day. Don't forget to like and subscribe, share to tell a friend, and I'll see you guys soon. Conor McGregor and Sean Strickland are two broken people. The only difference is that one guy is allowing it to work for him in the current moment of time, and the other guy is being destroyed by his inner demons. And I'm going to explain the two dynamics of this reality. So Sean Strickland, in the current moment of time, he seems to be growing a huge popularity. And in fact, even in this page, in this particular channel, he's given me quite some good views covering his Israel Adesanya fight and the aftermath of fans around the world rejoicing in his rocky moment. So he allowed his whole entire demons and his whole entire childhood trauma to help him persevere, to help him constantly get in these gym wars, which, by the way, had been absolutely conducive to his improvement as a fighter, him understanding his range, understanding the distance, understanding what it feels like to be in mid-competition. And that's an important factor, too, when we're talking about ring rust and experience, and also talking about being active as a fighter. Now, you look at Conor McGregor, there's a huge problem with the fact that he's not active because of the fact that, as I've told you in previous videos, is that it really takes a lot to get him to fight. And not just him as a person, because here's the thing. He has gotten to a point right now in superstardom in which that going into a fight is just not enough, right? There has to be sponsors involved. Then there's Proper 12. How is that going to fit into the equation? The UFC and the various companies and corporate conglomerates that are surrounding it. Should they have an event near WrestleMania? Because as you know, they are now owned by the WWE and they have a partnership to which they can't cross paths with each other in a way that is going to interfere or step over the line over each other or impose their brands in a very inconducive way. So there's just that problem alone. And then there's the problem of obviously USADA and the transition between the drug testing companies they have going on. And then you also have to factor in the aspect of the fact that, well, he has to get ready from these inner demons that he's quite frankly not taken care of. And what do I mean by that? You see him, he's constantly drinking. He's going into these boxing fights absolutely snowed out of his mind, if you know what I mean. And then take into consideration the fact that he's not living every day like a mixed martial arts fighter should. Now, you look at this meme that I had in my Facebook where I basically had a comparison between Conor McGregor's lifestyle and Michael Chandler's lifestyle. You look at Michael Chandler on this side, he wakes up at 6 a.m., gets his first workout at this time. Conor McGregor's something where he drinks Proper 12, tweets, trains a little bit, drinks Proper 12, sleep, and then here comes Michael Chandler down the list of the time schedule during the 24-hour span. It's either training or eating nutritious food, recovering, and then sleeping to help somewhat of a trajectory of being in a training camp or at least staying in shape all year round. And you compare those two, and now they're going to this clash in June 29th. It's like, who do you favor? Because here's the thing that I think is really important to understand, right? Lucas Tracy MMA on YouTube mentioned that Conor McGregor is never going to be a top 15 guy. I said, wow, that's shocking. Why would he never be a top 15 guy? Well, because of the fact that he's not living the lifestyle to be able to perform at that kind of level, even in a smaller, minuscule level that he's used to, because obviously he's a double champ. He's been in the top pound for pound rankings when he was a champion, and even after he was a champion, even after his Khabib loss. So how about that? After the Khabib loss, what did we start thinking about this guy? We started thinking that there's nobody else that can really beat this guy other than Khabib. It seems that Khabib and maybe his other teammates or people that have that particular style are the only ones that have the particular skill set to beat this guy. Lo and behold, they go and rematch Dustin Poirier after the Donald Cerrone win. What happens? It seems that the activity level of Dustin Poirier was the reason of his advantage into the Conor McGregor rematch the second time around when they fought in Abu Dhabi in 2021. And then fast forward into that rematch in that very same year, Conor McGregor loses again. But again, he made a great account of himself because you look at the spinning attack kicks that he was throwing at Dustin Poirier, it was presenting a huge levels of threat that could look like Conor McGregor would somehow pull it off if the rounds kept going on. That was until he kept taking leg kicks, which, by the way, ended the way that it did. And historically, now we understand the results of that and the effects of those calf kicks that ultimately debilitated Conor McGregor in that fight and ultimately put him out for some time where he had to take enhancement drugs in order to get the recovery, which, by the way, was the problem in and of itself during the final months of the USADA era, in which he had to basically present a clean piss test for a 6-month time frame of some sort, right? So now we're in this situation where you really can't believe that he can beat anybody in the top 15. And I'm starting to believe Lucas Tracy MMA, Tracy Lucas MMA, or Lucas Tracy, whichever, right? You guys know who he is, especially if you're in the YouTube combat sports MMA cycle of things, right? All right, guys. We can obviously play that a little later on. But for now, we got Corey Sandhagen taking on Mario Bautista. So we're going to get cracking right now, guys. All right, Corey Sandhagen versus Mario Bautista is about to begin right now. Yeah, this fight is beginning right now, man. Very highly contested matchup right here. And then we're not too far away from the co-main event after that, man. Hey, can you imagine, dude? We're like not that far away from the co-main event, and it's only 7:30, right? So we're very close to the co-main event at 7:30. Whereas in the old days, where they had the pay-per-view start at 7, this would drag on into the night. I like it. I don't know, there's just a different pacing that it offers at 6 p.m. I don't know if anyone feels the same or anything like that, but yeah, Corey Sandhagen opening up with some front kicks. Oh, man, he rocks Bautista right there. Looking to finish him right here, man. He smells blood. Corey Sandhagen, though, he's going to try and be very careful, but I think that with a few good shots here, I think that All right, yeah. Oops, yeah. Very technical pace of Corey Sandhagen here. All right, so that was a pretty good first round for Corey Sandhagen right there, man. Very good. There was that one position that Mario Bautista almost had with the arm bar there, but good on Corey Sandhagen to prevent that. Now they are back on their feet. Second round. And there's some calf kicks going on right there. 439, 437, 436 of the second round. Oh, good shots right there by Corey Sandhagen. All right, Corey Sandhagen with the clinch position right here. Oh, man, good 1-2 shot entry by Bautista. All right, good clinch positions. Breakaway right there. 3 minutes down. 255, 253, 252 of the second round right now. Corey Sandhagen versus Bautista. All right, back in the clinch position. 2 minutes down. 157, 155. Good exchanges between Corey and Bautista here. Oh, what do you know? There's Mario Lopez right there in the front row. Mario Bautista shoots in for a takedown right here with 1:15 left into the second round. All right, man. Yeah, very good consistency of pace with Corey Sandhagen. Look, it's very difficult to not only put on a pace for a clinching fight, but also adding clinching and then having to throw some strikes and kicks in the process of that, while also fighting off some scrambling exchanges like that one right there with the single attempt by Bautista with just 10 seconds left into the second round. Nice connection on that right leg in the last one. Ooh, nice connection. Another nice connection in the last of those, in the last final seconds of round number 2. Max Holloway. Max Holloway actually getting his hands wrapped right there. All right, so now we have round number 3, Bautista and Sandhagen. There's a punch by Corey Sandhagen. Oh my goodness, Corey Sandhagen just got rocked. I can't believe it. Corey Sandhagen just got rocked, man. Out of nowhere. And then Corey Sandhagen goes for a heel hook. Wow, great round number 3 exchanges going on right here. All right, Mario Bautista is maintaining top position right here as Corey Sandhagen was going for that. Wow. And then he barrages on Corey Sandhagen at the end of that. See, this is the type of fight that you really should expect out of Bautista, right? He is a grinder. Oh, he attempts a spinning back fist right there. Corey Sandhagen misses. Now he is trying to sprawl out of that position, but gets taken down by Mario Bautista. I mean, listen, man, I think Mario Bautista, it's safe to say, has probably one of the best wrestling in the bantamweight division. What you say? There's Bautista right there in a referee's position, now has Corey Sandhagen's back, but is maintaining the body lock control right now with just 3 minutes under the 3rd round. As far as 3rd round significant strikes, it would be on Bautista, right? He's got like 31 significant strikes versus 3 against Corey Sandhagen right now with just under 3 minutes left. Okay, there's a body lock right there. He takes Corey Sandhagen down on that one. You would imagine that looks good for the judges' scorecard somehow. There's another takedown right there. That would be a score in the world of wrestling, as you guys know, who are a little bit well-versed in wrestling. Scandabigo says, Mohawk McGregor. Yes, that is the spirit that we need tonight, man. You know, if we have the Mohawk McGregor, the man bun McGregor, the, yeah, that is a Mohawk, I suppose, right? The slick back hair Mohawk thing. If we had that McGregor, right, we're going sizzlers, as Brendan Schaub likes to say, right? But we will see. You know, I think there's a different mobility issue that I think we're going to see out of Conor McGregor, or maybe he has fixed that. We never know, man. He might just come out looking like MVP and Stephen Wonderboy Thompson here, and if he does, then I think he's going to do very well, very well. I think very well in a way where it would cause some serious problems for Max Holloway, I believe. So just by the end of this round right here, Corey Sandhagen is now doing a very good job of, well, sort of outgrinding Bautista here in the clinch wrestling positions, I would say. All right, so we have about 10 seconds left into this fight right now. We're really about to find out who is going to come out victorious in this one. Oh, wow. So as Corey Sandhagen tries to run over there, okay, he's trying to get a last hurrah in terms of a takedown. There it is, man. So good takedown by Mario Bautista from the back clinch position. Let us now find out who the winner is. Hey, greetings to you as well, AR. He says, hi, Kyrie in chat. Assalamu alaikum. How are you? Very good, man. Like and subscribe. Thank you. Blessings and greetings to all. Man, a blessing to you as well, my man. I hope everybody is out there enjoying the fights because, hey, that is what it is all about here, right? Enjoying these fights. And, hey, co-main event coming up right now. Oh, my goodness. Can't wait. Let's get it cracking. I believe him. I absolutely believe him because at first, when you thought that nobody could beat him other than Khabib, here comes Dustin Poirier. And then all of a sudden, you realize that this guy can't beat anyone at all. He's just not living the lifestyle that is conducive to improving yourself as a fighter. Look at what Dustin Poirier had to go through prior to that. He went through Max Holloway, and then he went through that war with Dan Hooker. And believe it or not, it seems plausible that he can't even beat Dan Hooker as well. So in other words, what I'm really trying to say is that this is going to be a very deadly outcome for Conor McGregor. Maybe not in a physical sense, but in the sense of his career and where he's going to go from here. Because what Khabib had said a couple of years ago, he had predicted that Conor McGregor is just going to be exploited by the UFC. They're going to use him. They're going to put the younger guys that need some names or somehow they need to build up. For example, don't be surprised if Conor McGregor ends his career with a Paddy Pimblett fight, in which, by the way, that Paddy Pimblett fight will come after, let's say, a string of losses. And maybe at that point, to the degree that maybe Paddy Pimblett has experienced his first UFC loss at that point as well. And now they just need this in order to build him back up in name value, not so much in rankings, because at this point, Conor is unranked. He was number 9 when he had left, which was shocking, knowing that he was the top pound-for-pound guy. On top of that, was a double champion in 2 weight classes. And yeah, obviously, but this is where he's at right now. He is on the decline, and not because of his age, because, by the way, age is not always the factor in combat sports, especially if you've lived a healthy lifestyle that is absolutely conducive to being a world-class level athlete. The problem is he's not doing that. So you can't expect him to not only beat the top 15, but also beat some of the top guys, which, by the way, Chandler is within that list. You look at all the people that Chandler has lost to, they all seem reasonable reasons to lose, especially within that level. But now we're talking about a level that has put him down a notch, away from the double champ era, away from the top 5 era, now even away from the top 10 era, as he had left number 9 in the 155 division. So again, it goes back to what Marvin Hagler said, right? It's hard to wake up and run, do your road work when you're waking up in silk sheets. Now, obviously, that's not true for everybody. You want to know who one of the richest guys is in the fight game right now, surprisingly, and nobody probably even knows. It's Khamzat Chimaev. You want to know why? Khamzat Chimaev is married to Ramzan Kadyrov's niece, which, by the way, that means they are literally the royal family of Chechnya, which makes him an oligarch through marriage. So guess what? The guy probably never needs to fight for the rest of his life, but you look at the way that that guy trains, the fact that he's still not a champion, by the way, because he's still an upcoming prospect, an upcoming contender. I'm talking about Khamzat Chimaev, but still has that certain hunger and drive to train in the insane matters that he does, and also to perform in a way that he does in the cage. Seems to just love to get in there and hurt people and collect his checks and bounce. But that's a different type of mentality. Floyd, you could say, is within that same mentality. I don't know what drives him. Maybe it's just the money. Maybe he uses the sense of vanity and narcissism to propel him, which, by the way, this is what I said in the beginning, is that Sean Strickland and Conor McGregor are in two trajectories of a deadly path, and not only that, a very dangerous path for their mental health. However, one guy is using it to propel him into championship levels, and I'm talking about Sean Strickland, and the other guy, Conor McGregor, who's already been in the limelight, who's already had double championships, who's already been in that dance, just doesn't have that same motivation anymore, and now it's leading him to the wrong path. On top of that, yes, he still has the motivation to fight, but then it becomes deflated when you have all these situations going on of, let's say, well, you know what, we can't fight you just straight away because we have to talk to these sponsors, we have to talk to these different cities, these different venues. We want to make sure that the hotels that are involved in this particular fighting event is going to be part of it in terms of package deals. Because as you know, when there's a Conor McGregor fight in town, the Irish come show up, the whole entire national MMA fan base shows up. Basically, the whole entire casual space, sports fans, non-MMA people show up along with celebrities and actors, just like what you've seen in the Saudi boxing cards as of late. This is what you have to deal with a Conor McGregor fight. So it becomes harder for him to just develop these skills in a way that lesser known fighters such as Dustin Poirier or Jim Miller can obtain. They don't have the same pressure when they're fighting in the prelim cards. Meanwhile, you're Conor McGregor. Every fight is a headline, no matter what. Again, he could be on a 7-fight losing streak like Tony Ferguson and BJ Penn, but guess what? They're going to find a way to put him in a main event nonetheless. Now, with Sean Strickland, that's not the case. He knows that he doesn't have that type of following, even though nowadays there's a subculture of people that are following Sean Strickland based on the fact that he looks like the type of character that many of these degenerates can relate to. Let's just be honest about it. The guy is a degenerate through and through, but then tries to play off this wholesome character. And then on top of that, you also got to understand, right? Sean Strickland has this very diluted way of looking at masculinity, even though a lot of his supporters will say otherwise. What it is that you got to understand a lot of his actions and the way that he rebuttals things, the way that he downplays things is based on the fact that he grew up abused, he grew up hurt, and then on top of that, there's the old saying that goes, hurt people, hurt other people. And by the way, a lot of fighters, pro fighters who grew up in rough neighborhoods, guess what? Somewhere down the line, someone has hurt them. And again, it's not exclusive to a particular class or a particular set of people, but even in the suburbs, there's bullying that goes on. Either way, it drives you. When somebody tries to violate you, it drives you for better and for worse. Conor McGregor, the same thing. You will often hear him reference, yeah, all the tough guys that used to jump me or beat me up in the streets of Dublin, where are they now? Look at me. I'm the double champ. I have all this money, his house, his crib, and cars and sponsorships and all of that in between. So that's where he's at. But at the same time, it varies with different people and how they are driven by one particular situation to another. What drives Conor McGregor at this point right now is just vanity. It's also the same reason that's making him get up to fight. But there's a difference between being motivated to fight because you want to get on TV and you want to get on the cameras and you want that poster headline added to your collection in your gym or in your office, but rather there's a difference between that and then the difference between just genuinely wanting to hurt people. And I think Sean Strickland, for better or worse, is within this trajectory where he really does enjoy hurting people. He's just in here to just do it to hurt people. And how do I know this? He doesn't treat the belt with respect. Most guys that win the belt, they hold on to it like it's their baby, like it's their toy. And on top of that, you also got to understand that he's not in that same mindset. He doesn't care for it. All this is just nothing more than an imaginary trophy to him, and as it should. But at the same time, even though Sean Strickland has really made a positive light into his career and using his demons to propel him, he still has to face those demons even after he's done with fighting. And that's where it gets really scary. And with Conor McGregor, if he continues on this path where he's sub-motivated, he's not going to get the results that he wants. And that's just the reality of the fight game for everybody. Don't forget to like and subscribe. All right, guys, there it is. We are now into the co-main event slot of the evening. And we got Paddy Pimblett taking on Benoit Saint-Denis. This is going to be, excuse me, this is going to be an awesome, awesome co-main event, guys. Really awesome co-main event. Absolutely awesome co-main event. And by the way, how about that upset loss from Mario Bautista? I really did not expect Mario Bautista to win that one. I really didn't. And even just looking at the fight, I didn't think he was going to win going into the fight. And looking at the fight, I didn't think that he won the fight. But you know what? It was close. It was close. And the takedowns, honestly, I think the takedowns mattered. There are times where takedowns don't matter in fights. But I think tonight, I think it did matter. I absolutely think it did matter. And that is the reason why Mario Bautista won. All right. So what do we got right here? Benoit Saint-Denis taking on Paddy Pimblett as we are watching the preview to it right now, the video preview package they have going on. I got Paddy Pimblett just based on the fact that Paddy knows how to fight a very well-rounded fight more than Benoit Saint-Denis. And I would believe is also more well-rounded than Benoit Saint-Denis, but we shall see. All right. Look at this crowd going crazy for Paddy right now. And by the way, England won today. So, you know, you're going to have some English fans there, some Irish fans. You know they're going to be elated that England won. Wow, this crowd is going crazy for Paddy, bro. Really going crazy for Paddy. Look at this. Look at this reception they got going on right now. Got the little techno going. You know, a little UK thing they got going on over there. Heck yeah, man. Paddy coming with the entrance. Yup, you know Paddy's coming with that entrance. All right, so Paddy Pimblett is making his way out into the crowd right now, into the T-Mobile Arena, braided up and everything, got the techno music. Man, great, video package going into it. I think we're ready for a fight. We're ready for the co-main event. Can you believe it? It's already 8 o'clock and it's already the main event. When they started doing main cards at 7 o'clock a few months ago or less than a year ago, man, right now, it would not be the co-main event. The co-main event would be like at 9 o'clock Western time. But since they moved to 6 and 8 p.m. is co-main event time. So you know what that means. After Paddy fights here, then you got Conor McGregor. Can you believe it? Paddy Pimblett and Conor McGregor in the same card. I can't believe it. And we're about to witness it. Like and subscribe. All right, there's Paddy right now doing that. I don't know what he does, that little Owen Hart dance that he normally does. But yeah, man, let me take a look at some comments right here. Ireland, AR says Ireland didn't qualify for the World Cup. No, they didn't. But tonight you have a Conor McGregor fight and you got Ian Gary fighting Islam in August. So, you know, some will argue that's better than the World Cup. England going out in the semifinals of the World Cup. Depends on who they're playing. AR says UFC and the American sports love market opportunities and advertisements. Facts. AR says Bautista won. I can't stand Corey. One of my good friends actually trains with Corey. He's not a bad guy, but anyways, says I can't stand Paddy Pimblett. And then one says I can't stand Conor McGregor. Join the line. How many times is Conor McGregor retired? Mozzie asked. Well, he's unretired tonight and he's up next. AR says Bautista won. Corey is trash. AR says, Kyrie, you always dripped out. Oh, okay, from the video. I was like, wait, I'm not even on video. I'm like, okay, it's from the old video you're talking about. Thank you. Thank you. You know, dripped out, as the kids say. AR says, I was watching UFC in Argentina versus Switzerland. Okay, peace and blessings to you all. All right, there it is, man. We are now caught up, and we are witnessing BSD walking out into the T-Mobile Arena right now. BSD, the French Special Forces guy, right, taking on Paddy Pimblett. Now, what I told you about this, right, I'm saying that I think Paddy has more of the MMA experience. Oftentimes, a lot of people that come from a military background, they usually get into MMA very late into their life. Whereas with Paddy Pimblett, he was already fighting as young as a teenager when he was 17 years old, right? So that experience is absolutely going to play a factor in with BSD, right? I think a lot of people would look at BSD and say, well, you know, he's a French Special Forces guy or this and that. Believe it or not, none of that matters, right? Because think about it. What is the criteria to be a Special Forces guy? Well, the criteria, number one, you got to be tough. You know, everyone is tough. That's sort of like the minimum prerequisite to just be a fighter alone, right, is to be tough. So you don't need to be a Special Forces guy to do that, but to a certain degree, it helps. Also, the recovery aspects of it. You also got to understand, right, depending on how long you've served, right, there is common back problems and you know, and weight restraints that you put on your knees as a result of, let's say, doing a rucksack, you know, hike, right? And you do plenty of those, you know, especially if you're a grunt. You know, it's just a common thing that you do. So, you know, you're going to pick up some injuries there. So how much of that is going to affect you in terms of your athletic performance, right? How you're going to recover. So those are some factors to look at into this fight. Scandibigo says BSD will shoot Paddy. When you mean shoot, do you mean literally shoot, or do you mean wrestling shoot as in shoot a single or double leg takedown? Yeah. All right, so co-main event of the evening right now. Yeah, so earlier, obviously, with Gable Stevenson, just as what we expected, right? You know, a straight knockout, straight finish. Is he a future champion, though? Looks like it, honestly. Looks like it, right? But the competition, you know, that he faced tonight, you know, it may be hard to tell, but so far, so good. Everything that we've seen just, you know, seemed like, you know, he could do that to a lot of heavyweights. Anyways, yeah, here we are, co-main event of the evening right now, and soon we will have the main event next. The return of the Mac. The return of the Mac. Conor McGregor. All right, so Paddy Pimblett is being announced right now. Yeah, Paddy Pimblett looks a little more nervous than usual, right? Most of his fights, I really detect almost zero nervousness in most of his fights, but this one, he seems a little bit more, yeah, a lot more nervous. So does BSD. I think it's just because of the kind of card that they are in. This is one of the biggest cards of the year. I mean, look at that crowd right there, right? Obviously, you're not going to get a crowd like that at the White House. The White House capacity was like only 4,000 people, and it was like 4,000 people of like celebrities, you know, Marines, sailors, airmen, you know, Air Force, what Space Force people, cadets. That's about it, right? This is like, you know, people that overstayed their trip to America, or probably came here to watch a World Cup game on top of this UFC event. So, all right. So here we go. Round number one, Paddy Pimblett versus BSD. All right, so there's a hook. Oh, there's BSD going in there real quickly. There's Paddy right there looking for a guillotine. Man, you can't play around with Paddy, man. He knows how to choke people out. Look at this. Remember that video that I showed you guys during the preview, right? When Paddy went to San Diego to train with the Marines, right? So here he is now doing the same thing to a French Special Forces guys, the way that he literally submitted 5 Marines in a row, right? Just in a gauntlet. Look at this. He's going out. He's going to sleep. Oh, Paddy put him to sleep right here. Paddy just put him to sleep. He's about to put him to sleep. Oh, that's it. That is it. It's over. It is over. Paddy the Baddy, Paddy the Baddy gets a submission. Can you believe that? Just out of that shot that he took, right? So what did he do? I think he had a nice hook that he threw at Paddy, right? He almost got Paddy in that one, threw a head kick. After he threw that head kick, he shot in for a takedown. Paddy Pimblett countered that takedown, got a head front choke. As soon as he got the head front choke, got that anaconda choke in the process, and that was lights out. Mark Goddard had to check his arm to make sure that he was breathing, and that was it, man. Paddy with the finish at 9 hours and 5 minutes into the live stream finish. And shout outs to how many people around the world has tapped in now. Shout outs to 2,182 people around the world that has tapped in to the live stream. And there it is, man. First round submission. Great way to end a co-main event. Now on to the main event. The return of the Mac. This guy right here, John Jones, 12-6. Very interesting name right there. BSD's corner says fire, fire. 1, 2, 3, shoot, bang, bang. Yeah. Did you hear right before the Whitaker KO Nikita? He said it's going to be bad, Nikita, on his Dustin quote. Oh, yeah. Okay, man. Yeah, with the little Dustin Poirier, it's going to be bad, my ninja jokes. Wow, man. Great submission on Petty. I told you guys, he's very dangerous. You shoot in on him like that carelessly, and he's going to find a way to get you. I told you, it's the experience that he's had being a pro. Not only that, look, jiu-jitsu was his specialty the whole entire time. You look at his striking, it's kind of sloppy, not very crisp, but his jiu-jitsu is just absolute world class. You see it. And I told you guys in the preview show, when I showed you the video of him choking out those Marines in San Diego, he did literally the same thing to this French Special Forces guy right here. And that's that, man. So, there's some things that they can't teach you in the military, but that's about it. All right, Paddy talking to Joe Rogan right now. Yeah, man. I told you he was going to get that finish. He was going to shoot in recklessly, and as soon as he shot in recklessly, that was all she wrote. He's like, that's how we do it, lad. Scousers don't get knocked out. Yeah, what also Scousers don't top out. We just make them all top out, lad. All right, yeah, that one is not funny. He says Conor Max canceled Sar's attack on the arena. Bye, guys. Yeah, not funny. But that is it for the co-main event. Obviously, they're showing you Shakur Stevenson there and a few of these new signees that they have at Zuffa Boxing. Yeah, man. Paddy Pimblett finally now singing along to the Oasis song. As you can see in the press conference, McGregor was sort of, getting friendly with him. Hey, Paddy, you got to sing along with me, and all that. You didn't sing along with me. All right, we got the main event coming up right now. Let me show you guys a little bit of some stats from their previous fight, right? So last time they fought, McGregor was very new to the organization, right? 25, Max 21. But here's a weird thing, right? Even at Max at 21, he was far more experienced than McGregor at that age. Now, fast forward to them being at an older age right now. They are now fighting in a way where Max is even more experienced than Conor now. Look at all the 5-round fights that McGregor has put on, right? Like there's, very few people that have gone 5 rounds with McGregor other than Nate Diaz. So, other than Nate Diaz is the only one that really went 5 rounds with him. So, yeah, very interesting stat. Whereas with Max, damn near every single one of his fights go to 5 rounds, right? All those 4 or 5 some odd fights. Obviously, I'm exaggerating that he did with Volkanovski. All 4 or 5 of them went to a decision, right? Arnold Allen, I remember he went to a decision. Went to a decision with Ortega, Calvin Kattar. He goes to decisions with a lot of people. So he really puts in the mileage and the rounds on that one. But one thing is for sure, Conor McGregor is a lot fresher, than Max, perhaps. I mean, obviously, Max is coming off of a knockout from Ilia Topuria. getting outgrinded by Charles Oliveira that has to affect him in some kind of way. But we shall see. This is what we're here for. We're going to get this thing cracking, and let's see what happens. Man, really nervous for this one, to be quite honest with you, right? You never know what's going to happen on this one, guys. All right, Max Holloway finally walking out right now in the anticipation of Conor McGregor's return. All right, look at this crowd, man. Full crowd, full house, everything. Unbelievable. Unbelievable entrance. Obviously, you know Conor's going to come with the grand entrance as always. I mean, this is grand for even Max Holloway standards. Walking out with some Hawaiian music, some ukulele music in the background. All right, there's Max Holloway right there, shouting out his family on his way to the cage. Now right on the prep point. All right, so once again, we're going to find out, right? Can the pace of Max Holloway keep up with the power and precision and the explosiveness of Conor? Because that's really what he does best, right? The overall theme of this fight is Conor has to start early. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he shows a different wrinkle in his game. Maybe he tries to out-wrestle him. Look, what is Max Holloway's number one Achilles heel, right? It's the wrestling, right? Everybody dang near takes Max Holloway down, right? That's just, a product of, growing up in an environment that didn't really have a lot of, wrestling to begin with, right? So it's not his forte. Even Conor McGregor himself, right? When he fought him back in 2013, that's exactly how he fought him. But we also have to understand his knee was also messed up. So it's like, even if he wanted to show his striking prowess versus the striking prowess of Max, that would come with a cost, because obviously his knees were, absolutely torn up going into that fight. So he had to go to one of his weapons, which is wrestle. So is that what we're going to see right now? I mean, you know what? If he is, somebody that is serious about really putting the whole entire game together rather than just being a one-dimensional fighter, then that's probably the thing. But if you notice, he hinted all throughout the fight week, hey, I got a special, a special weapon up my sleeve. You're just not going to know. So he's got like this secret weapon going on and stuff like that of what he's going to do. Maybe he is going to try to shoot in some takedowns and try and grind him out. But here we are. Conor McGregor now walking out into the cage with the Sinead O'Connor song in the background. And it's going to be followed by the notorious B.I.G. Hypnotize. Biggie, 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 can't you see? The rest of the song. You know who it is. The man, the myth, the legend, now ready to walk into the cage right now after a 5-year hiatus. How will this turn out? I showed you guys some videos all throughout the live stream, kind of giving a little bit of a countdown, right? The time of when we were anticipating when he's going to come back. Well, here it is. So notorious. And then he comes out with the Biggie. Sick of your average. Now I understand what you guys meant when you were saying earlier, Mohawk McGregor. That's exactly what we're seeing right now, is the Mohawk version of Conor McGregor. The Mohawk version of Conor McGregor, lads. Conor McGregor. Yeah, really calm as anything, man. Doesn't really, unfazed by all of this is Conor McGregor. Very unfazed by the whole entire thing. Like, just absolutely unfazed by this whole entire thing. And look at Conor just going in there smooth as a criminal. Anybody feel like Conor McGregor is looking a bit old? Like, all right, so here's the thing, right? You know, Conor McGregor is always going to be, you know, a well-shaped athlete, right? All throughout his whole life, he's always going to be that. But there is that certain level of standard that you can kind of understand. But you know what? He doesn't look bad, man. He doesn't look bad. I think that he looks, you know, really confident, really. I think that little strut's probably going to help him in his a little bit of his movement, man. I'm really curious to see what Conor McGregor does here. I'll tell you what. Look, here's the thing, right? Every time Conor McGregor fights, prior to this, right? Obviously, this is the first time on Paramount, right? Every time Conor McGregor fights, I always make it an adamant point in, you know, in watching it. Right? Either ordering it, watching it, or, you know, because I know it's worth it, right? And that's the reason why he's a pay-per-view star in the first place. Now, you got to think, how many people out there have physically, you know, subscribed just based on him, right? You got to think maybe, you know, Paramount is sort of considering that. Yeah, Marty says, I'm nervous. Yeah, bro. In terms of for Conor, yeah, dude, because you know what, man? For the sake of MMA, right? But I don't know, dude. I think like the reality is gonna set in that you know, he's sort of not really taking care of himself that well. I don't know, but we'll see. UFC fans watching around the world that you all been waiting for. Here we go, guys. It's time. Here we go, boys. All right, Max Holloway. Max Holloway gets introduced first. Okay, so I guess he's supposed to be the B side, and Conor is the A side, I'm assuming. Imagine it's Conor to give Max Holloway his 10th loss. We shall see, man. We got the BMF champion, or was the former BMF champion, obviously defended it against Charles Oliveira and lost it. Wow, look at that crowd, man. The lights all over the place. And now Conor McGregor is being announced. The Mohawk Conor McGregor. Now I understand everything that you guys were talking about with Mohawk Conor McGregor earlier. I didn't quite catch the pun behind that. Yeah, I didn't quite catch the pun behind it, but now I do. Now I get it, right? So I guess he must have walked in the arena with a new haircut, and nobody really noticed until he walked in. The notorious Conor McGregor. All right, guys, while the fight is going on, I'm not going to be able to answer the chats. I will be focused right into the fight. So here we go. McGregor and Max Holloway facing off. Almost looking like the old McGregor with, you know, the slick back hair and stuff like that. He kind of has that going on, but a little bit of a modern version of it. You know, kind of like Brock Lesnar-esque / Chuck Liddell-like / him, right? A sort of like this tribute to all of that. But nonetheless, either way, we got round number 1 cracking right now. There's Conor McGregor, a little bit of some slip right there. What is that? What is that? Conor fell trying to throw those kicks. Okay. Very interesting right there. And now Max Holloway is ground and pounding away. Okay, good up kicks, man. You want to be careful with Conor. He's got very good up kicks. What caused him to sort of slip there? All right. Not bad so far by Conor McGregor. You know what? I think Conor is trying to establish... What is this? Okay. Oh, my goodness, man. There has been a Conor McGregor injury, man, the whole entire time. And it's showing. How is it that he was able to slip that much? Or is he playing possum? Oh, my goodness. I cannot believe this, guys. I cannot believe this. It's his right leg. I can't believe it, man. I can't believe it. Conor McGregor came in here and he really sold all of us, man. He really sold all of us into this, man. He sold us into all of this. Oh, okay. So what happened was when he was jumping, oh, what is this? Look, he could barely even get up, man. Oh, what is this? Oh, man, Max Holloway's people is happy right there, man. Look, it was a very early, oh, man. Look at this. Look at this right here. So this is where Conor's jumping to throw a kick. Oh, man. Unbelievable, guys. This was supposed to be the biggest fight. This was supposed to be the biggest fight of the year, guys. That is insane. Oh, my goodness, man. That is unbelievable, guys. That is unbelievable. I can't believe it. That is a very interesting observation, right? It's one of those things where, you know, the adrenaline just got to him where he had to start really fast. Yeah, man. Oh, my goodness, man. Listen, this is probably one of the most controversial moments in the history of the UFC. Okay? I need you to think about how controversial this is, right? Think about this. All right, Max Holloway and Conor McGregor trained for months and months on out. Max Holloway was coming off of a loss from Charles Oliveira. You know, fair play to him, right? He got out wrestled, did what he could. He obviously, it was a BMF fight he was expecting. you know, the type of fight where you were basically standing up, or I don't know, whatever. It's an MMA fight regardless of BMF titles, right? He lost. They gave him another chance. Here he is. Max Holloway gets, you know, a redemption shot from that loss. So does Conor McGregor. Obviously, the leg was the story last time. The leg is the story this time again. And, well, there's Beltran right there consulting him right there. And there's Max Holloway and his, you know, and his team. You know, giving him some props. Yeah, man, very sportsmanlike in Max Holloway. But I tell you what, man, they're not going to let this hold up right here. They're going to say, oh, McGregor is soft. McGregor, you know, has some sort of calcium issues going on. There's the manager of Max Holloway right there giving him some props. All right. They're showing a replay video of Conor McGregor before he walked into the octagon.
So, hard to know if there was any sort of pre-existing injury. We're not going to sort of lean into the speculation.
All right. So they're wondering if there's any pre-existing injury. It's hard to tell in that one, right? He walked normal. There didn't seem to be any indication of that. You know, it is what it is. I'm going to read the chats in a second, guys. I'm just going to, you know, try and, you know, get some more information here. Let's see what they say. Doctor stoppage. 1 minute and 9 seconds of round number 1 by TKO. Let's see if we get any cheers or boos. Let's see how the crowd reacts. Okay, the crowd doesn't really have any strong reaction to it because you really got a lackluster situation. Oh, wow. The whole crowd is booing. Wow. Wow, man. Conor McGregor is... the whole crowd, man, it's silent. It's eerily silent. By the way, guys, I'm going to get to your comments in a second. Stay tuned, okay? It is eerily silent right now. Look at this. So this is how it started right here, right? So there's Conor right there. He leaps up to the sky, right, with the flying kick. It looks beautiful, by the way. He kind of misses it. Yeah, he said weak in the knees. Oh, wow, man. As soon as it popped out, yeah, the referee came in there and waved it off. He said, yeah, we got to run it back one more time. Man, I'm going to be honest with you guys. You know, this is going to be bad for Conor McGregor's mental health. I'm going to talk to you guys after this Joe Rogan interview. He said all right, well, he wants to go back to the crap tables. He says, yeah, I mean, all right. Not what I would do, but all right. Yeah, look, even his team, look, you know, they kind of are, I mean, they're happy that they got the victory. You know, it's a Conor McGregor victory. You know, you can't deny a Conor McGregor victory. A Conor McGregor victory is a Conor McGregor victory by the end of the day, right? But at the same time, you know, you can tell by their faces that it's kind of like a lackluster win. It's like, you know, we won, but did we really win? Like, you know, but all right, man, let's get to the comments right now and see what y'all are talking about right now. Let's see what everybody's saying right here. Scandabigo says, old body, old inactive body. Well, look, I think it is sort of indicative of the fact that, hey, you know what, Conor McGregor is, you know, getting older. Okay, you know, that is a reality. That is the case. Yeah, man, worst case scenario. I know, dude. It is so Chris Weidman, Anderson Silva like, right? Like, it really reminds me of Anderson Silva. Here's the thing, though, right? The difference between Anderson Silva and Conor McGregor is that everybody thought that Conor McGregor is a dick, right? And Anderson Silva was like sort of a beloved figure in MMA. So we kind of feel sorry for him. I'm curious to see what type of sympathy the MMA crowd garners for Conor McGregor in this one. I'm very curious to see, right? I would imagine, wow, yeah, I would imagine that a lot of people are not going to be very forgiving on this one. Did you guys notice how silent the crowd was? Did you notice that? Did you notice how lackluster the sound was? It was just like, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, everybody is in disbelief. That's right, John Anik over there, right? Everybody's in disbelief. But oh well, hey guys, listen, that's MMA for you. The train continues, and you know what that means when the train continues. Next week is Duplessis and Usman. That's it. We move on. If will Conor McGregor move on? Who knows, man? Yeah. Dude. Victory says, well, yeah, that was a complete buzzkill. The arena was booing him. Yeah, opposite leg too. Okay, so it was the opposite leg. Okay, so there you go. If it's the opposite leg, then at least there's some good sign to that a little bit, right? Scandabigo says, stupid technique for an older man to use. Listen, I'm 41 years old. I still throw those kicks. You know what I mean? So, yeah. It just really depends on how you prepare. And yeah. Anyways, AR says Conor has too many injuries. I want a refund. This was an embarrassing and a joke. Why did all these fans go to the Spear to watch this trash? It wasn't in the Spear. It was in the T-Mobile Arena. AR says Conor McGregor is an old man. He is injured before the match. I know. That was absolutely horrible, man. That was absolutely horrible. But, hey, look, man. Conor McGregor. There's only one Conor McGregor. Singing along, singing a song, walking in the winter wonderland. There's only one Conor McGregor. There's only one Conor McGregor. He tries to throw a kick and then gets messed up. Sucking in the winter wonderland. Where's the only one Conor McGregor? Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Had a bit of some issue with what do you call it? Had some issue with my Paramount there. Let me go back to that real quick. Hold on a second here. Go back to my yeah, man. So wild night, bro. Wild situation there. Absolutely wild situation. Boy, let me tell you, man. Who would have saw that coming? Honestly. I'm gonna just do this right here, man. Let me see here. Where is the okay, let's go to the UFC right here. Argentina 1-3-1 against Switzerland. Go figure. I'm really curious to hear what Conor McGregor has to say about all that, man. You know, I'm sure Conor McGregor has a thing or two to say about it. Let's just go on Paramount right here. Just sign on my own thing right here. I got logged off of Paramount because apparently I had it on too long, and yeah, I didn't get to my remote on time. But anyways, yeah. We're gonna sign in and find out what's going on with the coverage. All right, here we go. Here we go. We're going back at it. Paramount Plus. AR says Conor McGregor needs to retire for good and never come back into the UFC. UFC is a young man's sport. AR says semifinals, France versus Spain, Argentina, and England. Argentina versus Switzerland 3-1. Conor McGregor is an old man. He is injured before the match. Conor McGregor has an injury. I want a refund. Yeah, this comment right here. Wow, dude. I can't blame you. I can't blame you. I can't say that I blame you. Yeah, let's All right, man. So yeah, a lot of unsolved problems here. A lot of unsolved problems. Oh man, Victory says I'm depressed. Well, let's talk about it, man. What makes you depressed about this, right? I'm gonna tell you why I'm not. Okay, I get it. It's Conor McGregor, but there's Usman and Dricus du Plessis next week. You understand what I'm saying? I'm sure you understand what I'm saying. You know, I'm just being a very, cold-hearted about it. Which I understand. You know, there is some sentimentality behind it because I think that a lot of us kind of grew up with McGregor, right? McGregor was an inspiration to us all, whether we were fighters, content creators, martial arts practitioners, or all of the above, right? He helped us raise our game, not only in the cage. I think every fighter does that. You see a fighter do something great every week and like, wow, okay, this is a new evolution of the game. I'm going to try to emulate that. As a result, the other evolution that he brought into the game was the fact that he wanted to express mic skills, and that he did as well. So, kudos to Conor McGregor on everything. But by the end of the day, life goes on. There's new fighters in the horizon. There's still an Ilia Topuria comeback, right? An Ilia Topuria comeback right now is not the same as, quote unquote, a Conor McGregor comeback. Completely two different things, and you guys know what I mean. AR says, Kyrie in chat, respect. He says, I can't stand McGregor. He's a racist. Well, yeah, there's a case to that. All right, so from what we gather so far, there seems to be a knee injury going on with Conor McGregor, and that is what's going on right now. That is what they are trying to figure out. There's a reason. There's a reason why you didn't see Conor McGregor throw any of that in practice, right? Like, look, if you can't throw that in practice, you're not going to be able to throw that in the fight. Now, did he practice it while he was behind the scenes? Who knows, man? Who knows? But once again, everyone ages differently. And also, look, I think Conor McGregor got away from that that elusive training. I think when he got away from that is when he really started to lose the skill. Look, guys, I'm going to tell you, I understand what it's like to fight like that. When it comes to fighting the Taekwondo stance, the karate, style and all of that, right? I've trained like that my whole entire life. And you know what? If I never did any explosives, or anything like that, I don't think I would be able to do those types of techniques at 40 years old. Now I don't know how Stephen Wonderboy Thompson does it. I don't know if he, also does, a certain level of plyometrics. I would imagine that you would have to. Look, guys, if you're going to fight like that, you got to be able to fight it the right way. Oh, Mr. Burberry Inc. Shout out to you, my man. He says, well, that's it for McGregor, folks. He says the entire arena went silent. Yeah, damn, cut the broadcast and McGregor walked out, not the way that he planned, I guess. Man, once again, further humiliation from Allah to Conor McGregor. He says, yeah, from the bar to bar, from yacht to yacht, equals zero jumping. Correct. Mr. Burberry says, Paddy sub was nice. I agree. He says, at least he can go skiing again now. Dang, bro. He says, poor Conor fans. Mr. Burberry says, I'm sure he does yoga and shit to stay flexible. Yeah, but you also got to do explosives. You also have to do box jumps, foot lateral drills. This isn't something that he does. I mean, he did remnants of this with Ito Portal, but in his older age, he just, sort of fell in love with his knockout power, and maybe he fell in love with just, a conventional weightlifting. And you need a little bit more than just conventional weightlifting to, get you far as an athlete, so. Look, I tell you what, right? This is going to be a hard lesson for Conor McGregor, okay? I'm going to tell you why this is going to be a very hard lesson for Conor McGregor. Let me read some of these comments first right here. Mr. Burberry Inc. says, I'm sure he did. Okay, we read that part. Ali Khan says, man, I think he was planning this. Very interesting, Ali Khan. That is a very interesting point. You feel that he was planning this. I wonder why that is. Let me try and elaborate and see what you mean by that. Skander Beagle says, Wonder Boy teaches youth all day long. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. How relevant is that to this conversation? Please let me know the context. No context, Scandabigo will be your name. Ali Khan says, must have been an injury sustained before, but he needs that paycheck. Well, there was remnants of all of that going in behind the scenes. I mean, obviously, you've seen what happened with Mauricio Rufy. They had to bring Mauricio Rufy in. You got to ask yourself, what was that about? Right? What's the reason for all of that? What is the reason for bringing Mauricio Rufy in? There must have been a reason. Now we're probably sort of digging a little bit into it and finding out exactly what that is. Maybe it was an underlying injury the whole time, and you're right. Not saying you're right completely, but it is very plausible. It is very plausible. You are onto something on that one, Ali Khan. Ali Khan says because he never would have thrown a kick as the first move. Is it usual that Conor McGregor throws non-kick strikings? Is it usually a punch that he throws first? Okay. In the Donald Cerrone fight, you remember he just went straight for the, straight shot, right? Went for it. Donald Cerrone ducked out of the way, got into a clinch position. So he does kind of tend to go for a punch a lot, but it is McGregor. It is McGregor. He does love that. He says that Kavanaugh fight was fire too. Oh yeah, man, that was absolutely fire. You know what? Kind of brings me back into this one right here. Let's do a recap for the whole entire event. All right, so let's start from the very top, okay? Very, very top. That's what we'll do. Conor McGregor and Max Holloway. Lackluster win for Max Holloway. Conor McGregor steps up right here, right over the Monster Energy drink, goes for the kick. As he goes for the kick, he lands on his knee. Now, look, this is normal to sort of hurt your knee landing like this. This is normal, believe it or not, right? This is normal. I don't know if that's indicative of the fact that he's old or this and that. I don't know if I'm going to go as far as to say that, oh yeah, Conor McGregor was, not practicing or wasn't, on his game or wasn't throwing these shots or this and that. I'm sure he was probably like throwing, 1,000 of those kicks in a day, right? But perhaps maybe the adrenaline of going in there, after a long time may have, done some wonders to him, right? May have made him overcommit, made mistakes, right? Land the wrong way. Because, look, there's a certain balance. I think maybe there's a factor of balance that he's not working on. That could be a factor that we have to, try and look at. But, yeah, man, there's nothing really much to say for the main event. I mean, let's refresh this right here and see if we can get any updated stats on this particular matter. So the whole entire fight, how many strikes did they throw in total right here? Did they even have a number for this one? Probably not. Let's see. Wow. Okay, there is. So 5 out of 11 shots for Conor McGregor. Max Holloway had 14 out of 22. Maybe most of those shots were from the ground and pound position. I mean, they look like just nothing but arm shots, but yeah, 5 out of 11, 45% in that strikes. Obviously, I don't know what he hit in that one, but yeah, they apparently think he hit something there. Anyways, Benoit Saint-Denis, that was a pretty quick fight too, right? Both of these fights just within, a span of a minute, 69 seconds for Max Holloway. This one, 52 seconds for Benoit Saint-Denis. Benoit hit him with a nice shot, right? There was that one significant shot that Benoit was able to hit him with. Afterwards, Benoit shoots in right after he goes and throws that head kick. Paddy catches it. Paddy locks him in. Guillotine, anaconda choke. Benoit had nowhere to go. Mark Goddard checked him. He was out. That was all she wrote right here. Corey Sandhagen and Mario Bautista. I told you guys this was going to be a very competitive fight, and indeed it was. Indeed, it was. I was curious to see if Conor McGregor was going to try any wrestling tonight. You know, that's what I was curious about to see. Wonder Boy jumps around every day as an old man. Well, you know what? Everyone's built differently. I train like that. I definitely train in the Taekwondo style. He says, man, Rob's performance was impressive. I knew it. I knew he was going to have an impressive performance. Nonsense to the naysayer saying that he was too small for that weight class. He says, I mean, Paddy fight finished fast. He says, I don't know, not the best card. Yeah, not really the best card, especially the ending. The most disappointing performance was Corey Sandhagen. Okay, perfect timing. We're actually talking about it right now. So was that the, you know, I mean, Mario Bautista had some good wrestling. I think ultimately is what won him that fight. He says, because the way Usman was talking about his sharpness in a podcast with Cejudo made me seem like the fight, that fight that would elevate him for the title and show more to his game. He says the third round was not competitive at all. Mario ragdolled him. Indeed, he did. John Dong says, what's up? John Dong says, people were wanting to see McGregor on the White House card. Imagine, look, that would have been an even bigger disaster, okay? Had McGregor fought at the White House card, it would have been an even bigger humiliation. At least with this, it's like, all right, you know what? Another fight night in Vegas, no big deal, but definitely this brings the stock down. But you know how it is. McGregor's going to try to spin this in some kind of way that makes him look good. So first two fights, main event, co-main event, just around the minute. Decision win by Mario Bautista. Brandon Royval gets a submission win literally at the end, right? Gets a rear naked choke. It was a good back and forth fight. I mean, it could have gone to anybody, right? Very competitive. The striking obviously was on the part of Brandon Royval. He really turned it up in the third round. And then as a result, after the third round, guess what? He was able to sink in a third round submission on that one. So let me timestamp this just to make sure. Okay, so okay, so there it is. Recap. All right. King Green and Terrence McKenna. It lived up to the hype. One rounder. Okay. The one rounder fight. Remember, right? It's the one rounder fight that we're talking about right here. Yeah, he ended him right there in round one, just with 1 second. That's what made it even more exciting. That's what made it even more exciting for this Terrence McKenna and this Bobby Green fight, honestly. That's what made it more exciting, because we were expecting, and we know that Terrence McKenna is always in a one-round fight, and then 1 second, there it is, Bobby Green finishes him, man. Ali Khan says this will probably hurt his legacy fandom for quite a bit. Correct. Better that he stops while he's ahead, right? But I'm sure that he wants to have a better account of himself somehow. Maybe Conor's doing this as a big FU to the UFC for the last two fights. Wow. Okay. That is a very interesting theory right there, Scandabigo. John Dong says, remember, I was telling you about that idiot who yelled at me because I said the White House card was good. He was like, UFC should have paid millions to get McGregor on that card. And yeah, that's what you were going to pay millions for in that card. No, thank you. Ali Khan, probably he would have had a lot of guaranteed money if he showed up to fight. For real. I think that's just really what it is. He came here for a payday. Scandabigo says Conor McGregor's contract ends soon. One more fight. John Dong says, do you think O'Malley would have beaten Sandhagen? Do I think O'Malley would have beaten Sandhagen? There's a great possibility. Sure. I think O'Malley has the style to beat Corey Sandhagen. Sure. I think that he outstrikes him. I think that I think that Sean has enough good takedown defense to prevent Sean from doing anything else. So All right. What else is on the card? Obviously, a couple of things we'll go over. Nikita Krylov and Robert Whittaker. TKO for Robert Whittaker. I mean, not a surprise there. I told you guys this is what he does best. And surprisingly, Nikita Krylov got the takedowns on Robert Whittaker, but Robert Whittaker has fast hands, and it showed in that fight. Gable Stevenson, explosive, powerful, and everything that we expected. First round knockout. We'll see how he does with tougher competitions, but let's not make any mince of what this was. This was a showcase for Gable Stevenson, American Olympian, was the heavy favorite to win this one, and with good reason. Cody Garbrandt, I don't know what to say, man. Both him and McGregor, the end of an era. It's the best way to really put it, right? It's the end of an era for Conor McGregor and Cody Garbrandt. Look, they had their time. It is now the time of the new guys coming up. And you know what? Max had his time. Obviously, he felt the new wave of Ilia Topuria and even Volkanovski at some point. Either way, that's it. Volkanovski on his way up, he took down Chad Mendes, right? You know, that's just how it goes, man. This is how the business goes. Luke Riley gets a win over Kai Kamaka, stays undefeated. Of course, you're going to need that in the UFC, guys that stay undefeated. Obviously, it's going to be a big prospect for, you know, the European market. And then in the early prelims, Tracy Cortez loses to Wang Kong. No surprise there. Damian Pinas and Cesar Almeida. First round knockout by Damon. Man, that could have gone either way. Farid Basharat, decision. Johnny Garza, no shame in that. Came in here at a short notice, but Farid was the more well-rounded fighter. Ryan Gandra gets a very early knockout at Zachary Reese. Zachary Reese put his hands down like as if he was trying to catch a kick, right? Big mistake. Came in, Ryan Gandra with the hook, takes him out. That was all she wrote. Cody Durden and Alessandro Costa, first fight of the night, gets to choke out Cody Durden. Not a surprise there. Great opener. I knew that it was going to be a special night, right? I was like, well, you know what? First fight will always be an indicator of a lot. Gets a submission. Didn't really say much. Didn't really know much about that, what that was going to come out of that. But either way, it was a great night of fights, right? Great night of fights. Even with the lackluster ending with Conor McGregor at the end of it. So, look, this is what I got to say about Conor McGregor's whole entire career trajectory as it stands, right? I think that the best thing to do is retire, but there's a couple of things that is sort of holding Conor McGregor back to do that, all right? And this is the following of what's preventing him from retiring, okay? Number one, he feels the need to prove even more and doesn't want to go out like that, right? This is a common curse that a lot of fighters have. By the way, speaking of curse, what about Drake's $1 million bet on Conor McGregor that never came to fruition? I mean, Drake should just stop betting, period. That's another person that needs to stop while they're ahead. But anyways, Conor McGregor needs to understand that, yeah, it is a young man's game. And I can toss it up as to say, hey, you know what? Yeah, you're too old to be doing that. But there are other guys out there that are doing kicks like that. Michael Venom Page, MVP, Stephen Wonderboy Thompson, heck, even Raymond Daniels, one of the biggest oppositions of Stephen Wonderboy Thompson in the karate world, right? Top karate fighter, man, in his late 40s, still throwing kicks like that. It's not the age that's the issue. It's the type of training that you do. Okay, now there's no doubt that Conor McGregor grinded for this fight, but there's a difference between grind and having the right strategy. And unfortunately, I'm going to leave it off with this. Sadly, Conor McGregor did not have the right strategy, and that was all that was. I'm going to read a couple of last of these comments, and then I'm going to head out. He says, maybe Conor's doing this as a big FU to, okay, last fight. Okay, he says, I remember what I was telling you about that idiot with the, okay. but he probably had a lot of guaranteed money to show up. Yes. Do you think Sean O'Malley could beat Sandhagen? Yes, because a lot of people were wanting to see O'Malley versus Sandhagen on the White House card. Ah, yes. Okay. I tell you what, O'Malley would not have had an easier fight. I could tell you that. But he did do a very good job of Ayman Zahabi. Ayman Zahabi still has a lot to work on, obviously, but Sean O'Malley is just, you know, he's very talented. And, you know, there's just levels to this. Just like Conor McGregor, there's levels to this right now. Max Holloway is at a higher level than that of Conor McGregor. And this is just what it is. And that's just how it goes. So, all right, guys, listen, that is all that I have for this one right now. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you for all those that have tapped in with me. I started this from a very early morning on all the way till night, obviously with a good reason so that we can get this thing cracking, right? Get this thing, you know, to the finish line. And here we are, right? Not the result we wanted, obviously, right? Some of us are heartbroken about it. Some of us are indifferent about it. I'm sort of indifferent about it. I know that, hey, by the end of it, there's fights next week, and that's really all there is to it. And legends get beat up every day and every week in MMA, even in the regional scenes, and maybe even some legends that you've seen in the past, but you'll never see because they just don't have the big platform that they once did. All right. And that is the sad story of the game. And that is all that I have for this one. Don't forget to like and subscribe. See you guys in the next one. Inshallah.